Yo, 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 yo! What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock! And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 15th of June. That's right, we're halfway through the halfway month point of the year. And what a year it has been so far. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you are well. Hope you are all doing well. And if you're coming off the back end of a weekend, I hope you enjoyed your freedom away from the clutches of capital. And yeah, you're ready for another week as a member of the working class, ready to slave away for the forces of capital, the forces that plague us all. No bitch biscuit today? What's the special occasion? Bro, I was thinking about, I don't know why I thought about it, like on the weekend or something. And like the word bitch biscuit just came up in my mind. And I was like, I just burst out laughing. And like I was with someone and they were like, what are you laughing at? And I was like, I don't know. You had to be there. Bitch biscuit. Well, like somebody said, like, I think like last week or the week before, they're like, can you get your hair out? And I was like, I'll do it eventually. And I was like, oh, fuck it. I'm going to start the week off with the hair out, just because like every now and again people need to see it because they don't believe in the bitch biscuit itself. So like I'm going to get rid of the bitch biscuit today. Me, aka the man bun. I'm gonna do it. Look at the sexy hair. Ah, yeah, the sexy hair. Yes, Samuel Smith, what's up? How you going? Yeah, we're earlier today, so like I hope that hasn't thrown anyone off. But I've got to like leave half an hour earlier today. I have got obligations. I need to pick people up. You know how it is. As a working person, you know what it is. Yeah, I've got to do stuff this afternoon. So I was like, fuck it. I need to get in my time on the stream. So I'm like, fuck, I'm starting early today. So say my name. I look forward to unpaid overtime and making my bosses more money. That's pretty much what capitalism is, actually. Fuck all the fancy Marxist jargon. It's just overtime, basically, that you don't get paid for. And there's so much of that in today's economy, right? Like, especially with a digitized economy, if anyone who's worked and has access to email, and that's like an integral function of their job, would know that like work never leaves you now. You can always check your email, and do extra work at home. I off tonight, about to start painting Warhammer. Oh, fuck yeah. All right. Well, if I am your background as you paint, I hope you have a good session. You need to take the bitch biscuit out on Fridays. I don't know, man. It's a good conversation starter for far right Friday types, you know, that rock up and they're just like, hey, I thought this was right wing. What's the go with the man bun and the bitch biscuit? It's so good. It's so good. Just saying that the oligarchy has more money and power now than the French Revolution happened. Hey, that's a fair point. That is. Why is this not focusing properly? I think it can't focus on the bitch biscuit, so it doesn't know what to do. The camera's fucked today. Lovely. I opted out of the mobile data management software they were making us all install on our personal devices, so no one can contact me out of ours. Are you serious? Like, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Oh, it's not illegal. Exactly. But in Australia, we have the right to turn off. I don't know if that's a right in the US yet. But like it actually started in France. They have the right to switch off or whatever they call it in Le France. And like we've got that in Australia now. So like you don't have to be on call 24 hours. Not that you're on call, but like you're supposed to be able to like not have to check your emails all the time at work. Maybe they don't have that in the US yet. No, they get around it by partitioning it off from the rest of your phone. So they claim they don't have access to other apps. That's scary, man. Like that, I wouldn't do it. Like if someone asked me to like do personal, like work stuff on my personal device, I'd have to tell them to get fucked. Hey yo, curls out for the girls. Curls out for the girls. It's actually for someone, I don't know. I think it was someone in Kick, actually. They were like, get your hair out. I want to see how long it is. I was like, oh fuck, calm down. It's some weird something weird going on there. But like, yes, I finally got it out. Wait, who is my Warhammer brother? Samuel Smith is painting while we're streaming today. So Samuel Smith over in the YouTube world is your brother from another mother. All right, so I had this whole thing that I wanted to do today. Like, we'll still do it. Like, I wanted to it was someone named Puerto Rican. Yes, that's right, New Yorker or something like that. Yes, that's right. And they wanted to see the hair out. They wanted to measure it, whip it out, bro, so we could all see how long it is. Yeah, I had this whole thing. Like, I was just going to go over like the fact that I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but Elon Musk is now a trillionaire, or so they say. I don't know based on what type of valuation that is, but you know how Forbes does all that sort of shit. So Elon Musk is now a trillionaire. That's a thing, and we're going to have a look at that. And we're going to have a look at some other scary stuff as well. There's been an investigation that's come out by the French government into disinformation. You know my feelings about like misinformation. Disinformation is like whatever. But anyway, disinformation. And what they uncovered was there's this is not Israeli company called Black Core. Like, come on, what a name. Anyway, Black Core that's been meddling in foreign elections. And the French have unearthed this, and like no one's really talking about it. So I wanted to have a look at that today because I think that is fucking mental. Elon could spend 100K every day for 27 years and probably still have billions. That's crazy, isn't it? And like, you think about like with a valuation like that, what you could do to improve the human race. Like, if anything, everything can be measured in monetary terms, that is. Like what you could do with that money, but like whatever. Like, his valuation is bigger than like I think Australia's federal budget is like 500 or 600 billion dollars or something like that, isn't it? Something like that, like $500 billion, and he's worth $1 trillion. Like, oh my god, he's worth more than Australia spends in a financial year. Like, it's gargantuan. These people are bigger than nation states. It's fucking mental. Pax Judae can be crazy. Bro, did you hear about this? It's called Black Core. Anyway, we're going to have a look at Black Core later. And some other things as well. I also wanted to have a look at this idea that's spreading through Europe at the moment in terms of population caps. I don't know if you've heard about this, but it might be like the savory version of like anti-immigration politics. And they're just like, oh, we're not talking about anti-immigration. We just want to cap our populations. Like, in Europe, populations are booming for some reason. It's just like veiled mass migration talk. But anyway, we're going to look at that too. But first of all, before I ask, tell me the timing with this one, bro. Yo. He's wearing the hair out. Yes. I am. Guess what? Like, we released the podcast the other day about Trump and like the war in Iran. Like, absolutely just like going nowhere and just being like this senseless and mindless operation. Like, what's happening here? Can we get something on this? And like, it would seem like this has just come out. So like, we're going to look at this. Trump has signed a peace agreement, apparently. Who knows if this is actually going to go anywhere, but the peace agreement includes, and Ravi will be happy to hear this, it includes Lebanon. So like, Israel's not allowed to touch Lebanon. So we'll have a look. I'm feeling very French at this moment in time. He would solve world hunger, all curable diseases, and homelessness. At what point do we have a wealth cap? No, it's more important. Let's have a population cap. That's the real thing of importance here, not a wealth cap. You fucking commie, Hobo Joe. How dare you? You goddamn commie. It's an agreement that they will talk about, an agreement. Hold on. They do say that this is a peace deal. But like, they're supposed to figure out the details of it afterwards. But like, they're going to sign this thing on Friday, apparently. But like, let's have a look. So Israel isn't keep We'll keep bombing Lebanon, and US will keep trading blows with Iran. Apparently not. At the point at which they sign this thing, everyone's going to stop, and then they're going to figure out the details after that. Apparently. Don't hold your breath. We know what that actually means, but like that's what this looks like. It's just show for the plebs, but like everyone's getting fired up about this one. Yeah, but it's like a promise ring. It's hilarious. We ain't buying it. Yeah, well, fucking everyone else is getting excited about it. Like, if they stop fighting, like, that'll be one thing. Again, I know we have differing opinions on this. If they do stop firing on the Lebanese people for, like, I don't know, a few days or something, might give them some relief. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Yes. Those were the rallying cries of the revolution. Now, anyway, before I get, like, I actually don't know the details of this, so I'm not going to speculate on it. Let's just have a look at what the fuck this peace deal is, as unlikely as it's going to be. But, like, what if they open the Strait of Hormuz? Like, that'd be crazy. Like, didn't see that one coming, did you? Hey? It's the situation that never ceases to amaze. Let's have a look here. This is, an Al Jazeera source on this. Let's have a look.
So many thanks. Let's just read you again that statement from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who says, following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, the 19th of June in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week.
So there it is. Like, it says that they're going to stop, like, attacking each other, I guess, immediately. And they're going to make it official on Friday. But, like, they're actually going to stop. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess we'll see. We'll see. Inclusive of Lebanon. But, like, does America speak for Bibi? I don't know. Another great question. Will Israel just continue doing whatever it wants to do anyway, like it always has? Another great question. Chat, you're on fire today. Calm down. I don't believe shit until the death stops. You said these exact words about Gaza, LOL, almost verbatim. Yes, I did. You're right. I had hope. I had hope that, like, they would stop killing people, and they didn't. I was wrong, but I hoped for the best. Honestly, part of me didn't want Trump to make the deal. He wanted to shut up about it now. Yes, it's like all the wars that he ended and stuff like that. So it's like another notch on the belt. Yeah, and like they weren't even real either, the wars that he had ended. But he still talked about it anyway. Who is this sexy beast? Wookie in the house, how you going? Just letting the hair down on a Monday, trying to live up to a promise I made that I would stream with my hair out. But, like, you know, I don't think that person's around anymore, so whatever. Hope you're well. Solar Bear in the house. Hello. Hope you're well.
These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Let's go back to Washington at our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So despite what President Trump was saying, Kimberly, about...
Can't really trust Americans. I should know. I is one. LOL. For us, as we know in pro wrestling, a contract signing ends in the wrestlers punching on and promoting the next pay-per-view. So Trump will punch on with the Ayatollah, give him a chair shot, and they'll have a tables, ladder, and chairs match at the White House in the Octagon. Wouldn't that be great, though, if they did something like that? Like, wouldn't that be so much better if they actually did something along those lines? Oh, Trump, he's got the chair. So good. Oh, the Ayatollah is down. Oh my God, I didn't see that coming. It's just market manipulation to boost prices during the week. Then does his usual Friday bumming. Yeah, fair enough. It happens literally every week. Ceasefire, market goes up, bomb his cronies, buy up at low price, market again. I'm pretty sure my hair is long enough for the bitch biscuit. Maybe I need to go out and defend some right wingers. Dude, do it, bro. Do it. Just cut it and just go, I don't know, hang out at a fucking One Nation rally or something like that. My God. That would be must-see TV, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be hilarious? Oh, man. I'm telling you, RFK Jr. versus Cocaine Bear. Yeah, but like you can have multiple things playing, right? But like the main event should be like Trump v the Ayatollah. Oh, and he's tapping out. BB's here. Where did he come from? BB's coming in. They take out the Ayatollah together. RFK versus coked up Croc. Can they both be coked up though? Like that's the thing that'll give it that spark.
The deal being signed. So despite what President Trump was saying, Kimberly, about the deal being signed sometime in the next few hours, it appears that that's been pushed back to Friday, this coming Friday, but at least the deal has been agreed between the two sides.
I have to put my reporter hat on right now, Adrian, and inject a bit of skepticism into all of this, that we as the media and the larger public are being played. And hear me out here. What has happened today, obviously, is that Donald Trump set a deadline for this virtual signing, which we know was literally blown up by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It appeared, at least, that this was a genuine attempt to derail the deal. Now, I've said before, this is quite a birthday gift, given this is Donald Trump's 80th birthday from his so-called friend. What this appears to look like is very fancy diplomatic language, hiding the fact that this virtual signing is not going to happen today and is simply buying time of a few days more. And so what we have is the Pakistani mediators that have been playing a role in trying to get Iran and the United States to an agreement for quite some time are extending a bit of a diplomatic lifeline to this process, given the fact that the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif saying there that there will be a series of meetings this week, pre-implementation discussions that will lay the foundation for the tech talks or technical talks, which is really discussions to get this memorandum of understanding really agreed to by Friday so that they can kick in the 60-day period following the signing of the memorandum of understanding that would ultimately lead to the nuclear agreement. That is the sort of how I am reading this as a reporter, given the fact that we also know that the U.S. president has said that this will be signed on June 19th in Switzerland, either by himself or the vice president, suggests that Donald Trump is now no longer seeing this as a virtual signing, wasn't able to achieve the virtual signing, and is pushing that deadline down the road and potentially even sending his vice president in order to not only participate in these so-called pre-implementation discussions, but also to get this to the finish line of signing the memorandum of understanding, which...
Okay, so it's just like Trump's called it a peace deal, but it's actually nothing. It's just the same memorandum of understanding, the same MOU that they've been talking about. There's not a peace deal at all. They lied to us again. What, go join a Nazi, the Nazis at a One Nation fundraiser. They've been banned. They're not allowed to hang out there. Do you remember we watched that guy, what's his name, Hugo Lennon, go to a One Nation rally as a neo-Nazi, and they tried to get rid of him. And what's his name was there? Avi Yemeni was just like, go away, we don't want you here. He's like, why? Am I not nationalistic enough for you? Do I not believe in one nation? Hey? Brit Pill. Yes, that guy. Dilemmas in the house. Happy Monday, folks. According to the deal, if Izzy steps out of line, it's off. As if it's going to happen. Yeah, fair enough. So it's not even the peace deal, though. So they haven't signed anything. It's just the MOU. And they're just calling it a peace deal. So Trump can, like, as Hobo Joe said, just add something to his... another notch on the belt. Told you so. LOL. All right. Calm the fuck down. Oh man, that's so good. It's not like a HR document promising you'll stop sexually harassing. It's like a HR document promising you'll stop sexually harassing the cashiers. Okay, so there's nothing actually stopping you from doing this. It's just a way for like Trump to celebrate his fucking 80th birthday, and he's like, I did it again. Another peace deal for me. No, what is it? Stopped another war. But you started this one. Shut up. I told you it was a promise ring, an agreement to have a talk about an agreement. All right, calm down. I haven't fucking watched anything yet. I get it now. It said peace deal. It said deal on it. It's just the MOU they've been talking about for like 2 weeks. It's the same thing. It's just the fucking headlines say deal. That's why we watched it. So I understand what's going on. It's not a deal. It's the same thing. Okay, I understand. Alright, get him out. Fucking hell. Oh, man. I'm gonna put my hair back in a bitch biscuit. Fucking control myself.
He says the White House reportedly has indicated to the Wall Street Journal.
Yes, I'm getting fucking pumped. 4 a.m. So I'm getting pumped, bro. Piss deal mystery. Piss deal. All right. I get it. I stop saying peace. They're gonna say it like a remigration event. No, what is it? Is that what it's called? Remigration? Yeah. He lost his man and authority over chat. It's not a man bun, it's a bitch biscuit, bro. Yeah, they moved it last minute because the Vic Socialist anti-racism protests. I love that all the One Nation bots are saying the Nazi was a paid labor plant. Whoa, slow down. There was actually Nazis at a One Nation event? Like, this isn't historic. You're talking about, like, recently? Or they're saying that he's a legend. That's crazy. Cute labor running scared comments, lol. Oh, man. I'm crying at bitch biscuit. Bro, wasn't it good? Like, some of the people that come into the chat on Far Right Fridays is hilarious. I think they tried to go to the fundraiser. Holy shit, that's hilarious. That's so good. It's like the Groyper Wars, but it's like One Nation versus the fucking neo-Nazis. Yeah, Friday night in Melbourne, the one we talked about, Nazis showed up to it. That's so good. Fuck, that's delicious, isn't it? It is. It's like our version of the Groyper Wars. It's so good. Does anyone have a clip on that? I can watch someone talking about it. I'd love you forever, I swear. All right, so should we go back to the memorandum of understanding? That's not actually a deal. I guess.
Is agreed to, but again, it's that all-important signing, and it appears that what's going on right now is that the White House, along with the assistance of Pakistan, is buying time in order to achieve that by saying that the official ceremony won't be till Friday.
Okay, Kimberly, I may well be back with you. In the meantime, let's bring in our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, who's on the line right now with us. He's in Doha and possibly can give us some insight into this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister, who appears, Osama, to be saying that there'll be more talks about talks before the agreement is signed.
Talks about talks?
Well, after what we saw the Israelis do this afternoon, where essentially all hopes were dashed and the deal felt like it was torpedoes and Iranians would react, it appears that Pakistan and Qatar, the two countries who've been in the mix of things, sticking their necks out, have been able to pull it through, albeit for a later date. It is not the virtual signing that the Americans had hoped for, but it is not the complete breakdown as was feared today. So once again, these really frantic mediation efforts have now been bearing fruit for a couple of times now. Remember the ceasefire that was announced initially when Bagher Ghalibaf and J.D. Vance met. And then the extension of the ceasefire because of these efforts that have been continuing. So it appears that now there is going to be a sigh of relief for all sides. There is going to be further detail that needs to be ironed out about the language. But this has also been made possible because the National Security Council in Tehran has, in fact, voted in favor of the negotiations. Now, it appears that now the Iranians have the backing of the hardline elements, which were so far opposing any deal with the United States. Still, there is a lot of mistrust between these two sides. But just the fact that there is an agreement now in place.
I knew it. JD Vance is at it again. Things seem to break down when he's involved. Interesting. It's your chaos theory there for us. But isn't it interesting, like Trump, like that's what they were saying before as well, like if they're going to have this deal signed on Friday, Trump's just going to send Vance along. That's always a good sign that Trump doesn't actually care for something when he sends JD Vance along to do it. Wow, that's interesting. Very interesting. So, like, what is interesting, I think, what they're saying is, like, Iran is shaping up to want to negotiate. Whereas recently, all the banter that you hear whenever they talk about, like, they're so close to a deal, so close. Like, Iran's always like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we there's no deal. We don't want a deal at all. So that's the only real development here. Okay, well then that was a big fucking nothing burger. I told all of you, but you wouldn't listen to me. Hey, that's not a peace deal at all. It's just the same MOU that's been kicking around for like the last few weeks. Can never trust you guys, seriously. Alright, I really want to see this. Neo-Nazis rocked up to the One Nation fundraiser. See, this is something that's hard to scratch, right? Like, how is she going to fucking absolve herself of this image crisis? I guess people can just do what you were saying before. They're just like, oh no, it was a Labour plant. Labour pays neo-Nazis to rock up to One Nation fundraising events. All right, let's just have a quick look. Sorry, just let me go off on a tangent here. This one's for me.
Well, Pauline Hanson is tonight distancing herself from a neo-Nazi who crashed her political fundraiser in Melbourne. A handcuffed Michael Nelson declaring he was there in support of the One Nation leader. But the senator says she's never advocated for a white Australia.
At a One Nation political fundraiser, police pinned down a young man. He's shouting an altered cry of white supremacy.
Pauline Hanson!
That young man...
He said, hail Pauline Hanson? And he got arrested for that? What a fucking police state we live in, hey? Can't even go to a Pauline function, Queen Pauline function and say, hail? Come on. I thought that was a Viking thing anyway, to say hail for everything. Maybe he's just a Viking. Pauline seems to get traction, then immediately undercut herself. So she raises $1.3 million for the Fire the Liar campaign. Then it comes out her books are cooked for One Nation. It's either 1 or 2 million in her financial reports, which are missing. Did you see what's his name? How do people say him? Chairman Albo's response when like the media was like, did you see she raised like $1 million or something for the Fire the Liar thing? And he was just like, did she raise $1 million from the community? I think the implication being like she's got a lot of rich donors. So like, did it really come from the community? Come on, seriously, don't fall for this one, people.
Prominent neo-Nazi Michael Nelson.
Why do you support Pauline Hanson? She wants to stop the masses of the third world flooding into this nation and restore a white Australia.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're with the wrong party. I've never advocated for white Australia policy at all.
She has attracted extremists into her ranks.
Nelson.
Coal Mummy Jean helped for sure. Did you see that like footage of that reporter that was following her around? I don't know. She was like at the airport and she had caught a plane and they were like, oh, what happened to your fucking private jet? And like she refused to answer the question and then just told the reporter that she was disrespectful and fake news, basically. It was like kind of like a Trump move.
Not arrested, instead issued a move on direction in front of 30 anti-racism protesters outside the fundraiser.
One Nation, you're just traitor to the working class.
Waiting to get in, hundreds who spent thousands to hear from Pauline Hanson.
I want to take my country back.
One Nation has anger but not answers. One Nation has slogans but not solutions.
I would just encourage everybody to take a cold shower.
Nelson booed during Anzac Day proceedings, and the 22-year-old was among those charged for an attack on a First Nations camp last year. As a growing number of disaffected Australians turn towards One Nation, driven by various grievances, endorsements from people like Michael Nelson would likely damage.
Yeah, you can say fuck One Nation, but not hail Pauline Hanson. What a world. What a world. It is. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, well, he was given a move on order, but they said he was given a move on order because he was pissing off other protesters. Oh, man. It always starts with past rejections. What a world.
The party's longer-term prospects. Pauline Hanson's promising to run candidates in every seat at the next federal poll and the looming Victoria state election. This would give those voters tempted by her politics, as well as the parties looking to work with her, pause for thought.
We have got to get rid of this government, and we've got to look at all avenues to be able to do that.
Conor McGovern, 9 News.
What does that mean? Does that mean getting in bed with Pauline and what is the White Australia Party? What's funny is if the Greens had the power and wanted to punish Izzy, same kind of people would rock up. Just because it's against the Jews, lol. The same kind of people would rock up just because it's against the Jews, lol. Right, well, you think those, like this Michael guy, Michael Knowles or whatever his name was, he's going to get in with the Greens just to shit on Izzy? I don't know, man. I don't see those guys getting together. They seem a little bit too confrontational. Even like, you know, in my hopeful assessment of the universe, I don't think they'd get together. Some people would rather the world burn than reconcile with their inner demons, especially if it's a hot Chinese guy. What's with the hot Chinese guy thing at the end there? Must be missing another reference, I guess.
And we've got to look at all avenues to be able to do that.
Conor McGovern, 9 News.
Let's go straight to federal politics reporter Conor McGovern now with details on the fuel excise cut. And Conor, it's due to expire.
Oh my God, that's enough. That's enough. Interesting nonetheless, eh? Hey, fucking neo-Nazis. Seriously, tarnishing her good reputation. Oh, your previous comment. Okay, right. Oh, right. Sorry. You know what would be really good if out of all of this we find out that she had a Chinese lover who broke her heart and started it all. Like, I get it now. Some people would rather the world burn than reconcile with their inner demons, especially if it's a hot Chinese guy. Could you imagine? That's why she was being swamped by Asians before it all started after she got dumped. Poor boy needs a hug. Some young guy. Very interesting. All right. That's enough of this. Now, look, I wanted to get on to... I really want to get onto the fact that we have the world's first trillionaire. I talk about fucking class warfare. Like, this is it here, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is it. If you haven't heard the news already, a couple of days ago, SpaceX went public. So they had their initial public offering. And they've hit those stock market, ladies and gentlemen, and they've broken records or some bullshit. I don't know. That man, Mao, that's why he's in the painting. Holy shit. Maybe that is the theory. Maybe that's why he's there. And no, he actually used to be in the painting proper, and she just like red painted him out. That's why Mao's in the picture. He used to be like there with his hand over her shoulder or like hugging him or hugging her or something. And they just redded him out. But you can still see him in the right light. We finally got a workable theory on why Mao is in the background. It's taken ages to get to this. We did it. I'm proud of you guys. But yeah, here it is. We have a trillionaire. Musk is now considered to be a trillionaire. Again, I don't know how and by what measure they use. Maybe I'll have to get a job at Forbes one day, but Forbes have listed to try to go back to the future. Yes. Yeah, we have a trillionaire, and like it's all because of this public like SpaceX has now gone public. It's trading on the stock market. Worth $1 trillion and looks like he can lick his own eyeball. And still looks like he can lick his own eyeball. Oh my god! I'm assuming that's like a lizard reference, right? But yeah, we have one, and like what we were saying before, like Australia's budget, right? Like federal budget apparently is somewhere in the order of like $600 billion or something crazy like that. But like that's like half of what this guy is supposed to be worth in terms of his value. Like the entire spending of our nation is like half of what this guy is worth. Like just let it sink in for a minute. Just think about that. Yeah, sorry, I don't know that they say you aren't ugly, you're just poor. Because bro, Elon, yeah, come on, Elon. Like so, like think about that in like terms of like how the world kind of like functions. Like you cannot honestly sit there and deny that we live in a class system when you have valuations of this magnitude. Again, like I've said a couple of times now, it all depends how they value this. Like how does Forbes actually come up with something like this? But like let's just take it on throw back to Billie Eilish calling Elon a bitch. Just think about that. Like just for a moment conceptualize the idea that like this guy like has more monetary power than entire nation states that are made up of millions and millions of people, you know, scurrying away in the rat race of life, trying to make it in this capitalistic world that we live in. Like capitalism creates, or it is, a class system, and there are some people that are like in the stratosphere, the absolute stratosphere, and there's everybody else down here on planet Earth at ground level. And like this is an awesome case study in that, an awesome example of the fact that we live in a society that is based on some form of a class dichotomy. Okay, there's all this stuff that happens in between. Don't get me wrong, society functions on all these different levels. There's so many different inputs and factors and cultural elements. Like all of these things impact the way that we relate to the world. Don't get me wrong. But behind it all, there is a class system. And like Elon Musk lives in a world that you just wouldn't even be able to conceive of. Like honestly, you wouldn't be able to begin to imagine. And that is a class system. Would you agree that it's time for people to start cracking their heads open of the billionaires to feast on the goo inside? Look, it's about time. It's about time. But like, are there enough billionaires to go around? Like, should we just not let them continue to grow as a class so we can all appreciate the goo inside? I guess we're just gonna have to go with that. We'll have to go with the ladder there and let them amass a little bit more of our fortunes and like leave us scraping for less and less of the scraps that fall down from their stratospheric table. Then we can reach up for the goo. Then we shall rise up for the goo. But like, you know, think about this. Like it's not often that we have a milestone like this. I guess there must have been this type of conversation when the first billionaire was announced. Whenever the fuck that was. But here we have a trillionaire. It is the time now. Like we've been saying it on this channel for a while. But like it's no longer like the $1 million question. That makes no sense. The $1 billion question doesn't make sense either. It's the $1 trillion question now. When you ask yourself something. It's the $1 trillion question. Like, do we or do we not live in a class society? And the answer is right before ye. Right before ye. I tell you. So let's hear what he has to say about it, shall we? We're going to Fox Business for this one. I'm nit even try get past the YouTube censor today. What I want to say with what I want to say. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you put something else for us to read, let us know. Sorry, it was pathetic bitch pussy coward. Oh, is this the when he was like, oh, I could spend that money and we went end world hunger, but like just to prove that it won't work? Right? Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire. Here's what he could do with it. End world hunger. Rebuild Gaza. Save endangered species. Fucking pathetic pussy, bitch, coward, etc. Yeah. As someone that is extremely poor at the moment, clients not paying invoices, I had a deep moment of sadness after seeing a trillionaire exist. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, it just makes you think, like, we do live like worlds apart. Like, even like when we lived in like distinct class systems, like in the Middle Ages or something like that, where there were kings and nobility and like commoners. Like, I don't even think wealth inequality was anywhere near as extreme as that. Like, there was no one that, like, there was no king that was so wealthy that, like, you know, they could spend they could spend unimaginable amounts of their wealth on a daily basis and never even put a dent in it. That would never have happened. Like, kings still had to be frugal. Like, we just live in a time of unfathomable inequality, to be honest. Posted after she donated half of her wealth to charity. Oh, well. Look at her. Yep, I'm barely holding on. Always has been a class/caste system. It always will be. The class and the caste might change, but we won't. Yeah, stuck realization there. Hey. Yeah, the type of system might change, but we're always on the bottom end of that. Split with the dudes. So I'm on my own financially now. Wait, what? Split with the dude? So I'm on my... Whoa. Slow down. Split with the dude. Oh, you mean you split financially? As in, as opposed to like, you're not together or something. God damn, I hope it's not the former. I hope you're alright. I thought you were in like a long-term relationship. Yeah, rough times. Oh, you mean split? Fuck. Damn. Well, we hope you are well. We hope you're okay. We are here for support. No, as in not together, right? Fuck. Well, sorry to hear that. Hope you're handling it okay. It's okay, we've been together for 10 years. We were, yeah. Yeah, long-term relationships, man. Like, it's like stepping away from a part of life as opposed to just like a fling or something like that. Thank you, Franz. Internet Franz. All right, so shall we, dive into this world? Like, if you weren't aware, this is what's happened over the weekend. And like, I thought we should go to Fox Business, to be honest. Like, it's business, baby. And Fox should be able to walk us through this. But like, we're just going to see the little, I don't know, speech from Elon Musk, and then we'll get some analysis on why he's a fucking trillionaire. It's Hobo Joe sent something interesting on Discord, actually. And there's like a breakdown of it from ABC. So we'll have a look at that breakdown as well.
He's speaking right now. Have we got the sound? Listen in, please.
Going public for with the largest IPO that ever. And let me tell you, if people had told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack. Because I think this company's going to fail.
Yeah, sure, mate. I think this company's going to fail. Ha 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 ha.
This company's going to fail. I mean, I gave SpaceX
such a
less
fuckwit
than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but we should give it a try, because if we don't...
It helps to be surrounded by a whole bunch of fucking millionaire or billionaires that can fucking bail you out when times get tough. And it doesn't matter, actually, because the whole system is set up to support you one way or another. How many government contracts has SpaceX got? It doesn't even have to come from like other fucking people of your class. You've got the capitalist state that hands over business right to you. Like, come on, man. Absolutely outrageous. What are the chances he's high off his chops in this press conference? Yeah, I'm just waiting now. I can't get it out of my head. I want to see him lick his eye. like kind of thing, just really quickly. It'd be like, whoa, did everyone see that freeze frame? That's the moment where he licks his eye. The funds we lost along the way. Haha, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it either. Why is he laughing?
If there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization. While the other aerospace companies, they build good rockets and everything, they were simply not pursuing the technology that's necessary to make life multiplanetary, to make Star Trek, to make the exciting science fiction futures that we've read about real. And that's what SpaceX is all about. It's to take the fiction out of science fiction. And
like, is anyone buying this? Like, is anyone buying this when he says all this fucking futuristic bullshit stuff? Like, come on. This is one of the most like disgusting. Like, I don't know, I'm struggling to find words to describe this. Like, it is one of the most disgusting jerk circle moments we've ever seen. Like, look how many people are in on this fucking jerk circle here. And like, he's standing there above a little NASDAQ board, and he's talking about the future of humanity, and he's going to bring space to the human race and ensure that like conscious beings populate the universe. It's all thanks to this guy that all these wonderful things are going to happen. I remember watching like Alien as a kid, like the Alien series with Sigourney Weaver and all that sort of stuff, and like the places or the spacecraft that they were using, the places that they would go, were all like brought to you by the company. And I remember just thinking, like, even as a kid, just being like, well, it's such an audacious idea to think that it's companies that are going to be like, populating the universe or something like that. Or like, it'll be the company that's sending stuff out into space. Like, come on. Like, companies won't be able to be in charge of that sort of stuff. They won't have the resources or the capital to be able to do this. Well, fucking, it's so true. They're not wrong. Like, it is the corporation in this stage of capitalism that is more powerful than the state. It's an individual. We got Musk, an individual that has more purchasing power, technically, than our spending power as an entire nation. And Australia isn't like, it's a small population, but it's got incredible spending power for its size. It's an incredibly wealthy country, and still completely dwarfed by the resources of one individual. And here he is talking out of his ass about why he's doing this. And like, you'll hear people say, oh, he's not doing it because he wants to be wealthy. And it's like, what? What crack are you smoking if you think that this isn't his ability and this isn't his ambition to monopolize more and more control over the world's economy through him controlling the means of production, him controlling technology, the future of technology, which is not space travel, but it is taking payloads into space. That's what is being done here. When he talks about space travel and like advancing the human race by getting shit into space from Earth and then back down again, that's not about fucking populating the universe with fucking sentient life. That is about moving capital in and out of planet Earth, or in and out, on or off planet Earth. It's about moving capital. Like, at the moment, we have a system where capital gets to, circulate on planet Earth. Now they're going to move capital off planet and onto the planet. And, like, he's, like, building the steam engine. Like, as important as the steam engine was to allow the birth of railways that changed capitalism, changed the industrial world forever, and like were put on the back of ships, and they started moving capital and goods around the world at volumes and at speeds never thought possible, which circulated, allowed capital to move around the world's economy at an extent never thought possible. He's just opening that frontier now and like developing technology that allows him to bring shit on to like off-world and back onto Earth again. Like that's what this is about. The movement of like capital for him. Fucking space exploration. Like this is the biggest circle jerk or jerk circle session ever. And it's just being told to us now by the first trillionaire. It's fucking mental. KK online. Elon wants gay space communism. I don't know, man. Maybe he should. That'd be nice, actually. Not data centers? I wonder if they're going to build data centers. We heard someone talk the other week about that. I'm pretty sure. And they were like, data centers doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I wonder if they will put data centers up there. Elon is the Borg. So he thinks he's Spock. Well, he said it, didn't he? Did he just say he wanted gay space communism? Elon Harkonnen. Elon wants gay space communism. Now can we get him hooked on spice? Who would have thought his dream life was gay space communism? Waiting for the assigned, what was that? Come in a jar from Amazon delivery, mouth open. Well, Alien was about warmongers utilizing alien technology for war. Yes. Yes. And like by the company, always by the company. I should have listened. I didn't take it seriously. Whenever I see Elon, I picture Scorpio. The future is Elon taking payloads. Oh, man. I don't want to be rich, but if I have to, for the good of humankind, I will. Yes, just for the good of sentient life, apparently. You want to end up like Prometheus? This is how we end up like Prometheus. I see a pig in a man suit. Elon is a man-bear pig we were warned about. No, it's already a shell company for data centers. Interesting. I heard someone talk, what was her name? There was a lady that wrote Empire of AI. Karen Howe or Hong? I can't remember. I heard her talking about it. Someone asked her about the data centers. And she was like, no, I don't think they're going to be able to make data centers in space work. But like, who knows? Eh? Elon looks like he couldn't survive playing in a bumper car. How has redacted? I need to know what finishes that off there. Govan in the house, how you going? Oh, I'm not talking about space at all. Okay, right. No, it's already a shell company for data centers. Okay, right. Got it. Okay. Oh, SpaceX, because it's like the merger of space exploration and the AI stuff that he does. Okay. Elon is deregulated horny Spock when his hormones go crazy, and he's got to fight for the right to... He has merged, XAI and shells to compute to other top companies. Yeah. And sells compute to other top companies. Yes. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it's him and what's his name? Bezos are locked in like a massive arms wrestle over this stuff. They're both into space and they both provide compute, right? To people. All the riches on Earth and off planet as well. They're going to be mining asteroids and the moon soon. All right, let's let him finish, I guess.
Create an exciting that we've read about, real. And that's what SpaceX is all about. It's to take the fiction out of science fiction and create an exciting, inspiring future for everyone. We want to be able to take anyone who wants to go to the moon, anyone who wants to go to Mars, or anyone in the solar system, and maybe beyond the solar system at some point. We want to be able to take you there. Not just a few astronauts. I mean you, literally you. If you watch, whoever you are watching this, SpaceX wants to be able to take you to the moon, take you to Mars, and ultimately beyond. And
see where it's coming from? It's coming from Starbase. If you weren't here last year when we investigated him a little bit, and Starbase is a town that was basically bought out by Elon Musk. It was an existing like small, I think they call them counties in the US. We call them like local government areas in Australia. So a local government area where like Musk built his company town kind of thing. And because the company like town employees are the overwhelming majority of people that live in this area, they were able to vote to become like basically a private city. It's very network state kind of stuff, but like Starbase is an actual place now. And so they broke away and incorporated, became a town of themselves. And like his kind of company controls its own jurisdiction, like its own local government area. So they can produce their own like rules, I guess, their own laws and stuff like that. And so he's coming from Starbase, and Starbase is a private city, the company town. Like it's this old thing from like early capitalism, especially in the US. They had these things like company towns, and like there would be an industry somewhere, like a mine or like a factory or something like that, and like everybody in the town would work at the factory or the mine, and all the housing was owned by the capitalist or the corporation that controlled the mine or the factory, and all the stores, like everything, the entire society was owned by the capitalist. And so you worked for the capitalist, and you bought your food from the company store, and you rented your house from the company housing. Like your whole world was given over to the company, and like this type of thing was frowned upon at a certain point and kind of let go because it was incredibly demeaning and like incredibly immoral, I would say. But like he's kind of started one of those, this place called Starbase, which is his own, private company town now, I guess. I'd argue even Tesla is just a data company. Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it? When we saw that report, I think it was Mozilla, and Mozilla was like looking at like modern cars, like Teslas and stuff like that, and like they're just surveillance. What do they describe them as? Surveillance vehicles with, surveillance vehicles on wheels. And so like the money that comes out of modern cars is actually not providing, an automobile. It's providing like something that harvests data from people. I owe my soul to the company store. There it is. Isn't that just WA? That's hilarious. Yeah, everyone, like the entire Western Australian society is just structured around the Pilbara, basically. And the success of mining is the success of WA.
And I'm confident at this point that with the incredible team that we have here at SpaceX, that we will do that for you.
Why aren't you all clapping? That'd be a snob. This is your new overlord. You should clap for him. So much jerk circling going on. So much. I'm clapping them cheeks.
There are always problems on Earth. There are always problems on Earth. There are always things that we wish to be better, that we want to solve here on Earth, and we should solve them. But there also have to be things that get you excited about the future, that make you glad to wake up in the morning, because you can't wait to see what happens next. And that's the future.
I feel like I just lost money somehow. Yes! Every step he takes closer to becoming a trillionaire, like he's like less money in your pocket. That is how the world works. It's so good. That is such a good observation. Samuel Smith on fire, comment of the day. Every second this guy exists now and pulls a little bit more money is like everybody else getting slightly poorer than what they are already. That's how it works, baby.
SpaceX wants to bring to you. Yeah.
What are we looking at here? Why are they all fucking cheering? Like it just went public? Like that second? Ah, that's when the stock market opened. Okay. And it went live. Oh, because it's like 8 in the morning or something when this happened. Right, okay. Alien fun fact, they had to digitally remove her bush. So, yeah, because she refused to shave while wearing panties in space. Yes, I heard about that. How crazy is that? So they had to go through frame by frame and digitally remove it because Sigourney Weaver refused to shave. She's like, fuck you. Now that's feminism. That's feminism. Fuck you. Not shaving my bush. There's nothing you can do about it. You can spend like a few $1 million or $100,000 editing it out, sucked in. Samuel intuiting a loss of money. This is so goddamn cheesy. Like, this is it. This is how the other class lives, man. One big jerk circle life. I love her so much. Yes. So little souls. Yeah, in a room full of people. Yes. Can you find any? That's the real question. And Cats, the animated movie, had to digitally remove the assholes because the models were all showing starfish when their tails are up. That's hilarious. Damn, leave the bush. I hate this shit. It's all so fake. This is what they do, man. This is how the other half live. The other half. This is how the 1% or the 0.01%, this is how they live. They do this stuff. Look at all these beautiful people up here. Okay? Now that's some DEI for you. You should have seen how the plebs celebrated the Knicks winning the championship. Was it like this or better? Oh yeah, how was it? I saw that. Like some reports come up. Apparently it's first time like 50 years or something. So I guess we're supposed to say destroyed the city. Uh-oh. Okay, so they're all drunk responsibly. Yeah, fuck the Knicks. Oh, okay, fair enough. Guess no city pride going on there. Fair enough. Fuck the Knicks. All right. Blaz. This is how the other half of dollars, of all dollars live. Yeah, that's actually much more accurate. Yeah, the other half of all the dollars in the world, represented by like a tiny, almost insignificant fraction of the world's population. This is how the other half of all dollars live. There it is. Me putting all my eggs into one basket. One SpaceX, please. So good. If only. Get away from her, you bitch. Me slapping Elon's hand away from Social Security funding. Don't worry. He's going to back the UBI. It's going to happen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll get a UBI. You won't need Social Security soon. We'll just live off the good graces of our techno-feudal overlords. That's all you need to worry about. All right, shall we actually hear what the Fox Business people have to say about this? Actually, do we want to? I'm sure it's going to be gross. I don't know if I can do that. Let's have a look at his wealth first. Let's do that before we listen to people analyze it. All right, look at this thing. This is from you, Hopo. Can you guys see that? This is going to help you visualize Elon Musk's glory. That's what this is about. Elon Musk is the world's first trillionaire. Here's what it looks like. No one has ever been worth $1 trillion until now. Elon Musk has become the world's first trillionaire after SpaceX debuted on the NASDAQ exchange, making history as the world's biggest stock market float and propelling the tech titans' wealth to unfathomable heights. It's a staggering amount of money. Just look at all these zeros. How many zeros is it? 3, 6, 9, 12 zeros. 12 zeros? Can't even count to 12. Of course, Musk's wealth is not a pile of cash sitting in a bank account. It is tied to how investors might continue to value his companies. And there are plenty of questions about exactly how that all stacks up. But still, it's a lot of money. You could think of it as 1,000 billions or 1,000,000 millions. Or you could think of it like this. This shape represents Musk's 1 trillion. Keep in mind we're talking about US dollars throughout this story. So it's more like 1.4 trillion in Australia. God damn. Figuring out just how much money the super rich have can be murky business, but it's based on the best estimates available. We can compare Musk's worth to his billionaire peers. The difference is stark. As a freshly minted trillionaire, Musk has more money than the net worth of the world's next 3 richest men combined. Get fucked. Is that real? It looks real to me. So isn't it funny how all the billionaires are all fucking tech bros as well? Larry Page, 309 billion. Sergey Brin, another Google, hey, worth 287 billion. Next, Jeff Bezos, 138 billion. Interesting. Well, 266 altogether. My God. Gina, so good, 37 billion. Take that, Gina. To try and fill it further, we could throw in an estimated net worth of Australia's richest citizen, Gina Reinhart. The iron ore magnate is reportedly worth about 37 billion. Once you convert into US dollars, that is. But enough of billionaires. For now, let's bring this closer to home. The median net household wealth in Australia is about $531,000. Just a quick reminder, we're still talking US dollars. So we can compare apples with apples. If you're wondering why you can't see a block showing this comparison, that's because it turns out Musk's Apple is a lot bigger than yours. The typical Aussie household net worth is so small, it won't even register against the trillionaire's block. Damn. 10,000 Australian households, 5.3 billion. Excellent. To make it visible, let's multiply that by 10,000. That gives 5.3 billion, or 10,000 typical households in Australia are worth. It gives you a slightly more visible, but it's still a drop in the ocean. Look at that. 10,000 Australian households amount to this in comparison to the rest of the fucking square. Imagine. Defund Musk. The elite know it. That's why they manipulate the markets. Fucking hell. The stock market is a Ponzi scheme propped up by our retirement and average Joes. And imagine still being miserable and you've not fucked any of the women you've had kids with. We might think bigger. Musk famously likes tunnels. So how does his wealth compare to some big infrastructure projects? Sydney Metro, 20 billion. Rail Loop, 24.2 billion. That's Victoria's most expensive project, apparently. And there's plenty of room left. His health, 95.9 billion. My God. Defense, 37.2 billion. My God, we're not even close. Federal budget, 584. There it is. 584. And it's in the budget are all these things as well. Isn't that crazy? In fact, we can fit the entire Australian budget and still have some elbow room. That said, we can't fit Australia's entire economy inside that box as it's 2.1 trillion. Oh, thank God. Australia's economy is 2.1 trillion American dollars and he's worth 1 trillion American dollars. But there are only 20 countries in the world whose economies are worth more annually than Musk's purse. Get fucked. That means Musk has more money than Taiwan's entire GDP, 976 billion. The same is true for Belgium, Ireland, Greece. The list goes on. Another way to think about it, about this, is what you could do with this much money. End world hunger, $512 billion. Very interesting. The United States estimates that it would take about 512 billion to lift 700 million people out of hunger and malnutrition over a 6-year period. In other words, you could pretty much solve global hunger, energy transition. $1 trillion would also easily bridge the $286 billion annual funding gap of what's needed to fund the globe's energy transition to reduce the impact of climate change. Is that it? It's $286 billion. Isn't that mental? I thought it was like way, way more than that. I thought it was in the trillions of dollars. That's very interesting. Fuck me dead. That really puts it in perspective, doesn't it? Only one weirdo allowed at the orgy. More than one, the vibe gets thrown off. How can you defund Musk when millionaires invest in the $1 trillion company that is objectively a productive thing? So how does one stop people investing in these companies that become so big? I don't know. It's a good question. Most successful African American. That's so good. That is fucking hilarious. He is an African American, isn't he? Holy shit. Dude, where the fuck do you get this stuff from? That is hilarious. God, he's a welfare queen. Yeah, SpaceX is basically propped up by welfare, isn't it? That is hilarious. Most... I'm pretty sure he's an illegal. Yes, apparently. Like, he didn't actually have the right paperwork. Even when he started at Doge or something like that. Like, he still was, like, had questionable status. The energy transition is going to cost $286 billion. Damn. Mars mission 500. One of Musk's dreams is to send people to Mars. In fact, he said that he wants to go himself. Oh, thank fucking Christ. Good riddance. Fund USAID for 15 years. Well, USAID is gone, baby. $946.5 billion. Musk has ambitions of his own. His money has made sending rockets into space, building electric cars, pioneering digital investments, building brain implants, and developing AI. But it's SpaceX's float on the stock exchange that has delivered his biggest win and pushed him over the $1 trillion line. It's the biggest initial public offering in history by an order of magnitude, but it's also raising plenty of questions about whether the company's value is inflated. Oh, who the fuck knows? Who cares? Like, honestly, that's what share prices are. It's speculation. Inflated. The whole system is. It means nothing. Kylie Waioti in the house. Elon also owns a company that produces, what is that? CSAM? And fired the guy who tried to stop it. The stock market is a sorta a belief vibes based thing, right? People can pump money into whatever. When NFTs blew up, people renamed their companies to include NFT and saw big stock bumps. Damn, there it is. Yeah, it is. It's just fucking speculation anyway. Billionaires become trillionaires when millionaires invest in them, and we have to defend the millionaires. They are the source of billionaire wealth. Interesting theory. It's kind of fake when you see how foolish investors are at scale. We saw it with GameStop. Yeah. Sorry, defund, not defend. Right. You need a military to enforce any kind of sanctions. Otherwise, it's a shark with no teeth. On another note, my tomatoes are producing like crazy. The original form of production, hey? Mother Nature. It's kind of funny when people defend billionaires' need for wealth to build, but then critique governments for doing the exact same thing that they love corporations doing. So strange. Is it not? Is it not? This is not the first time in society has witnessed one individual amassing extreme wealth. History buffs will tell you people like Manus Musa or the Mali Empire or Augustus Caesar commanding fortunes so vast that they could have well been trillionaires, even once you adjust for inflation. But that's ancient history, and economic historians Cameron Gordon sees a slightly more modern parallel. He describes the current moment as the second Gilded Age, referring to the late 19th and 20th centuries when figures accumulated large amounts of wealth through monopoly power. Is it the same, though? I feel like it's worse. The real-world output of the current crop of billionaires and trillionaire is more abstract than oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller or industrialist Henry Frick. Elon Musk, how much is he really worth? How much are his various enterprises really worth? A lot of them aren't really performing too well in real terms. Unlike the first Gilded Age, the connection between money value of fortunes and real value are a lot more tenuous. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool thought experiment, nonetheless. Most wealth is tied up on firms like BlackRock, which act as a fusion for the market. A cushion for the market. Damn. All right. Interesting case study, nonetheless. I don't know if I can do Fox Business. Just listening to them suck him off that much. I want to get a little critique of this situation brought to you by the Canadians. They always like to give a good critique of their North American counterparts. This is CBC News, Canadian public broadcaster, and they're gonna, analyze this whole trillionaire situation, the IPO where math doesn't matter. Who wants to be a trillionaire? Yeah, what about? Can't wait for that game show to start. Hey, who wants to be a trillionaire? Let's do this.
SpaceX is blasting off on the stock market in a way that no company in human history has ever done.
As Musk addresses the troops, let's get the opening bell. It's SpaceX celebrating its record-breaking IPO.
Almost a $1.8 trillion valuation.
But what's funny about this story is how, despite it being intrinsically about numbers, share price, company valuations, revenue forecasts, for most people who are pulling the trigger and buying SpaceX stock for the first time, I don't think the numbers matter very much, because you can't arrange them in any way that makes sense.
If you tried to build a model, I don't know what you'd put in that model.
Well, this isn't a traditional company in any sense of the word.
I can't for the life of me understand how anyone is making the math work, which tells me
I forgot to include the boob window.
I will not.
On this jumper. Chat's not going to be impressed. She's saying she's going to cry probably. You could have Who Wants to Be a Trillionaire Today. Just film it in Cuba. LOL. Savage, bro. Fuck. Savage.
Try to speculate on the real value of SpaceX. But I think I can show you what is so speculative about buying into it.
And that's what SpaceX is all about. Is to take the fiction.
SpaceX also produces illicit corn. Is that true? That's not what he's saying right here.
And that's what SpaceX is all about. Is to take the fiction out of science fiction.
So this IPO, the first thing that might be your, hey, I didn't know that, is that SpaceX is short for Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, which in hindsight would have made Space, etc. a funnier name. But let's just call that a missed opportunity. The opportunity the investing world has grabbed onto, though, is 555,555,555 shares of the company's stock, all going on sale for $135 per share. That's the IPO, a private company going public. Multiply those numbers out. This raises $75 billion US for SpaceX, which sounds like a lot. But two important things to note here. 555 million shares isn't that much. It's less than 5% of the company's total stock. But at the IPO price of $135 a share, multiplied across all of the company's 12 or 13 billion shares, that is very much. And before open trading on the NASDAQ even began today, it gave SpaceX a mind-bending market cap, like a total stock value of nearly $1.8 trillion. For reference, 10 of the most valuable companies on Earth SpaceX, at that value, knocks one of them off the list. Beats even Tesla's market cap, which by this point should tell you that yes, Elon Musk is now beats even.
Let's go back here. Nvidia, $4.9 trillion. Google, $4.36 trillion. Apple, 4.26. You get it. I'm not going to say trillion every time. Microsoft, 2.86. Amazon, 2.45. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturers. I wonder if that's ASML. Probably. Broadcom Inc., 1.8. No, TSMC, not ASML. What's this? SpaceX, 1.7. Saudi Arabia Oil Co. Isn't that crazy? Like, look at that. Like, you know how we talk sometimes about like how we're in the surveillance capitalist era kind of thing? Like all of the top companies there are all tech bro companies. Microslop. Yes, I can't see it now because of that video we watched last week. I can't think of Microsoft anymore without thinking of Microslop. Look at that. We are in the fucking the surveillance capitalist world. But like there must be other companies, right? Like these ones that somebody mentioned before, you know, your State Streets, your Black Rocks, your Vanguards that actually own the stock market, that hang around in the background and like really control everything because they have shares in everything. So like this is the world of real value, like companies that actually produce stuff. And then there are companies that just like private equity just own other companies. They might not produce anything, but their portfolio is just to own other companies and stuff like that. Like these are the producers of value in the economy. And it's a surveillance capitalist world. Like you've got one oil company in there, one on the top 10 list. Like oil is like real value, man. Real value. And like all these guys just produce software. Not that saying it's not real value. But like, damn, it's crazy. Like Tesla is the closest thing outside of that. Like Tesla at least produces cars. Like there's a semiconductor producer there. The rest of them, they just produce software. Oh, Nvidia produces actual microchips, not just software. It's like hardware as well. That's crazy. What a world we live in, man. Thought criminal. Elon Musk like repeating digits. Yes, with that whole 555 thing. What's that about? Is there like code behind that? 555. 555. 555. 555. Basil went nuts and let it all bolt for seats. Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about gardening here. Microsoft, unless a Russian hooker is in the room. Oh my God. I think she's a Russian chess player too. Make sure you trim your tomato. That's more. Wait until androids take off. Then Tesla will be at the top of that list. Interesting. Well, they're going to have to do some work to beat the Chinese to that one. We'll see, eh? We'll see.
Tesla's market cap, which by this point should tell you...
Meta's in there, 1.4. What does Meta do these days? Samsung Electronics, is there 1.2 trillion. Crazy, man.
That yes, Elon Musk is now not just a rich man, he's a very rich man.
Elon Musk just becoming the world's first trillionaire.
Now, Tesla is very important to this story because it gives us our best glimpse into explaining how on earth SpaceX is worth to investors somewhere in the ballpark of $2 trillion. Maybe more, maybe less. Who knows? That's the fun of it, I guess. And I can show you what I mean.
Tesla Motors is now a publicly traded company.
When Tesla first went public 16 years ago and started selling shares to the public, let's say you bought one, would have cost you $17. Except, fast forward a decade and a half, you don't own just one share anymore. Tesla split its stock, meaning they subdivided everyone's shares many times over, 15 times to be exact, across two massive splits. Same $17 value, just broken into more pieces. So the split adjusted price of each share, something like $1.13. Each share today is worth, last I checked, just under $400. So in those terms, you'd have transformed a $17 2010 investment into almost $6,000 today. That's crazy. That's like investing on the stock market and getting compounded annual returns of 44% every year for 16 years, when we're all told to generally expect an average of like 6 or 8, 10 if you're really smooth sailing.
Tesla is a company that throughout its history had a pretty big rise in valuation. So in that sense, Tesla is sort
Do you
of
remember
this
when like him and Elon and Trump were having their feud last year, and everyone was like, "Oh, the bromance is over. He's done. He's cooked." And like the price of Tesla went down massively. It was around $200, I think, and now it's up there like 400 in terms of its valuation. Fucking all optics for the plebs, man. All optics for the plebs. Meanwhile, the Chinese have androids at theme parks that kick little kids. LOL. Hey, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, bro. Hey, am I right? Surely someone like Xi, Putin, or Trump are wealthier because they have the ability to deploy the state to do whatever they like. Well, that's why it all matters, right? That's what I was saying. Like, this whole conversation is predicated on however Forbes delineates what his wealth is at. But like, that's why like you hear people say that Putin is really like a trillionaire or something like that, because not only does he have wealth at his disposal, but he also has like, he has the power to deploy wealth when needed, like, because he controls his like kind of, he controls his group of cronies or his little cabal, however you want to say it. Hey, I laughed. Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. we can not laugh. We can talk lightly on kicking little kids at theme parks because there's an LOL in there. Come on.
unique outlier on the stock market, right?
A big part of what made Tesla's meteoric ascent so incredible was that when it went public, it was losing money, worth just a tiny fraction of what it's worth now. Its only car for sale, the Roadster. But investors saw value because they saw potential. They weren't pricing shares based on what the company was pulling in then. They were banking on electric vehicles becoming more popular, batteries, charging stations, infrastructure becoming better, that maybe one day this company could build a car capable of driving itself. And frankly, they were betting that Elon Musk was the man to do it.
Like, is that like, are you being sarcastic? Or like are you like trying to tease an answer out of that one dilemma? If fixing world hunger was just a financial problem, why haven't governments printed money to fix it? Like, are you being antagonistic? Or trying to be profound? Because if you're being antagonistic, like, I can explain that one to you if you want. But like, yeah, you're right. Governments can print money so they can actually fix world hunger. But systematically, they cannot do that. They're not allowed to just print money because then their credit rating gets destroyed. And then no one will lend them money. It's just like, well, do they need to have money lent to them in the first place if they can print money? Oh no, that system doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's like it's a global system that doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. I do enjoy occasional boob window. Doesn't need to be open all the time though. There we go, Saint Cheese in the house. Boob window with a little button for modesty when needed. Say boob window, Saint Chi will appear. So good.
It's a lottery ticket on Elon Musk and his ability to execute and do things that have never been done before. It's been a very successful stock for the people who have held on to it.
Tesla is now the most valuable automaker in the U.S.
with a market cap of about $85 billion.
Tesla has become the world's most valuable car maker.
From the point of view of an investor, SpaceX just might follow that same trajectory. And today, it has a big advantage over Tesla in that it doesn't need to prove it's a real business. It is already the global leader in its business. As day traders woke up this morning eager to get a piece of SpaceX, SpaceX was launching a Falcon 9 rocket into low Earth orbit. This rocket pioneered the concept of reusability. It's flown hundreds of missions.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And its payload this time? Dozens of Starlink satellites. SpaceX has thousands of them in low Earth orbit, more than every other company and government combined. This global communications network makes SpaceX...
In response to why governments can't just print money, it's capitalism, baby. That's right. There's a financial oligarchy on the international stage. They won't let governments just print money because they want to lend money to governments. And that's how they make their money. I've been doing some deep thinking since having time off, hence my position of you have to stop millionaires to stop billionaires, or the government has no real interest in ending world hunger, is where I sit. Interesting position. For how much I talk shit about SpaceX, their engineers and operators are amazing. Yeah, it's fucking incredibly cool what they're doing. The Chinese are doing the same thing. They're just not landing it on a platform. I think they just land it in the ocean and then somebody goes and gets the rocket. But like, it looks so much cooler when it lands on the platform. I do actually watch all the SpaceX launches and flights. Yeah, right. Wow. Hey, thank you, Musk. At least he's doing something right, hey?
Billions of dollars every year. And these things, the Falcon 9, Starlink, they aren't even the most impressive things about SpaceX. The company has high hopes for Starship, the company's fully reusable, super heavy lift launch vehicle meant to transport cargo and crew to space, the moon, Mars, and beyond. SpaceX also pours billions of dollars into xAI, the company's artificial intelligence wing, which means if you think about Tesla and how its core business all those years ago was just electric cars, SpaceX is aerospace, it's communications, and it's AI, all wrapped up into one. That puts it at the forefront of everything. So here's where we bring all of that back down to earth, starting with the valuation. The
Government cheese wing. Hello, Governor. How you going, bro? Hope you are well. We are learning about the world's newest trillionaire. I just thought you'd like a bit of class warfare to start you off on a Monday. Hey.
IPO price of $135 a share, putting the company market cap at somewhere around $1.77 trillion. That's nowhere near in the same universe as what...
Legend, yeah. Legend. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. You fucking legend. Straight back into the stream, baby. Gum and cheese wing. You fucking legend, yeah. SpaceX revenues seem to be a bit too low for their valuation. They had a net loss, so the valuation could be really inflated. Love the hair mystery. Thank you very much. I have it out today, Ninja Nurse, because there was someone that was asking a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, I can't remember. So they said, you better get your hair out because they wanted to measure it. I was like, just above shoulder level. So this one's for you, random stranger. Hope you're well too, Ninja Nurse. Hope you had a good weekend. If you escaped the clutches of capital. If not, hope you got duly compensated. A bit over time.
This company actually pulls in each year in dollars and cents.
It's essentially all pure long term.
Damn, $10 to follow it up. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You fucking legend. Do appreciate it. Confetti. Psh, there it is. Thank you very much. The party has started. Gum and cheese wing. It could be inflated, or it could not be. A bunch of millionaires are about to become billionaires based on productivity on their investment vehicle. Yeah, fair enough. You're ramming home this theory at the moment, aren't you, Dilemmas? Developing its dilemmas thought and theory. That's what happens when you have fucking long service leave. when you have a workers' economy and they give you time to think, you come up with theory. It's crazy, isn't it? That's what a socialist world would look like. People like dilemmas, getting long service leave, having time to contemplate and think about what is important. Bad boy Byron, g'day. Dear Poipul, how you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, what a legend. Thank you, Gumma Cheesery. Okay, no more. Bro, this White House thing is insane. 2 hillbillies punching each other while soldiers cheer on. It's in dystopian. When you say it like that. What do you mean, the White House fight? That shit is so funny, dude. Like, how obvious do you want to make the bread in the circus act? Yeah. It's a fresh theory I'm banging around in my head. Oh, I'm glad you've had the time to think about it. Thank you for long service leave, hey? We needed the revolution 20 years ago. Don't know what I'm doing. How you going? Hope you're well. Mr. E, plug. Oh, yeah. If you're watching and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. And if you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. You know the drill. And if you aren't already, here's the invitation for Discord. This is where we share propaganda and shit. So, like, come and join us over there. Are you not entertained? Oh, I finished my little trial, by the way. You know how, if the people on YouTube, tell me if you got an ads today, because you shouldn't have got ads, because I'm not promoting ads on the video at the moment. Because, like, I run like what, a few week test of ads, and like, I think, to be honest, like, the exposure went down, unless they've changed the algorithm, which is obvious, which they do all the fucking time. But the views went down, and I think it's because of the content potentially that we do here. We cover politics and, like, you know, controversial stuff. It's not kosher, and so, like, for ad revenue, it's probably not a good thing potentially for YouTube. Because, like, it might not meet their advertisers' requirements. They don't want to touch politics. So I've turned ads off, and I'm going to run that trial for the next few weeks and then see if there's a difference in levels between when I have ads on and ads off in terms of exposure. So if you're watching this, and, like, I would like to know if you're on YouTube, if you got any ads today. Yeah, true. I haven't had ads. Okay, fair enough. I don't know if it actually helped. Actually, I thought ads might be like, oh, they want to promote the video more or the stream more because there's ads on it. But, like, I don't think it actually worked like that. Disco Dead Pigeon 7207. How you going? Pigeonholes always held a double meaning for me. Pigeonholes, interesting. Share the Patreon as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, that's not a bad idea. If you're watching this and you haven't already, come and join us on Patreon, please. Here's the link to Patreon. No strings attached. Just become a free member on Patreon, because I can build an email list over there. So there's a link to it. It's in the chat. Do yourself a favor. Go and, join up for free on Patreon. I need you on an email list. That's why I do it. If you can financially support, I love you forever. But yeah. Please join up. Get on the list. Yeah, no ads so far. Interesting. Yeah, almost 20 years since King Rudd took office. Isn't that crazy? Hey, that dates us, doesn't it? When you gift, the ads stop for a period of time. Oh, well. I'm about to get a farm and become a hunter. Can't wait. Well, fuck yeah. Enjoy that. Enjoy my free prime. Godspeed and good luck. Gumma for real? That's hella dope. It is. Actually. If you want 7K, I know a guy who, BB. I had an ad blocker because capitalism. Yeah, fair enough. I too have premium. Pigeons actually have an extra hole for mail. All right, let's get back to Elon Musk, shall we? All right, let's do this.
Money that's being priced.
And I can show you the math of it, even though I can tell you right now, it's just so far out of whack, I just don't even see how it matters. As I mentioned before, I think when most people think of SpaceX, they think of the splashy rocket launches. This is a core part of the business. Satellite communication, that's providing internet and mobile to millions of us Earthlings. That's another part of the business. xAI is the third pillar of SpaceX, folded in just earlier this year, where it used to be its own standalone company. So pretty recent, but pretty important, because two of these pillars are losing a ton of money. The space division posted a loss last year of $657 million. Just in the first 3 months of this year, it's down another $662 million. AI, it's where a lot of money is being spent without a clear way to recoup that money. 2025, $6 billion loss. Another 2.5 in just the first quarter of 2026. What keeps this hulking machine churning is Starlink. Connectivity generated almost $4.5 billion in profit last year.
You should do Rome Total War streams or Get Ready or Not. I don't know what Get Ready or Not is, but like we used to do Rome streams. It's been a while. I could probably do that again, I guess. A SWAT first-person shooter game. It's really good. Okay, I'm not a gamer. Like, it would be watching me struggle. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, I would just struggle to play. I guess if people find that entertaining, I could do that. They just want to see me die constantly. Starlink is the only money make part of SpaceX. That Grok AI is going to flop, I think. And the rockets, I don't know. But like, this is the thing with these type of capitalists, though, I find, is like, these capitalists can't not be in the game. Like, the future is AI. Whether we like it or not, they're going to push it onto us. And so they need to have the software that's going to power the hardware that he's hurtling towards. And so like, he needs to control the software arm of it too. So it doesn't matter if it's non-profitable, but he needs to have it. He needs to be in this game. It used to be the states that used to do this. Like, the space race was the American state versus the Soviet state kind of thing. They both had to be in it, whether they liked it or not. And the Soviets started the space race, so the Americans had to get in on it and do that. Like, the Americans started the nuclear race, and they got to the nuclear weapon before everyone else, and everyone else had to catch up. Now it's just like capitalists that do that. In this later stage of capitalism, now history is finished, or history has ended, and like, capitalists are worth more money than entire nation states. Like, their economies of their own. Like, he is an economy. He has cars, he has AI, he has rockets, he has infrastructure. Like, he has data centers. It provides compute power to people. Like, he is an entire economy. And so like, it doesn't matter if he's running a loss on like space and AI, because to not invest in those things and be at the forefront and competing with other capitalists on that stuff would be detrimental to his existence in the future. And so like, this is exactly what states do. Like, people are like, oh, states are really inefficient. Like, look at them running at a loss. Like, he's doing the exact same thing that a state would do in their position. They put money into something as an investment, and it runs at a loss. Like, traditionally, that's what capitalists are actually supposed to do, is like, they spend a lot of money on R&D. And like, yeah, they might lose, I don't know, like for like 5 years, 10 years, but then all of a sudden, once they hit, they make bank. And everyone's like, oh my God, why would they do that? Lose money on something. It's like, hello, that's what R&D and innovation looks like. You spend money on something until it turns a profit. One day a week, mystery turns into an e-gamer. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't think you guys would want to watch me struggle. Yeah, I mean, I wish I wasn't a tech cuck. But being in the country, Starlink is a godsend. Yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I got mates that swear by it. Like, when like Telstra went down for me, I was like, fuck this, I'm going fucking Starlink. And like, for somehow Telstra fixed issues for me, because I need to stream, I need consistent connections. And like, there was an issue I had last year where we went down and I couldn't stream. Israel will save us with a promising AI. Yes, I'm sure they will, actually. Ye have so little faith. Ready or Not would be good. Doesn't seem ease speed. It's a niche. Data center near me went up in smoke. Apparently a bloke named Derek Balog was storing too much data. New Angels of Promise. You don't understand enjoying people's pain. Ah, okay, so people do watch other people to struggle. Fair enough then. We watch you struggle every time. You defend a ray gun? LOL, nothing new. That is fucking hilarious. Hey, up yours, man. Hey, I will defend to the death. So good. Oh, man. A ray gun is the hero we need? Yes. It's not the hero that we want. That's the problem. The hero that we need. Hilarious. Oh man, I'm getting roasted today.
And on track to do the same this year, based on its Q1 results.
That is what I did when I was streaming. Just being really bad at games? Yeah, alright. That was such a good burn. Fuck off.
Is Starlink. Connectivity generated almost $4.5 billion in profit last year, and on track to do the same this year, based on its Q1 results. But overall, SpaceX is spending far more than it makes, posting a nearly $5 billion loss for 2025 and nearly as much in just the first 3 months of 2026 when it acquired XAI. So that valuation of somewhere in the $2 trillion range, SpaceX's assets don't add up to anywhere near that, and neither do its profits.
To what extent it's speculation or sensible forecasting, that's a matter of judgment. But it doesn't represent current profits. It's some sort of expectation of what they'll be in about 20 years' time.
And that's a big guessing game. Where will anything be in 20 years' time?
It's almost like it's speculation. Who would have thought? People speculate on shares and they buy stuff because they think, hey, this will be really profitable in 20 years' time. That was the point of the stock market. It was so companies could get additional money so they could spend that money on R&D so they could make more money, and people would speculate. And if they speculated wrong and they lost their money, that's the point of the stock market. Like, why is this like some type of like new phenomenon that these guys are like, well, why would people want to wait 20 years to see a profit on shares? What a risk that is. Like, I thought this was just economics 101. This isn't fucking... Is this rocket science? Have they just stumbled upon the point of the stock market here? Like, come on. Starlink is terrible for gaming, and I'd say it would have terrible delay for streaming. Oh, fuck. Okay. It has high download speed, but that's about it. It's not good for uploading. Okay. It's mainly the ability to have connection wherever you want. Got it. Be right back, chat, while I also watch the other thing. Well, I just play Minecraft, so it works for me. Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, yeah, uploading is fucking integral to what I do, so I need to have that covered.
Well, we can look to SpaceX's SEC filing for some clues, because there is a regulatory obligation for it to acknowledge to shareholders what headwind risks are in the company's future. Starship, big promise, but big peril. SpaceX recognizes a lot hinges on development, testing, and deployment of Starship at scale. If we are unable to achieve sufficient launch cadence, reusability, and capability, our ability to execute our growth strategy would be materially and adversely affected. Other hurdles, unforeseen technical challenges, supply chain disruptions, manufacturing...
Oh, is that happening now? The White House cage match? No way. Reignite Monica. Chudfest 2050. 250. Morning Legends. Hello. How are you? It's been a while. Hope you are well. I find with streaming you need optic fiber for really good connection. Yeah, okay.
Difficulties, loss or damage to the vehicle or other components, regulatory hurdles, or the need for additional design modifications. These kinds of disclaimers are not unusual, but in the case of SpaceX, they are foundational to the point of being existential. SpaceX makes a point of acknowledging how it will rely on unproven technologies or technologies that do not exist or may require significant advancement, and such initiatives may not achieve commercial viability. Speaking of viability, do you know where a big part of SpaceX's current viability comes from? Our services are subject to risks related to supplying services to the US government. let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that, eh? Socialism for the rich, capitalism for the rest of us fucking plebs. What we're talking about here is that we get money from the government. Our contracts, the money, the way that we make our dosh is stable as fuck. It's backed up by the American taxpayer. There it is. All these hustle culture turds talking about high risk, high reward. However, when you are the ones who lose, they all want welfare from the government. Get your billionaire mates to bail you out. Well, this is what we're about to go down this little rabbit hole here, aren't we? Hey? Like Elon Musk, oh, he's so worth $1 trillion. He takes all the risk. Yeah, well, because his company lives off the public purse. Hey? Well. And the rich get richer.
Today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced.
It's hard to deny that to the Trump administration, Musk is a known and valued quantity. Trump owes a great deal to Musk.
Elon Musk gave around $75 million to his pro-Donald Trump super PAC in the span of 3 months.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
And I'm not suggesting there's a direct exchange of favors here, but Musk owes a great deal to the Trump administration. SpaceX is one of the biggest government contractors in the United States. Almost its entire launch revenue outside of Starlink comes from the US government. And you might argue, rightfully so, SpaceX has a near monopoly on the heavy and manned launch markets, sending cargo and people into space. So NASA and the Department of War give it a lot of money. But
what was that last one?
NASA,
the Washington Post, who is interestingly owned by fucking Jeff Bezos, right? I'm pretty sure the Washington Post is, and they're smearing Elon Musk. Elon Musk's business empire is built on $38 billion in government funding. Elon Musk and his cost-cutting US Doge service team have been on a mission to trim government largesse, yet Musk is one of the greatest beneficiaries of the taxpayers' coffers. Well, $38 billion. $38 billion. Very interesting. I wouldn't mind a little government subsidy in the order of $38 billion. I can start shooting rockets in my backyard. I can do that. It'll just take me some time to get them taking payloads in space, like some gay communism. We can do this.
And the Department of War give it a lot of money. But back to the company's future-facing risk. What if some or all of that were to disappear as quickly as, say, Elon Musk cleaned house with his Department of Government Efficiency, slashing contracts, and even other departments wholesale? Not saying it'll happen, just saying it's a risk. On social media and AI, because key point here, X and the Grok chatbot are part of SpaceX. The company's regulatory filings point to increasing legislative and regulatory activity, platform moderation, intellectual property, product liability, data privacy, age restrictions, data disclosure, cybersecurity, export controls, consumer protection, all of which are not directly within SpaceX's control. From time to time, we are involved in litigation, investigations, and other regulatory proceedings, which could be costly, time-consuming, and divert management attention, materially adversely affecting our business. They're saying they could get sued, and they do get sued. There are court cases and lawsuits having to do with everything from noise at SpaceX's data centers to environmental concerns over land swaps to property concerns over damage from rocket testing. And just to give you a window into a case dating back to the Biden administration and where legal issues can get very political, SpaceX has been sued even for the way it hires its talent. Again, lots of companies get sued, but not many get sued like SpaceX gets sued. And bottom line, Musk's biggest companies are intertwined, not just in the way that SpaceX suddenly gobbled up xAI earlier this year, but also in the way, for example, that Tesla simply owns shares in SpaceX, millions of them. And over the years, all of Musk's biggest companies have, at various points, faced a very similar problem, which SpaceX continues to face today. We have a history of net losses and may not achieve profitability in the future. Our substantial level of indebtedness could materially adversely affect our financial condition. Translation: our massive amounts of negative money are a problem. And managing all of these problems, this whole galaxy of risk, it all goes back to one man.
And of course, it's Biden's fault. Get him! I don't know, man. It's getting a bit tedious. Let's see whether he goes with this one.
As a fairly passive investor myself, I can tell you, when I buy shares in a company, I don't really care all that much about telling the company how to do its job, even if my shares technically get me votes on important issues. But I derive a lot of confidence in knowing that the company is accountable to shareholders in a way that hopefully forces it to act responsibly.
First trillionaire to declare bankruptcy. Here we go. This fight is super gay. Not gonna lie. Well, like, is it just because of like a lot of UFC where they just start wrestling each other and nothing really happens? So it's a bit much for me, UFC. Like, it doesn't actually amount to anything. They just like scuffle on the floor for ages. You're like, boring.
And in all of our best interests. But even in going public with its IPO, SpaceX works differently. What's on sale to the general public today, and all of those 500 million shares that sold as part of the IPO, those are all Class A shares. One share, one vote, tiny smidge of control over the company. But there's another type of share that isn't ever for sale to the general public, and those are Class B shares. These are super shares, where one share is worth 10 votes. You know who controls almost all of the company's Class B shares? Even after the IPO, and after all the day trading that follows today, Elon Musk is figured to retain somewhere around 82% control of the company. This makes him unassailable as leader.
Elon Musk has control over SpaceX in a way that we've never seen any individual hold over a publicly traded company.
Elon Musk versus Peter Dinklage seems more of a fair fight. I'd pay for that.
When your mission statement is as expansive as building, quote, the systems and technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary, to understand the true nature of the universe, and to extend the light of consciousness to the stars, maybe you need that kind of authoritarian control.
I can't believe that they actually put that in their initial public offering analysis. Like, seriously, their reporting covers that he wants to fucking look beyond the stars and allow consciousness a chance in the universe. Like, it's just such nonsense. Fucking hell.
It's literally written into the IPO that Musk cannot be removed as head of SpaceX without his own consent.
If things go wrong, shareholders might want to replace him, and they simply won't be able to do that.
So look, SpaceX could be a defining generational opportunity to own a critical piece of the tech industry. Or it could be a tech trap, a $1 trillion gamble that needs the stars to align just right for it to pay off. But one thing's for sure, many investors will not be able to not own a stake in SpaceX. It's a bit like a gravity well, pulling investment towards it, including even the most passive types of investments that will bundle SpaceX into their portfolios. It's just, if you're one of those, don't expect to get rich quick. The company has no immediate plans to pay out dividends, and the time has long passed to be an early investor. Unless you're playing an incredibly long game, not measured in quarters or even calendar years, but rather in decades.
Yeah, there it is. Elon versus Peter Thiel. We all win. Yes, if they take each other out, both of them. I reckon, like, from the stuff that we've investigated on this stream, that, like, Peter Thiel is Like, you know, we call him the kingmaker. Like, I reckon he has power over Elon Musk. And not just because, like, he's got dirt on him or something. Like, I honestly think that Peter Thiel tells Elon Musk what to do. Like, there's something about Thiel. Like, he's the real 4D chess guy. He's the guy that controls and calls the shots. When Elon Musk was down and out about SpaceX, actually, in its earlier years, he turned to Peter Thiel to get extra investment dollars, and Thiel delivered, just like Trump. Trump down and out in 2016, in the lead up to the election, everyone abandoning him. Peter Thiel steps in and supports Trump. Peter Thiel, man. Gotta watch out for that guy. All right, if you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. If you're on, activate the like button if you're on YouTube. If you're watching for the first time, subscribe for more. And follow for more on Twitch. All right. Let's do this. That's enough of this Trillionaire. So, like, if you are just tuning in, you're wondering what the hell we've been doing. We've been looking at our newest Trillionaire. Our first ever Trillionaire, apparently. First ever Trillionaire. And Elon Musk is now that person. And it all seems to be centered on this whole initial purchase offering. This, basically, SpaceX going live on the stock market in the US. And so now it's publicly traded now. And because of the public interest and the valuation, like, that makes him, as a majority shareholder, like, incredibly more wealthy than he was already. And so his wealth is estimated as at least $1 trillion. And so he's a trillionaire. Well, he's not actually, is he? Like, a trillionaire implies that there's multiple trillions, doesn't it? Or, like, do you just have to have 1 trillion to be a trillionaire? I don't know. Anyway, he's the guy. That's the only person on the planet at the moment, officially, that's worth $1 trillion. I'm sure there are unofficial ones out there, as we have described. Peter Thiel, the emperor of the dark side, of the dark enlightenment. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure we know who calls the shots. Right. I see what you're saying there. Okay. But, like, for the surveillance capitalist world, I would say it's someone like Peter Thiel. He seems to be kind of the center that everything, like, kind of gravitates around. But you're right. Like, I'm sure there are other people outside of that, like in the financial world, that we would just not even know. Right. Now, there's something else that I wanted to have a look at today. Well, there's a few things I want to have a look at today, but, like, let's go down this weird ass rabbit hole, shall we? There are countries in Europe, and, like, this one might be interesting for you, Dilemmas, but there are countries in Europe that are proposing population caps. That's right, you heard that properly, population caps. So there are countries in Europe that are contemplating and legislating the idea of having a maximum population. Like, listen to that. Listen to that idea. A maximum population. Isn't that a strange phenomenon in the world today? Elon is just daft. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. 2IC, if that, or just a useful player for the real emperor of the dark enlightenment. But yeah, think about that. Think about that. There are companies that are companies. What a slip that was. There are countries that are considering population caps. So killing babies again, or old people, yeah, I guess, if that works for you. But, like, I have a feeling this is tied into the current debate, which is very much pushed by right-wing politics at the moment, which is this idea of remigration or anti-mass immigration. If you've been living under a rock, there is a large sentiment in world politics at the moment, especially in the West, that is anti-migration. Like, a lot of the problems with modern capitalist society are being blamed on migration. So the fact that, like, capitalism is just failing the general population, and people are pretty upset about that. A lot of people turn to the idea that it's migration that is causing these problems, and if we just sorted out migration, that would be a good thing. If we were able to cap migration or end migration or re-migrate, even like further than like just stopping migration, but actually going into communities and tearing people out after giving them citizenship or residency, like tearing them away and sending them back to where they came from, kind of thing. These ideas are very popular, and so like the manifestation of this type of politics is rearing its head, let's say, in decisions like this. And like some people frame this as a conversation about like sustainability, actually. Like we can't have too much of a population because like sustainability doesn't work. We don't have enough energy for them. We don't have enough resources. It's bad for the planet. It's bad for society at large. So it's like a sustainability talk, as opposed to like an ideological position where it's just like, oh, there's these people from a bad culture and they're degrading our culture. So it's not about culture war stuff. It's just sensible policy from a sustainability standpoint. So like judge it how you will. But like Switzerland is one of them. I'm pretty sure Sweden is another one. But like we're gonna have like a quick look at this. Population cap sounds very one child policy like. That was my first thought as well. It's interesting. But like, yeah, I don't think they're talking about like capping. Like we'll investigate it. I don't think they're talking about capping because they don't want people to have babies. I really just do think it's about the stop of people coming into the country from the outside. It is like a xenophobic response, like policy response, if you know what I mean. Maximum capacity, does that mean there's people in a queue waiting for someone to die? Yeah, I guess so. Have you reached the limit that they go into hospitals and like tell pregnant women that they have to just wait, like, hold on, don't have that baby yet, just waiting for one more person to cark it, wait for it, baby, wait for it. Would we need a daily census? This seems impractical. Look, I have no idea, but we're gonna find out, I guess. The US military is doing the YMCA. I'm fucking crying. No way. Sounds kind of gay, lol. You get an email when someone dies. Congratulations, you have a kid. Miss Smith just died. Yeah, you can have a kid. They're gonna kick out the undesirables, let the right ones. Yeah, it seems like veiled, like anti-immigration policy, but like I don't know. Maybe there's some legitimacy to it. We'll find out. What's with these right-wingers and their shitty branding? It's 2026 for crying out loud. Well, I don't know. It's a fair question. We'll find out, shall we? LOL, every time someone dies, one mandatory chastity belt gets removed. Yes. Hey? Get the welding gear out. Break it open. Or we could try to force permanent residents out of their homes and then realize that sounds terrible out loud and change policy to temporary residents. That doesn't do anything. Oh, someone proposed that policy. Damn. And splurg. Anyway, I will stop talking about this. Let's have a listen to one of it first. And let's see what's actually happening here. Call the locksmith. Yeah, it's like thinking remigration was bringing people with European ancestry back to Europe. That's what I thought it was, like remigrating people. Okay, so Switzerland is the place. I thought there was another country as well, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's just Switzerland. But like, let's have a listen and let's see what they have to say. This is from the Germans analyzing this, and we'll like have a look at another. To get like multiple opinions on this one, but let's have a look.
It's an unusual idea. Imagine being able to cap your population, like literally decide that it won't get any bigger. Well, that idea is being considered in Switzerland right now. In fact, people there are voting on it this weekend in a referendum proposed by the right-wing Swiss People's Party, the country's largest political grouping. What it all boils down to is a simple question. Is 10 million people too many for Switzerland? But beneath that is a much bigger issue that many countries are grappling with. And that is, how does a wealthy nation balance the tension between an ageing population, pressures on infrastructure and housing, and concerns...
Yes, I actually get that reference. It is a good Men in Tights reference right at the end with the key. Oh, it doesn't fit. Call the locksmith. So good.
Over migration. Well, this is the trend driving the debate. Switzerland's population has climbed from just over 7...
Tall Pine in the house. How you going? Is there such thing as a migrating headache? If so, I think I have one. Yes, this one is migrating. Hopefully it re-migrates for you there, Tall Pine.
Million people in 2002 to more than 9 million today. Official projections suggest that the 10 million mark could be reached in the early 2040s, although some supporters of the initiative believe it could happen sooner than that. Unlike many migration debates elsewhere in Europe, this one is largely about Europeans moving within Europe. Most immigrants to Switzerland come from neighbouring countries like Germany, France and Italy, as well as Portugal, filling jobs across the economy. If the proposal passes, the government would be first required to tighten immigration rules once the population reaches 9.5 million. If Switzerland...
See, I think that this is the thing. Like, it's just like kind of veiled anti-immigration politics. Like, I know people that get touchy about that on the right, and they're just like, it's not about anti-immigration. I'm not anti-immigration. It's anti-mass immigration. I'm like, okay, fine. So, like, it's veiled anti-mass immigration politics, and it's just like, it sounds nicer though. Like, it does. It's like, oh, population cap, that's okay. I guess it's a sustainability issue, isn't it? Like, you're worried that there could be too many people using up the nation's resources, and so you want to cap it out a little bit. But like, what a weird timeline to be in. Like, capitalism has reached a new phase, I would suggest to you, because for so long, capitalism has needed an expanding population because it needs a workforce. It needs a workforce to employ more labor, to produce more profits, etc., etc., etc. And so, like, they've been happy to have people come in, like skilled personnel and people that can actually, you know, get a job, you lazy hippie. Like, that's sort of, they want the population to increase because population increase amounts to economic growth. Economic growth is the basis for the profit system. And like, if you have an entire system set up around the profit motive, like, it all makes sense. But like, this is a weird timeline we're moving into now, where people are consciously deciding to withhold the one element, labor, that actually funds or feeds your economy. Like, that is an acknowledgement that the system is global and it's not done on a national level anymore. But it's also acknowledgement that human labor is potentially becoming redundant. Like, just contemplate that for a second. Like, we're moving into a form of economy, like, as people would call surveillance capitalism, as we've talked about, like this idea of techno-feudalism, where like capitalism before wanted working populations. They wanted a disposable workforce, and capitalists would draw people in to try and get more workers. And like, they didn't even have to actually work. They could just be like, you know, waiting around for work. So like, when work comes, they can bring them in, and then when the work goes or the economy dies down a little bit, they'll just fire them all en masse, but they're always there in reserve. This is an acknowledgement, this type of policy is an acknowledgement of like the idea that labor might not be that necessary in like an advanced economy like this. Like, maybe you don't need a lot of workers. Maybe AI is going to come in, and like, the type of work that is done in Switzerland can be kind of covered by a smaller population of people, and like a decrease in labor demand. Like, this could be like the sign of a change in like global economics. AI can never replace a plumber. Not yet. Not yet. Haha, there it is. Stop the outsiders. Haha, we got you. Well, look, you know, it is fancy saying population cap, but it's pretty much all the same, isn't it?
data reaches 10 million people,
Outlander.
authorities would have to take all available measures to keep the population below that limit. And if those measures failed, then the country could ultimately be forced to end its free movement agreement with the European Union. So it's set to be a tight vote and some potential far-reaching consequences, which I'm going to talk about with economist Andreas Bierli with the Swiss Economic Institute in Zurich. Andreas, Switzerland is one of Europe's wealthiest countries. It's got low unemployment and a strong economy. Tell us why immigration has become such a politically powerful issue there.
Good question.
To be honest, it has always been. It's always been an important thing that for people, immigration has always been relatively high to Switzerland, and
AI can't consume
every other year.
That's a good point. AI can't consume as much caffeine and nicotine on site. I am better than AI. You're a better consumer than AI. That's for sure. With a AI brain, best plumber ever. I really want AI to take my job. Unfortunately, rude people want to terrorize a real person when they come to the hospital. Yes, I know that feeling. Like when I call customer service or like interact with customer service and it's just a robot. It's like, this robot doesn't understand my aggression. Hey, just a flex. Not a real human to be like feeling the burn.
Referendum about immigration has always been relatively high to Switzerland, and like every other year we're gonna have a referendum about like a vote or about curbing immigration and halting immigration from the European Union. So that's it's not a new thing. It's like something that is reoccurring every other year, I would say.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Now, supporters of this proposal, they're arguing that population growth is putting pressure on housing, transport and public services. To what extent are those concerns backed by evidence, and to what extent is immigration being blamed for problems that might have other roots?
Yeah, I mean, the question is a bit more complex, or like the situation in general. What we have seen is like we have seen quite some immigration, as you were showing before, since Switzerland joined the European Union. So that's clear, and also we are seeing pressure on the housing market. It's hard to get a flat in Zurich or in Geneva or in other big places, which also has to do with missed reforms of the housing market and like an encouragement to build new apartments, and that certainly also the policy side has to be blamed for this. It's not just immigration, and so these are really the two sides that when it comes to
shut up, you hippie. Hey, it's not fucking policy. It's obviously immigrants. I just find it fascinating that the West encourages their populations to have less children, but I find it fascinating the West encourages their populations to have less children, but encourage immigration. I really don't understand that mindset. Well, like, is that what this is an acknowledgement of? Like, this is weird, right? Like, if you have a population cap, are you suggesting to people to not have kids as well? You're like, oh, I better watch out for the population cap. Yeah, people will waste hours ignoring a bot just to have the chance to yell at a human. Guilty. I purposely try to start an argument with ChatGPT when I'm bored. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, take that, AI. Sycophantic douchebag. I want to get another opinion on this. Like, I'm sure this is going to be really interesting, but like, I just want to get another. This is an American source. Let's see what the Americans have to say about this. Give me a second. I might come back to the Germans, but this is Financial Post, I think. Is that right? Oh, actually, this is not. I don't think it is. It's Indian. This is an Indian perspective. Where's the American one? I'll get that next. Let's see what the Indians have to say about this.
Imagine a country voting to put a hard limit on how many people are allowed to live there. Not immigration quotas, not visa restrictions, an actual ceiling on the total population. But that's exactly what's happening in Switzerland on June 14th, and the outcome could reshape the country's relationship with the European Union entirely. So what's actually on the ballot? Swiss voters are deciding whether to cap the population at 10 million people, with the goal of reaching that limit by 2050. The current population sits at 9.1 million, up from 7.3 back in 2002, when Switzerland eased border restrictions with the EU. That's a 23% jump in just over 2 decades. The proposal comes from the Swiss People's Party, the largest party in parliament, and it's also being called the Sustainability Initiative, framed in the language of environmental protection. The mechanics work like this.
Like, wouldn't it be interesting if, like, people in other Western countries started adopting this language? Like, you saw people that are, like, anti-immigration, anti-mass immigration proponents were just like, it's a sustainability issue. Really, it's bad for the environment. Like, I would love to see that. That is super interesting. It's a crazy fucking timeline to step into. Imagine if they would ever go there. Like, interviewing people at, like, a Make Australia... Wait, what are they called? Australia First rally, or one of those ones, like asking them, and they're just like, well, it's bad for the environment actually having too many people, so like we got to get rid of people. That's the main thing. Mass immigration uses the sustainable development goals. Yeah, it's like they're arguing like for like the same arguments people use about like renewable energies, but now it's like mass migration style. It's crazy. What do you say? Green Nazis win. Green Nazis. Yeah. Eco-Nazis. Apparently Switzerland is considering a vote to put a population cap. As part of this discussion, I've seen it said that as part of the European Union requirements, they increased the intake of migrants into Switzerland from the turn of the century onwards. And this has resulted in an increase of population by 20% or more. What requirement of the EU makes Switzerland or even other countries take on more migrants? Like net zero carbon. Yeah, makes net zero sense. It'll be like, yeah, net zero, but for like population growth, right? Net zero population. At least Bernie Sanders can say billionaires and trillionaires now. XNF. How you going? Yes, fighting the trillionaires. Isn't Banana Boy's thing is that we should be having more kids? Yes, but I'm also sure that Banana Boy would probably be like, they have to be the right type of kids, if you know what I mean. Like they have to have that 0.01% genetic peculiarity, or like that trait that like Banana Boy really likes. I think this is wrapped a warped way of degrowth capitalism. Interesting. The key point is the European Union generally does not require countries to accept a specific quota of migrants as a condition of membership. What people are usually referring to in the Swiss case is something different: free movement of persons. Switzerland is not an EU member, but it's signed an agreement on the free movement of persons with the EU in 1999, which came into force in 2002. Under that agreement, EU and EFTA citizens can much more easily live and work in Switzerland. The Swiss citizens receive smaller rights than EU countries. As a result, Switzerland does not have to take a fixed number of migrants, however, cannot generally discriminate against EU citizens seeking to work there if they meet legal requirements. Strong economic growth and high Swiss wages have attracted large numbers of workers from EU countries. Yeah, I know, like Italians, the French, like people that live on borders with Switzerland, like they live in one country and go work over there because like they get paid well in Switzerland apparently. or like their currency is strong. This is why many reports mention population growth after 2002. Okay, that makes sense.
If the population hits 9.5...
Remember when rich people were just rich? They got mixed up in everything, but they were never worshipped like they are today? Well, look. Yeah. I reckon people like have idolized rich, but like the way that they idealize someone like Elon Musk is beyond a joke. It's disgusting, honestly. Like just the idea of just making him out to be this genius, which is just like, it's not there. Like it's just, he's had some incredible PR and paid for a lot of good PR over like 2 decades, and now everyone thinks of him as like Tony Stark or something like that. It's just not the case. But like whatever. It's the fault of us plebs. We have to learn to decipher the propaganda that's out there.
Million, which experts predict could happen by 2031, the government would have to start restricting asylum claims and family reunification. If it then reaches 10 million for 2 consecutive years, expected around 2042, Switzerland would be forced to scrap its free movement agreement with the EU altogether. Okay. But here's where things become more complicated.
So the free movement agreement gets done after the 10 million cap is hit.
The movement agreement isn't just one policy. It's the foundation of a much larger web of bilateral accords that gives Switzerland access to the European single market, its largest trading partner by far. Pull that one thread.
Weird how the tech experts like Elon and the people who are shit at tech think he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb. I don't think he's a genius though. I'm sure he's very clever and he's good at managing things. But whether he's a genius that invented an electric vehicle with the stroke of a pen, or because he spent many late nights in the office and he made an electric vehicle with these 2 hands, or he made SpaceX happen because he's had heaps of late nights with the boys around the whiteboard, it's just fucking rubbish. This is an 8-hour broadcast, so that's 5 hours left. I hope it sends that heart pumping. Building a factory that makes cars is harder than building a car. And like, did he build the factory? Or did he have the capital? They're 2 different questions. I'm sure he managed the process very well. But like, did he build the factory with these hands? I don't think so. It's like factories did exist before he came along. Elon could give every man, woman, and child on earth $1 million and it would just be as pocket lint to him. Is that true? Damn. Free market tricks you into thinking goods and services will compete in prices, but really us plebs compare to who will work for the cheapest. Yeah, it boils down to that. All right, this one sucks too. I think this is AI slop, this one. There's no actual speaker. It sounds like an AI voice. I want to get one more opinion on this. Who's this? Oh my god, this is the best opinion yet. Hey, this one's for you, Lab Jeff, if you're watching, and for you, Gumma Cheese, man. Do people who build cars also smelt their own steel, or are they also frauds like Elon? I don't know. Good question. Seem to be getting a lot of tension here on the idea that Elon is not a genius. It sounds like you think that he is a genius and deserves to be a trillionaire. So if that is the way that you believe things to be, then that is fine. That is fine. But I would suggest to you there have been decades of propaganda, 2 decades at least, of propaganda and PR that have been spent on building up an image of him as a genius. So like if you believe he is a genius, I would suggest to you that it's not just because he is a genius, but because they've spent a lot of money on his PR. So like, you know, if you're happy to buy, like drink the Kool-Aid on that one and you think he's like a gift to the human race, that's fine. But like, it's not all just because he is a gift to the human race. I just think people smear him for political stupidity, not because he's actually up to no good. Okay. Well, like, he doesn't think like he's up to no good. And like with most capitalists, like you don't even have to even look at the morality of it, in the sense that like whether he is doing something evil or if he's nefarious. The fact that he has immense control over the direction of humanity because of his economic situation. Like he does have immense control over the direction of humanity. Like he's deciding how the space race is going to be continued and how capitalism will continue and like what shape and form capitalism takes because of his control over technology. And his control over technology for the large parts when it comes to his space race is really dictated by the fact that he has government contracts. It's not because he's a fucking genius. It's because he knows the right people. And so like he's getting access to government money, which is like, you know, funded by the American taxpayer. So like if you're comfortable with him having control, which is being subsidized by the American taxpayer, and you think that that is mastery and his genius, that he's able to wriggle himself into that situation, that's fine. But like his personal ambition is being funded and supported by an entire society of people. And so like, should he as an individual dictate that? That's the real question. And like, is it just because he's a genius that he gets to decide to do that? Like, I would say no. So like, whether he's evil or not, or if he's up to no good, I think that is beside the point. Whether the real question is, should he have that power as an individual? And I would suggest to you, no. I think society should have way more input into what gets done with his technology. Again, like, did he invent everything that he is putting together here? Absolutely not. It's almost like when people are successful at doing good things using the capitalist system, people hate them more. Well, again, define good things though. Like, this isn't a moral question. What's he done that's good? If you're talking about like producing electric vehicles, like plenty of people are producing electric vehicles. Doesn't make him wonderful. Can't he just be an evil genius? Like, for fuck's sake. Like, what's wrong with an evil genius? Let him be. He could be, but he's not that smart. Just evil. Okay, sorry, Larp Jeff. This one's for you, brother. Switzerland considers unprecedented population cap. We'll see what Sky News thinks about this. Ketamine is genius. Look at all those artists on drugs. Fuck yeah. Hey, even Hitler, he was a great artist too, right? And he loved a bit of meth. Plenty of people are late in doing what Elon Musk pioneered. Fuck. That's rich. Very rich. And what about the Chinese companies that were building the stuff that he pioneered? It's funny, isn't it? Hey, why didn't they get pioneer status?
We'll keep you in Europe for now. Voters in Switzerland will head to the polls to decide whether to cap the nation's population at 10 million. As Alistair Bunkle reports from Geneva, the referendum has exposed divisions over immigration.
Nationalism is not a new thing by any stretch. Across Europe, we're seeing
the Chinese companies aren't even caught up to Tesla yet, question mark. I think they've well surpassed Tesla, to be honest, in terms of their productive capability and the ability to produce that technology en masse more efficiently and cheaper. So like, that's really what capitalism comes down to at the end of the day. Producing commodities on market en masse and to like an ever increasing global market. And so like, they've definitely beat him at that game. By all measures, I would say, unless you're just talking about like whether you like Tesla more than, I don't know, BYD or something like that.
There's parties, whether it's in the UK, Germany and France in particular as well, very much on the rise. But yeah, the idea of having a population cap is a very radical idea. I mean, so radical that if Switzerland does vote in favour of it, and we'll know the result.
Didn't the Chinese invent rockets like 1 million years ago? Thanks, Elon.
Tomorrow, then it would become the first country in the world to have an official population cap. They want to cap it at 10 million people. The population currently is 9.1 million people. But if the population were to hit 9.5 million, which is expected to do within the next 5 years, then they would immediately have to start to take measures to curb immigration and asylum. And Switzerland is a very international country. About a third, just under a third, 29% of the people who live here are from abroad. They're not Swiss. If you think about some of the major organizations based in Switzerland, they are multinational. The United Nations nations here in Geneva, the International Olympic Committee, UEFA, FIFA, the International Committee for the Red Cross, pharmaceutical companies, banks, etc. So they're a major driver of the Swiss economy, so too foreign labour for tourism, working in restaurants and hotels. Those are the arguments against this, that if you do put this population cap in place, then you would potentially seriously harm the European economy. But it has divided Switzerland. The polls at the moment, they're not quite 50-50. They're just about in favour of it being rejected, but it is a bit too close to call. And when we spoke to people here in Geneva, they were similarly divided as well.
I'd say it's a pretty good idea not to overpopulate Switzerland, because then it goes out of control.
Switzerland relies heavily on the immigrant workforce, so I don't think it's a good idea, but what can we do?
It's a terrible idea, I think. Catastrophic, actually. It would, quite frankly, make us look extremely bad to the international community.
Look at all these fucking wokies. What's Sky News doing presenting woke rubbish? Hey? This is not what I expected, Lap Jeff. I want my money back. Just saying. Rogue, hang on. If you invoke the name Elon, his minions are sure to hear. Watch out. Watch out. No, the Chinese are way ahead. They're mass producing electric vehicles affordable to the middle class. Elon still insists on selling his Tesla to upper class people who are willing to finance a car for the next 20 years. World civilization is holding on by a very thin thread. It would seem that way, eh? Interesting. Well, that sucked. Well, anyway, this is the long and the short of the whole population cap debate. Would you like to know what the result is? Here we go.
Lawmakers and campaigners who oppose the referendum to cap Switzerland's population celebrate. After voters rejected the proposal to limit the population to just 10 million people, which had been initiated by the anti-immigration and anti-EU party, Swiss People's Party.
Well, there it is. So, this is 8 hours old, so they must have just come in with the votes and the referendum has just finished. This is fairly new. So, they voted against it. After all that speculation, what was going to happen? They voted against it. 55% of people. That's not a massive, that's not an overwhelming vote against the idea of capping the population. They showed those 3 people that were talking there and they were like, nah, it's not a great idea. But 55%. LOL, I'm middle class and no way could I afford a Chinese EV. If you're in China, you could afford a deal. That's hilarious.
Campaigning in the run-up to the referendum had been divisive. Some parties warned that a yes vote to limit the population could bring chaos, like the UK's vote to leave the EU. Voters gather at a polling station in Bern to cast their ballots. Some were worried how a limit on migration would affect the Swiss economy. And with higher than average turnout, many voters thought that this referendum was important.
It decides our future, how we're going to live in Switzerland and how we're going to manage things, especially with all the relationship with the EU.
I think we'll have problems in areas like caregiving, sectors where we depend a lot on foreign workers. We won't solve it with a 10 million person cap. But some voters who supported the population cap say Switzerland just can't accommodate more people.
We have limited space here, with just around 42,000 square kilometers. And if more people keep coming in, it gets harder to maintain our living standards. You see it with rents, you see it with land use. Resources are getting scarce and more expensive. That's how it is.
He doesn't look Swiss, LOL. So good. X and F. In other words, China is both technically behind and economically behind, and so they pay their workers less in order to sell cars for less. Also, isn't the Model Y the best-selling electric car in the world, not just the US? Aren't Tesla's cars made in China? I think we've already noted that, but like I don't think XNF has addressed that one yet. The car's so good. It's made by the Chinese.
Die Ressourcen werden immer knapper, immer teurer. Ja, so ist es.
Most migrants to Switzerland come from European Union countries like Portugal, Italy or Germany. Switzerland has a freedom of movement agreement with the bloc. The economy has a labour shortage in healthcare and other sectors.
Well, it confirms the historical tension, if you result.
And calls to address migration in Switzerland are likely to continue.
I'd like to welcome now Etienne Piquet, a professor at the University of Neuchâtel and one of Switzerland's leading migration experts. Professor, what does the result tell us about where Swiss society stands on immigration?
Since when did the Swiss care about the international community? Yeah, fair enough. If I was in China, I wouldn't own my house either. Oh, that's not fair. Are you sure? I'm sure there's a lot of home ownership in China.
Well, it confirms the historical tension, if you want, between the obvious benefits of immigration for the Swiss economy and the popular fears about its consequences. And that's not new. And usually the economy wins.
The right-wing Swiss People's Party framed this referendum as a sustainability issue around environment, resources, infrastructure. Is population size the right variable to target, or is that a misdirection?
Well, definitely, if you look at numbers, Switzerland is indeed among the top immigration countries in the world. And it's a relatively small size country. But if you look at the consequences of population growth, then it really depends on your point of view. If you look at the general life in Switzerland, the impact is not that sensitive. And if you look at nature, for example, or the preservation of the biosphere, you cannot say that there is a correlation between population size and nature conservation. That's a lie. But
what? This guy's calling bullshit on the argument that like capping the population in Switzerland is going to help the biosphere. You asshole. What would you know? Eh? The fuck would you know? I live in America and we are own our houses either. We do own, we don't own. You could have a cheaper house too. Not like the Oz government can't move you along if they want either. Well, they can. There is legislation around that. It's just not the same when the Communist Party does it. And that's just evil. Hey, you can't afford to not get a Chinese EV. Why are we talking about BYD? Why are we talking about BYD? We should be talking about importing squat toilets from China. That is an economy-changing initiative. Well, property. You can buy the house, but not the land. Tesla is one of those multinational corporations where every single product, where even single products are made across multiple companies. Surely that includes China somewhere in the process of most Tesla cars. Such a massive proportion of their population owns a home and invests in property. Yeah, I thought that was the deal. And they have huge savings and like they invest a lot in property. The biosphere. From a public health perspective, capping the population at 10 million seems a bit stupid. Who's going to replace the elderly when they leave the workforce and become informed? I don't know. You just have like migrant, like an underclass who aren't really supposed to be there that serve people, like a slave class. It's cool, bro. You're an Elon apologist, and if that makes you happy, then I think you should keep going with that. If the guys can get married, you can idolize Elon. Savage. Queen Pauline's new immigration policy. Oz population to be capped at 10 million. Also, yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of fucking retrospective. So a lot of remigration's gonna have to happen. You're gonna have to tap into like a lot of people. Hey, my family came here in the 1800s. Too bad, buddy. You gotta go. You gotta move on. Oh man. Private property in the US is also an illusion. If you don't pay taxes, your property is confiscated by the government. Yup. That sounds strangely communist to me. Tulpine, are you sure about this? How do we find these cookers? Ask XNF. XNF. People want to know how you found this stream. Imagine bootlicking Elon in 2026. Is there an appropriate time to bootlick? I don't know. Hey? Keeping the dream alive. Keeping the dream alive.
Obviously, it remains a real issue, at least for a significant proportion of the voters.
Switzerland's population has grown by around 25% since 2002. Can you explain why?
Yeah, there are really two explanations. The first one is really the prosperity of the economy. The Swiss economy has been very dynamic and has had a very important need for foreign workers. And that's the main explanation. But then there is also asylum and refugees. And it's a growing part of immigration. Although it is still a minority of that immigration, it has quite an impact on population and on population composition.
What I'm not
Islam and asylum seekers. I knew it. All right, the stream historian has spoken. XNF has been around for a while. I think the one that doesn't like the use of tech bros. Ah, that was XNF. Interesting. Yeah, we had to say the brothers of tech because tech bros was insulting to like small time coders and people in the industry. Yeah, wow. Also, there is Islam ? It's like it's a catch thing, right? For when you talk about immigration, isn't it? Nothing personal, dude. You're yet to convince me of your point, and my time is limited. Gonna tap out and let you do your thing without me. Elon was untrustworthy about 10 years ago. Now it's like sticking pins in your eyes and pretending you're supporting yourself. Tech bros. Don't do it, Samuel. Don't do it. There's Buddhism too. Yeah. All right. Fuck this. I really want to hear. This one's for you, Lap Jeff. I know I said the last one was for you, but like this one is voters. Sky News potentially giving us their opinion. I want to know what their actual opinion is on the migration thing. Please, for God's sakes.
In Switzerland, we'll head to the polls to decide whether to cap the nation's population at 10 million. And as Alistair Bunkle reports from Geneva, the referendum has exposed divisions over immigration.
Nationalism
is... No, it's not. It's not. They're just going to rehash the same thing. I really want to know what their position on this is. That would have been interesting. All right. Well, look, they're proposing a cap and they make it sound like it's about sustainability, which like sounds good, right? Like everybody wants to talk about sustainability. Like who wants to be unsustainable? Like as a society, as like a user of resources, as a business, as an organization, like who the fuck wants to be unsustainable? And so like if the conversation gets shifted from like anti-immigration, anti-mass immigration on the basis of like, oh, look, we're getting replaced and like, you know, that culture doesn't fit in here. They don't integrate, they don't assimilate. So it's like, it's kind of race-based politics stuff. That stuff, like it's not convincing on a broad scale. But like if the conversation changes to, population caps and the idea of a discussion on sustainability. That's how you meet those wokies at their own territory. Like, what wokie is going to be like after fighting for, you know, climate change or something like that is going to turn around and be like, no, sustainability is a stupid idea. We shouldn't think about population in terms of sustainability. Like, that's a very interesting way to frame the conversation, I might add. So like, I wonder if this type of approach is going to trickle out a little bit more. Will you really own that Vegemite sandwich under Chairman Albo though? Think about it. I'm telling you, people, it's degrowth capitalism. You've mentioned that twice now. Let's have a look what 4AS is talking about, shall we? Can you very briefly describe to me the phenomenon of degrowth capitalism? This one's for you, 4AS. Degrowth is the idea of wealthy economies should deliberately reduce overall consumption, resource use, environmental impact rather than continually pursuing economic growth. The term degrowth capitalism is often used to this in debates because many critics argue that capitalism depends on continual growth, investment returns, and expanding markets. The question whether a capitalist system can function for long without growth. Supporters of degrowth generally propose lower material consumption in rich countries, shorter working hours, greater emphasis on well-being. So it's like hippie capitalism, environmental sustainability rather than GDP, more repair, reuse, local production. Goddamn hippie shit, I'm telling you that. Goddamn hippies. Wait, we have tech pronouns now? Yeah, we say the brothers of tech when we're trying to be respectful. Not like it's some super magical insight to see that stigmatizing male technologists in general was likely to go wrong. I might find it more amusing than others, though. The brothers of tech. Okay. Yeah, you should know Snowflake R. How about the feels, LOL. Meet my new breakfast partner, Chairman Albo, who owns 40% of my Nutella on toast. I'll pay taxes on that Vegemite sandwich. I prefer Marmite. Ew. Gross. Help stop capitalism. Stop immigration. Fuck. It's got me cornered now. Oh, shit. All right, fine. Fuck immigration. I'm with you, Dilemmas. Let's do this, brother. Me and you. Who do we got to convince? In Slowdown, Koi Sato says this type of degrowth is self-defeating and ends up opting for productive economic growth rather than getting rid of emissions, aka growth and production trap. All right. All right. This is like one last one on this topic, and I think it's related. And I thought this one was actually, this one was for you, Dilemmas. I thought you might find this one interesting. But like, I didn't even know this was a thing. But like, it makes sense considering what's happened to people like Marine Le Pen and stuff like that recently. But like the EU, I think the EU, as in the European Union, as a commission, as an entity, is considering the idea of banning far right. Like, so like the EU sits on top of like each individual nation. And so like you can have politicians from your nation that get voted into the EU and they make up like the European Council. And so like Marine Le Pen, like who's like from the National Front party, like the French far right party, I guess you would say, the French version of One Nation or MAGA or whatever. She was taken up on criminal charges, and so she can't go into EU elections and stuff like that. And like you would, like, don't take this the wrong way, but like there is a potentially conceited effort to get rid of like right wing or far right politicians out of the EU. It would seem you could read it like that easily. And so like apparently there is potentially on the cards this idea that the EU is trying to stop far right parties from getting into power. Like, this is some crazy shit if an allegation like this is true. Like, so much for democracy, honestly. This just shows you, and I've talked about this before, and like I talk about this with 4AS and JAG, and like this idea of radical centrism, like the idea of like the radical on the political spectrum is only the left and the right or something like that, is like completely farcical. Like the real radical element in modern politics is the center. Like the center is completely radical because it's neoliberal and it does some crazy shit to society. It puts us all through austerity politics and like, you know, and plays us off or feeds us to the biggest financial and transnational corporate interest in the world. Like it's completely like the radical center, I think, has completely destroyed Western society. Not like, you know, immigration or like some other policy decision. But like really like neoliberal politics, and it all comes from the radical center. And so like it seems like there's a discussion at the moment about with the EU, which is like this big entity that kind of takes away the sovereignty of individual European nations, and like they have to comply with the EU. And yeah, they get to send politicians to it, but like they're talking about banning the far right from representation at the European Union level. Pretty fucking mental stuff, man. And I bet you it's all coming from the centrists because they're worried about losing their vehicle. Like the European Union was really meant to be this project, like a neoliberal project, honestly, to turn Europe into one big economy. They can be managed. They all have the similar currency. They have similar laws and legislation, so people can do business easily on the European continent. And they don't want fucking far right parties that are like, I don't know, getting more popular to come in and fuck shit up. Like this is the radical centrists, the neoliberal body politic of Europe. Like they've created this entity for them so they can rule Europe, and like their like massive transnational corporations can do business with the EU, and they can run Europe as like one big economy that they can do whatever they want with. They don't want like parties from the extremes of the political spectrum coming in. Like if there were actually like proper far left parties that had any power or substance, they'd be potentially talking about banning them. But it's the far right parties that are like threatening to come into the EU and potentially even take over. So before that happens, these radical centrists out there are seriously contemplating, it would seem, banning far right parties from coming into the EU. This is some warped sense of democracy here. Like honestly, democracy seems like a toy they give us to play with while they farm us like cattle. Yeah. Ah, man, that sounds right. God damn. Everyone is fucking radical. Radical, man. And whose definition of far right? Fucked if mine. Like, this is why I thought you would find this interesting, to be honest, Dilemmas. Like, honestly. Like, what is far right? And like, how do you ban them from the European Union? That's crazy. Europe doesn't seem to realize there's a risk of not taking risks. Huh. Interesting. All right, let's do this. Let's hear what this is about. Dilemmas.
The European Sovereign Nations Party, the most far-right party in the European Parliament, consisting of parties like, well, you know, the AfD, are potentially facing a ban on the European level. Now, I'm really not a fan of banning parties either on the European level or also on the national level. And that is something I will get into in the opinion section. But to really understand what this ban is all about and what it will mean for European politics, let's first have a quick look at the European Parliament today. And as you can see on my right, the European Parliament is made out of 8 factions, or in Brussels terminology, 8 political groups. And on the very left, you have the far left in the European Parliament. Next to them, you have the left-wing Greens, followed by the center-left S&D. There's the centrist Liberal Renew Europe, followed by the EPP. They're center-right and are the largest group in the European Parliament, followed by the more conservative...
So I would say that's your radical centrist, right? Your real neoliberal core here is this yellow and blue section, I'm assuming, right? They have the majority stake, and they're worried not about like these pesky Greens and social Democrats taking over European Parliament, but like a surge in the right. Like that's way more likely, I would say, an actual right-wing surge, looking at the way the politics are going at the moment. Banning parties and words validates their victim complex. Your banana boy that rages on about commies having victim complexes have the best victim complexes because they get banned. The radical centrists validate their worldviews in the name of Karl Popper's theory of tolerance. I think we are all in hell, guys, not gonna lie. Well, I guess we should do something about that. Or maybe just like strap ourselves in and get the popcorn out. Because like this is all just a fucking show for us plebs anyway, right?
Conservative and right-wing ECR. And then you have the Patriots for Europe, more conservative and right-wing ECR. And then you have the Patriots for Europe, far right, and then even more far right, you have the European sovereign nations. And these political groups sit together in the parliament, negotiate certain laws, and generally vote together. Now, of course, at first glance, you might be like, so this ESN group right here in the parliament is the one facing a ban. And I wish that was the case, and I wish it was that easy. But no, this is the European Sovereign Nation group. And we're actually talking about the European Sovereign Nations Party. Now, how this all fits together, you can see in this visual right here. At the top, you have the political group. These are the parliamentary factions inside the European Parliament where, MEPs organize themselves to vote and work together. Then you have the European political parties. These are broader alliances of national parties from different EU countries, recognized and funded at the European level. And finally, you have the national parties. These are the actual political parties that run in national elections inside each member state, like the AfD in Germany, Revival in Bulgaria, or New Hope in Poland. If we zoom in to the ESN a little more, you can see how the structure works. First, you have the ESN political group inside the European Parliament, which currently has 27 MEPs. Then, there's a European political party itself. That European party is made up of 8 national parties, with Germany's AfD being by far the largest and most influential member. There's also one other party that cooperates with the ESN group in the European Parliament, and that is Italy's National Future. But they are not part of the official European party structure. And this distinction matters, because the investigation would mainly target the European political party, not the parliamentary group or the national party themselves. So if ESN lost its EU recognition, the group in parliament could still continue to exist, but the European Party would lose access to EU funding, which is estimated to be around 2 million euros per year. But now, to the very key question of this entire video. Why does the EU watchdog even want to ban the ESN? The EU has a watchdog for European political parties called the Authority for European Political Parties and Foundations. And according to reports, its director, Pascal Schonard, has compiled a 300-page file arguing that ESN may violate the EU's basic values. Human dignity, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and minority rights. And Pascal Schonard is accusing the ESN of anti-Semitism, anti-LGBT rhetoric, anti-immigration extremism, and also support for the so-called remigration concept. And for those that don't know what remigration is, this video right here explains it.
You want to know what remigration is? If you're listening to this and you didn't know already, it's not what I thought it was, where they're going to try and the Europeans are going to try and offer to expat Europeans to come home. No. It's just like kicking people out that for some reason fit a mold that they are migrants or they're not citizens or they haven't been here for long enough. So it could be further back, like maybe you migrated here when you were a kid or you were born to migrants, then you all get swept up and you go. Even if you were here for a generation, you could still, and you're like the child of a migrant, you could be swept up and taken off overseas. So like, it would seem that people who stand on, the ethics boards of the European Union have decided that anyone who supports a policy like remigration, like goes against the democratic values of the European Union and they need to be shut out. Like it's like getting someone out on a technicality. And like, yeah, I'm all for upstanding scruples and principles and stuff like that. But if these people are representative of a demographic within the European population that wants to see a policy like that, and it comes down to policy decisions, I don't think their motives should be called into question. It should be their policies that should be called into question. And so like, if their policies suck and their policies aren't based on morals and ethics, then the policy itself should be shut down. You cannot come into the European Union with a policy of remigration because it's unethical. But like, should you shut down the party itself for that reason? Ooh, interesting discussion. But again, like somebody's already said it, I'm pretty sure maybe 4IS. Like, do you really want to make martyrs of these people and just be like, that's it, let's ban the far right? Like, that sort of stuff will just be like a red flag to a bull. These people will be like, see, not only do we hate the European Union anyway, because usually these far right parties, whatever they are, they're nationalists and they want to get out of the European Union anyway. And so if the European Union stands around and bans them from EU representation, they'll be like, fucking, what more evidence do you need? Let us get out of the European Union. Like, they'll all have their own mini Brexits, basically. It's some crazy, crazy stuff that they're all considering at the moment. Mental. What if we are in the third of the 7 circles of hell and going down? We are just in some twisted dimension of joy and suffering. It's all a little bit hell, but it's also nice. Isn't democracy letting everyone have a say and then voting on it? Well, apparently not. Not for the European Union. Are those 4 things actually illegal? Well, like, they don't meet, well, let's call it the European Union has core values, and those things don't meet core values. What would they be banned for? It's not a crime syndicate. I don't know. Like, I know they've banned far right politicians in the EU before because, like, the politicians themselves were guilty of crimes, apparently, like money laundering or something like that. Or like funds disappearing, let's say. But like, this is more like principle based. This is like, oh, we have core values here, and it's not to be anti anyone or like anti minorities or something like that. And like, these parties directly represent the idea of being anti people based on their identity politics. Samuel Smith, there's a patriot versus black bees fighting on the White House lawn while soldiers cheer them on, and it's so overt and revolting. Oh, that's how they use the language. That's crazy. What would they be banned for? Yeah, it's a good question. Let's see.
Very well, and is endorsed by many of these far-right politicians.
We are demanding of the European Commission to install a total and full halt on non-Western immigration, both legal and illegal. From now on, no one comes in and millions go out.
Yeah, a pretty extreme video, and if you want to see the whole thing, you can click on the link below. But the report also highlights other problems. For example, in Poland, a politician from New Hope posted that Israel is not just a criminal state, and that Israelis are basically a nation of criminals. The party then apparently reportedly reposted it. Or take Bulgaria's Revival Party. The EU watchdog accuses that party of maintaining close ties with Vladimir Putin's United Russia Party, and also in participating in violent anti-government protests in Sofia, and being linked to attacks on the European Commission's offices in Bulgaria in 2025. And then there's Germany, where the file points to the AfD being classified by Germany's domestic intelligence agency as a right-wing extremist movement in 2025. So, what happens now? Will the ESN party actually be banned? Right now, this is just the beginning of the process. The EU watchdog has reportedly asked the European Parliament, the Commission, and the Council to open a formal review into ESN. This is a step we are currently on, and maybe we will know more next week about what these institutions think about this initiative. And if one of them agrees, the watchdog would investigate the case. ESN would get a chance to respond, and then independent expert committee would give its opinion. The watchdog could then decide whether ESN should lose its status as an official European political party. Now, on to my opinion. And
but remember, if they lose the party status, all that means is they can still have representation. Bureaucrats shouldn't have the power to ban groups. Wait, this is the thing though. They're still allowed to be in the European Union, but what they don't get is fucking money anymore. The European Union won't give them party status, so they don't get their $2 million or 2 million euros worth of funding. So it's like, all right, fine. We figured that, we've decided that you are against our values and our ethic code, so we're not going to give you any money. So they're gonna have to get you're gonna have to get your money elsewhere. It's because you don't have official party status. You're not going to use our funds to spread your dogma. They must be concerned, I would say, about the rise of these parties and like what control. This is the radical center, I'm telling you, that is like reacting against the growth of right-wing populism in Europe. And so like they can't ban them outright, but they can cut off their means through official channels. Bureaucrats shouldn't have the power to ban groups, yeah. And then they enforce the bans with the power of the state. Well, they just won't give them state funding. How about that? If you can call the European Union a state, like let's just say it is. Yeah, they're not going to give them state assistance like all the other parties get. It's an interesting way of cutting someone off. It's so centrist as well. So neoliberal. All right, well, you're not going to have any money then. And we're going to cut you off from your funding. It's like financial. It's like a sanction, basically. I'm going to cut you off. You have to fund yourself.
To be very honest with you, I think banning European parties or even national parties like the AfD in Germany, for example, is a very bad idea. I think parties such as this can only be punished by the voter and should not be punished by an institution, let alone getting banned by an institution. I really think that will erode trust in our democratic system throughout Europe and in Germany. Other parties, like the mainstream CDU in Germany, for example, or the SPD, or on a European level, the EPP and the S&D and the Liberals, etc., they need to fight for stronger and better ideas to win over the voters, not to join or agree with this EU watchdog that these kind of parties need to be banned. I think this will disenfranchise the voter even more, especially the voter that voted for these parties. The AfD is currently at 29%, I think it was, in Germany. If you start banning that, you're basically telling 29% of voters your vote doesn't matter. And I think that's the wrong precedent. But we did talk about this quite a lot in the EU Made Simple team. And we did ask ourselves the question, should we just do nothing then? If extreme parties on either the left and the right, or even politicians in the center, say ridiculous things that are just plainly insulting and go against all the values that we stand for example, anti-Semitism, for example, racism, and topics like that, should we just let it go? And our answer to that was, well, no. But we shouldn't go as far as banning the party. But what we could do is that we could make these individuals in these parties responsible for their actions. And we were thinking of financial fines maybe, or maybe even being banned from sitting in parliamentary sessions for a certain amount of time. Maybe rules around
like getting a sin bin. Hey, you said some naughty stuff in that post. You're not allowed to sit in the next session. Hey, none for you. Watch them jerry-rig a far-right European citizen united by accident. Yeah, it's not disenfranchisement. Large groups of angry people it's not like disenfranchisement of large groups of angry people has ever backfired. Yes. That's what I was saying before. Like, do you really want to make martyrs out of these people? Is that the best that the radical center can do? Be like, oh my God, we've got to keep power here. So the EU continues to function for like the large corporations out there that make the most money in Europe. Like we better keep the handle, we got to keep our hand on the helm here. Got to handle this situation well. Is this really, honestly, the way to do it? By like just being like, oh, they're potentially a threat. We can see the upswell happening in terms of politics. Eh? The right-wing swell is happening, especially in Germany, it would seem. Let's just like stop them from functioning. Like, what a stupid strategy. It might win you what? Like, it might win you a few years, eh? If you're lucky, until like people start to capitalize on what you've done. And then they'll come back with even more force than before. This is why the radical center is so dangerous. I'm telling you. The radical center is so fucking dangerous because all it wants to do is maintain stability for business, basically, for the economy. And like, is the economy naturally stable? Or does it need to be thrown into crisis every now and again so it can renew itself. That seems to be the natural tendency of this form of economy, of capitalism. Like, it goes in ebbs and flows. It's not always, stagnant. It's not always stable. Should it jostle a little bit? The radical center it's doing a lot of damage.
That, which should affect all parties, not just extreme right parties, would work out better than looking at all of this banning stuff for these parties. Anyway, those are just some ideas.
Yeah, sure they are, buddy. Cutting off money is a tactic from someone who hasn't worked out the internet exists. This isn't the 90s anymore. Yeah, it keeps the horseshoe balanced. There it is. Yeah, it keeps the horseshoe balanced, all right. That big bulging radical center part of the horseshoe that keeps pushing out and dragging the other two parts in. That's the real horseshoe theory there. It's not that the left and right curve together, it's the radical center that pushes out. There's the real dialectical relationship there. All right, that's enough of that. We're going to have a look at some interesting stuff when we come back. We're going to have a look at Black Core. Black Core. Okay, it's an Israeli company, apparently, that is reportedly or allegedly being meddling in elections. Meddling in elections around the West. Considering what we heard last week about the investigation into Tommy Robinson and the idea that Tommy Robinson has been, like, his EDL, the thing that, put him into the public consciousness. The English Defence League was an organization that was funded by the Israeli regime. They use the R word there, the Israeli regime, to harbor discontent in the UK. So people would start fighting against domestic Europeans or domestic UK residents would want to fight against Islam or something like that because it helps Israel's tactic in the Middle East and its plan for destabilization. Israel was helping to fund someone like Tommy Robinson, considering what we learnt last week in terms of that investigation, and now considering the fact that Israeli companies apparently meddling in people's elections and destabilizing the democratic process in the West. Like, what is going on here? We're going to have a look at that when we come back. And we'll look at some other stuff as well. But yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc. And we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. when they tell me why. Why? No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
All right, we're back. We're back. Let us do this. Let us continue our investigation. It's US versus Australia on Friday. Fuck yeah. I didn't know. Like, do Americans even care about the World Cup? Like, there's so much sport in the US. Do they care about soccer or football? No, they call it soccer, I guess. I wonder if the average American cares. A lot of people do, but I couldn't care less. Oh, okay, fair enough. I just thought it was one of those background sports for Americans, to be honest. Like, America just has the power to do well in whatever it puts its resources behind, so people don't really care too much. Like, there are countries out there that, like, you know, people would die to win the World Cup kind of thing. They would literally sacrifice themselves so their country could win it. Americans are like, soccer. Good old soccer. Not really. We're really xenophobic. Okay. Interesting. All right. Now, I really wanted to get onto this investigation this morning in the first half. Fuck, I can't believe we didn't have time. I think FIFA on Xbox and PS helped grow the popularity of the sport. Huh. Yeah, right. And the FIFA Peace Prize for President Trump. I hope they forfeit by, instead of playing soccer, they just come out and headbutt out of the American team. Oh my god. All right, let's do this. I think this investigation needs some fucking pause for thought. How do we look at this one, though? Should we read? I guess let's read the original article. Not the original article, but let's read an article about this for some context here. I think this is fascinating and kind of explains a lot. And look who it is, bro. This one's for you, Jag. Check this out, bro. Look who it is. It's not for the reasons that you're thinking, I don't believe, but like, it's your favorite fucking person that may be a victim of this whole Israeli corporation getting involved in everybody else's elections, apparently. It's fucking Mamdani. Pew, 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 pew. Zioran. Oh, man. Pauline at the National Press Club on Wednesday. Thank you. Do we not call it soccer in Australia? Yes, we do. That's how I grew up, playing soccer. Americans rarely compete on the world stage in sports. Other countries value international sports competition. Yeah, thank you. I got to remember that for Wednesday, because I think we could watch it. If they do it live as well, we could watch it. Usually YouTube censors comments. So I start with I hope. LOL. Israeli firm Blackcore, suspected of meddling in New York and Scotland, votes. France says. Wonder what's going on there. Okay, Paris, June 12. Very recently, right? Israeli firm Blackcore, suspected of interfering in France's local elections in March, is also suspected of meddling in elections in New York and Scotland and operating in Angola and Togo. France's disinformation detection service, what would you call that? Viginum, said on Thursday. Last month, Reuters reported that French authorities suspected Blackcore was behind an online smear campaign targeting 3 mayoral candidates from the hard-left pro-Palestine France Unbowed Party, LFI, in local elections. Targeting the hard left. In local elections? What's that about? At a press conference on Thursday alongside French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu, Viginium Chief Marc-Antoine Brillant said technical work has led the service to Blackcore. Viginium subsequently presented a detailed report of Blackcore's alleged actions around the world. So what the hell is Blackcore then? What the hell is Blackcore? Let's have a look. Blackcore. Blackcore Technologies, I guess. Blackcore Technologies. High performance, reliable overclocked servers tailored for the most demanding electronic trading platforms. Is that what you reckon it is? No, that's not it. That's something else. Blackcore AI. I wonder if they have a website. No way. Come on now. Help us out here. Help a brother out. I have heard of an investigation done by the French Disinformation Services Department into an Israeli company, Blackcore, which has potentially been meddling in other countries' elections. Can you find me the website for the company Blackcore? Subject to this French investigation. The company that appears in the center of the French allegations is Blackcore. Okay, thank you. There is a separate and much older Israeli intelligence firm called Black Cube, which has an active website. One complication is that Reuters reported that Blackcore has removed much of its online presence after scrutiny increased. Oh, that's why we can't find it. I used to listen to Blackcore in high school. Yeah, it's such a fucking hardcore name, isn't it? Okay, fine. I'm not going to get it then. Crazy. That's a bit crazy. You can't even find it. I wonder why that is. Wonder what's going on there. Eh? Whatever. We just played at home and called ourselves world champions. At a press conference on Thursday. No, I read that. Oh no. Sébastien Lecornu, Virginium chief Mark Antoinette Brilliant and technical work led the service to Blackcore. Virginium subsequently presented a detailed report on Blackcore's alleged actions around the world. The modus operandi was not limited to municipal elections in France, Brilliant said. It also appears to have been used to carry out foreign digital interference operations in other countries or regions, such as Angola, Togo, the elections in Scotland, and the 2025 municipal election in New York. Hey, any New Yorkers here feel violated that Is Not Rail or an Israeli company has been interfering with your elections? However, he added that it was still unclear who had commissioned Blackcore to meddle in France. Our investigations did not make it possible to identify the sponsor or sponsors, if indeed they exist, behind this foreign digital interference. Lecornu said the French government had asked Israel for explanations of Blackcore's actions and also for help trying to find out who may have been behind the smear campaign. I do not doubt for a single instant that if a French private group from French soil, moreover, had engaged in foreign digital interference in Israel, they would have done the same to its ambassador on site, Lecornu said. Israel's embassy in Paris confirmed that France had reached out, saying it was waiting to receive details from the French probe to conduct its own. Israel has, of course, no intention to interfere in the French political process, be it at the national or municipal level, it said in a statement. Interesting. Look at the police commissioner is not surprised. But do you think it's that way though? It seems like in the French case, they've been going after left-wing parties. So do you reckon Is Not Rail would have actually been trying to help support Mamdani or bring Mamdani down, Jag? Try this. Might be able to find it on there. Fuck you, legend. On archive.org? What? How do I search? Old websites? Is that what I can do? I only use archive for when I need footage, when I used to edit videos and I needed public domain footage. Enter a URL or just try and search it that way. Blackcore. Blackcore BE, blackcore.com. God, I hope it's not porn or something. It's worth a test. Yeah, it is. No, it's all in other languages. Fuck it. I might have to try it on my own and then try and figure it out from there. Look at how I read that before. Koff Epstein via Palmer, via Scooter, via Gina, via Rupert, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, what a tangled web that is. Bring him down, but she was commissioner before him to bring him down. Yeah. That's why he's a pussy. They tried to bring him down with the whole yeah, you will condom hummus thing. Yeah, you will not condom hummus. Yeah, interesting. All right, let's have a look at what they say here. Brilliant did not explicitly mention who was targeted in last year's New York City election, which was won by Zoran Mamdani. His victory thrilled many younger Jewish progressives, but it spooked more traditional pro-Israel New Yorkers with his outspoken support for the Palestinian cause. Mamdani's team did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Neither did New York City or New York State officials. The New York Police Department and the U.S. Cyber Defense Agency, CISA, CISA, did not immediately return emails seeking comment. The FBI declined to comment. Ooh. Maybe an active investigation or maybe implication. In a subsequent report, Vig Inum said that it had detected Blackcore linked accounts. Oh, wait, you guys can't see that. Let me just move that up. Link accounts targeting John Swinney, the First Minister of Scotland. Swinney has described the situation in Gaza as man-made humanitarian catastrophe, saying a genocide may be unfolding, citing civilian casualties, widespread destruction, and statements by Israeli officials. These reports of bad actors attempting to interfere with the Scottish Parliament elections are deeply concerning, Swinney of the Scottish National Party said in an email. He called on the British government, which has responsibility for national security, to make dealing with hostile state online interference a far higher priority. So these reports of bad actors attempting to interfere in the Scottish Parliament elections are deeply concerning. He called the British government, which has responsibility for national security, to make dealing with hostile state online interference a far higher priority. Ross Colquhoun, the SNP's head of digital, told Reuters that during the May election, the party's social media platforms were subject to unprecedented levels of negative reactions and comments from accounts which appeared to be AI-generated bots. So the armies of bots and AI slop out there may be somehow associated with some company from a foreign state that's looking to interfere in your elections and your democratic processes. Who would have thought? An email-seeking comment from Scottish election officials was not immediately returned. The governments of Angola and Togo also did not immediately respond to requests for comment before scrubbing its online presence following inquiries from Reuters. Blackcore described itself as an elite influence cyber and technological company built for modern era of information warfare. See, information warfare. Look at that. What a company, bro. We used to just call this propaganda back in the day, but it's like much more than that now. Much, much more than that. Information warfare. You guys, we're all just fucking collateral damage in an information warfare age. It said it provided governments and political campaigns with cutting-edge strategies, advanced tools, and robust security to shape narratives. It has not responded to repeated requests for comment. There you go. Interesting. Captain Bucket in the house. Howdy. How you going? How you going? Yeah, then will you condemn Hassan Piker? Yeah, I know that was the natural trajectory after condoming hummus. Then you have to condemn Hassan. Dang, let's face it. They are an Israeli intelligence company. They would have wiped themselves of everywhere if they wanted to, including archive. No. Then all the racist ads made by Cuomo team who was pro-Israel. I wonder if this company had anything to do with it. Crazy, eh? What's the happen, Captain? Information warriors. Fuck yeah. We can be the information warriors in an information war. We can be information warriors in a class war. We spread all this class consciousness everywhere. In and around. All right. There's piece number 1 there. Let me get like an actual video on this from the French. Let's see what the French have to say about this. I have not seen this conversation come up much. It's actually quite hard to find information on this. I don't know why people aren't talking about it more generally. Like if the Scottish have been hit, the French have been hit, the Americans have been hit with we're talking about meddling in elections here. Like this has been big news for the US. Like Trump has been constantly going on for ages that he had an election stolen from him, and people are fucking outraged by the notion, let's say, the notion that somebody could have stolen an election. The fact that we have a corporation out there that has been interfering in people's elections, like the French, the Scottish, the Americans, Africans, Angola, Togo. Like, what's going on here? What's going on? I'm telling you, the very foundation of democracy is under attack here, and no one's talking about it. What the fuck? With that haircut, you can be our cheerleader, Mr. A. Yeah, fuck yeah. I will lead the cheer. I also have some moves to go with it. We are all veterans of the class war. Yeah, knowingly or unknowingly. That's the thing. Seasoned veterans, can I say. France had a policy called Francafrique, where they just kept soldiers in their former colonies to influence politics, though they ended up losing every time. There you go. Interesting. And what are the Americans doing? Throwing a fucking circus, eh? Yeah, why not, eh? If you can call it a circus, that's rich. That's rich indeed. Captain Bucket. I saw a 60 Minutes interview last night that interviewed a bunch of poor property investors. Absolute drivel. Fuck yeah. Now that's running propaganda. That's good. Leave us alone. Mel Brooks. Blaz, LOL. Somebody likes your reference there. Blaz, you have been appreciated. I could see E in a hip-hop dance group with that hair. I thought you were going to say something else, like maybe break dancing, maybe. Doing some particular break dancing moves. Fuck yeah. I could see that too. All right, let's see what the French have to say about this situation if they are deeply offended by Israeli interference. It's literally a circus. They could get the rights to play YMCA, but they have the rights to play Fred Durst. Trump did it all for the nookie.
A cybersecurity update from the French government, which is concerned about election interference online. The French Prime Minister on Thursday convened political leaders and reported on the threat in the presence of the head of France's disinformation detection service, who said that officials suspect an Israeli firm called Blackcore of being behind a smear campaign ahead of France's municipal elections in March.
Vigilant investigations have made it possible to geolocate the foreign operator behind this malicious activity, a purported Israeli company known as Blackcore.
Viginem, France's Office for Vigilance and Protection Against Foreign Digital Interference, presented a detailed report on Blackcore's alleged actions around the world.
The modus operandi wasn't limited to France's municipal elections. It also appears to have been used for foreign digital interference in other countries or regions, such as Angola, Togo, the elections in Scotland, and New York's 2025 municipal election.
The French Prime Minister said Paris had asked Israel for explanations on Blackcore's actions and also for help in trying to find out who may have been behind the smear campaign.
Once the authorities realized this interference from Israeli soil, specifically Israeli soil, occurred during the municipal election, it goes without saying that we did indeed ask for an explanation and assistance.
But like, why municipal elections? Like, are they just testing out gear or something like that? Like, why start so low? I guess that's where a lot of interesting grassroots stuff happens though, right? Oh, leave us alone, Mel Brooks. Probably copyright, not gonna lie. But I'm being a bit iffy conflating Israel lobby with a known Jewish famous actor and director, Mel Brooks. I feel like this joke rates about 4 out of 10 on the first is this anti-Semitism or irrelevant amusing joke scale. 4 out of 10? Don't be so harsh on yourself. Blackcore sounds like a K-pop band, lol. Blackcore, an affiliate of Umbrella Corp. Hey.
It could be a private group in Israel.
The news agency Reuters reported last month that French authorities suspected Blackcore was behind an online smear campaign targeting 3 candidates for mayor from the far left pro-Palestine France Unbowed party in March's municipal vote. Before scrubbing its presence online following Reuters' inquiries, Blackcore described itself as an elite influence cyber and technology company built for the modern era of information warfare.
Information warfare. Crazy. Eh? And no one else, like I can find the French talking about this and the Indians talking about this. It's all silent on the Western front. Like no one else in Europe. I haven't seen anyone in America claiming this. Why aren't the Americans up in arms? Why are the New Yorkers up in arms about this? Like, why the fuck would they be interfering in New York elections? You know how it is making jokes relevant to the ongoing issues. Eh? Okay. I'm just not going to touch it for the copyright purposes because, like, movies like get caught up so easily. But I'm sure it's better than the 4 out of 10. Let's do this.
As digital campaigns are increasingly taking center stage in elections across the globe, France has made a huge claim, accusing Israeli firm Blackcore of interfering in multiple elections. It has sought an explanation from Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Now addressing a press conference,
They're busy watching sweaty, shirtless men. So good. Oh my god. I remember like when I first met my partner, and we watched rugby for the first time together, like rugby league. Like she's not a sports person, and I guess the only sport that she would know, being European, is soccer. But we watched we watched rugby league together, and like we watched for like 20 minutes, and she said nothing. And then like there was like a tackle that had like maybe 4 or 5 people in it, like a gang tackle, I guess you would say. And I looked across at her face, and like she was kind of in shock. And I was like, "You're right." And she was like, "This is quite homosexual. Like this is pretty gay." Eh? And I was like, "Nah, it's not like that. They're just tackling each other. It's all right, baby. Don't worry about it." And she was like, "Wow. So you just sit here for like what 80 minutes and watch sweaty guys jump on top of each other?" I'm like, when you say it like that, come on. I'm sure you could appreciate that. Look at them, eh? They look all right where they're all sweaty and they're touching each other. They can't get their hands off each other. You like that, don't you, baby? She was just surprised. The shorts are shorter in rugby. Eh? Oh, yeah. Plenty of people might not have been born when Men in Tights came out. Yeah. I got the references before, though. It's a great movie. I didn't realize it was from that. His partner. Your hobbies are pretty gay. Yeah, like, why are you watching these guys? These sweaty dudes pile on top of each other. It's not like that, baby. Come on. Bandsaw Bandit. Howdy, all. How you going? Did you see Australia beat Turkey in the World Cup? Finally, justice for Gallipoli. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, yes, I saw it. Australians pretty fucking happy about it. I didn't realize we were doomed to fail against Turkey. Like there was no way that we could have beaten Turkey. It's just boys being boys. Dude on dude action. Yeah. They're just roughing each other up. Come on. Please, Mystery, put your man bun back in. No, I'm doing it on request. Wait, women don't like sweaty men touching each other like men like watching women touch each other? My life is a lie. Yes, it's a funny phenomenon, isn't it? We're like, wait, what? Why are we watching this? I thought you'd like this. No, it doesn't work like that. They have Premier League and Series A quality in their side. So it was a shock result. Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, nice. Well, so we don't have any Premier League representation? Nothing at all? Oh, that's crazy. Happy Pride Month. We have muscular nude men rubbing each other's balls in each other's faces on the White House lawn. The captain of Turkey was even like, we'll dominate them. And they got smashed. Yeah, there's nothing like a bit of hubris, isn't there? Coming home to roost. I can get behind that. Aussies get fired up in any international sport. Speak for yourself. I'm into it. Fair enough then. Fair enough.
Taking center stage in elections across the globe, France has made a huge claim, accusing Israeli firm Blackcore of interfering in multiple elections. It has sought an explanation from Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Now addressing a press conference, France's Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu warned of a serious interference threat during the 2027 French presidential polls. He claimed that Blackcore ran an online smear campaign against 3 mayoral candidates from the France Unbowed Party ahead of local body polls, which took place in March this year. Blackcore described itself as an elite influence, cyber and tech firm, claiming to provide strategies in political campaigns to shape narratives. And this is not all. He claimed that the Israeli firm's modus operandi was not limited to France alone. According to Lecornu, it also carried out foreign digital interference operations in the 2025 New York mayoral election, won by Zohran Mamdani. Paris also accused Blackcore-linked accounts of targeting Scotland's First Minister, John Sweeney, and influencing elections in countries like Angola and Togo.
So like First Minister is their Prime Minister, right? So like this company, whoever they are, have also gone after the Scottish Prime Minister. That's fucking crazy. And then they just disappeared. I was hoping that we could go and look at their website. We can't even do that. It's fucking outrageous. We have championship level quality, and Matt Ryan plays in La Liga. So we do have quality. We can fly under the radar. It'll make the US game industry interesting. It would also be so funny if USA underestimates us as well, and we pull their pants down. But like, isn't that the thing? Like, even Matt Ryan didn't even play. Like, they put in a younger goalkeeper, and that goalkeeper looked like, I didn't watch it, but I saw the highlights. He looked like he had a cracker of a game, that goalkeeper. Ravy, I'm into men grappling each other, women grappling each other, and also robot wars. This is fucking mental. I can't believe they can get away with this stuff, seriously. And no one said anything about it. Part of the allegation that I've heard is that Blackcore targeted a smear campaign against the Scottish First Minister, which I'm assuming is their version of a Prime Minister. Are you able to verify this allegation? Jousting is cool too. What about jostling? That's why I like skirmish sports, a lot less gay. Come on, dilemmas. You and the boys getting in uniform and running around in an open paddock somewhere. Or in the forest together, eh? And shooting at each other with your phallic objects. So much less gay, bro. Who's actually surprised? Mike Pompeo is a major board member on Black Cube. Strong Israeli connections. Coincidence? Jousting equals skirmish sport. The boys parked the bus to frustrate them and hit them on the counter. Our first goal was a chef's kiss. Jostling a joust. Google's jousting. Oh shit, I shouldn't do this at work. Okay. Yes, but with an important caveat. What can be verified is the French government agency Veganum has publicly alleged that the Israeli Black Corps conducted a coordinated influence operation targeting Scotland's first Prime Minister, John Sweeney. First Minister, sorry. The Scottish Government and the Scottish National Party during the 2026 Scottish election campaign. Damn, that's some high level of online content. I wonder if there are smear campaigns in Australian politics. Like, I don't know about you. I don't know if it's just my algorithm, but like, because we do like Far Right Fridays and stuff like that, and I follow Australian politics now, like I get heaps of One Nation slop channels. Like there are certain channels out there that is just AI slop, wall to wall, One Nation AI slop. And like the thumbnail looks really AI sloppy. The way that the video is presented and scripted, and it's just like a series of images that just swipe in and out and stuff like that. Like, I wonder if there is interference or smear campaigns. Or like, when you mean smear campaign, do you mean a coordinated effort to generate negative online content about someone? Yes, LOL, it's nothing but smear campaigns. I wonder if we've got the same level of interference. Like, people are paying for like companies to like run information warfare in Australian politics. Slop channels are extremely prevalent. Yes, almost entirely from the right. But like, have you seen the quality of some of the channels? Like, it's awful. There's like this one slop channel for, I guess, for One Nation purposes. And like, it makes AI generated music about One Nation, or like why the Greens are bad, or why Albo is I don't know, is a liar or something like that. And it's like, yeah, it's like AI slop music promoting like One Nation, I guess. It's fucking mental. Dude, the propaganda is going crazy. All the news going shock poll, Pauline Hanson next PM. Bro, the next federal election is in 2 years. Yeah, and that's just the mainstream media. I'm talking about like the slop that's on social media. Like these little channels that just pop up everywhere. The right wing online have a fake it till you make it strategy where they bot themselves into relevance. It turns out you have little or no morals when it comes to shitting out smears. You can spend money cranking out that crap, and like AI generated, some of it is awful, and it like has heaps of views, heaps of likes, all these comments and stuff. It's like, you know, this is just AI slop. Like, honestly, like all fash, they want to seem bigger than they are. Even left-leaning people use AI slop, are like trying to make it good, going back and refining it, ? They're willing it into existence, like the stock market. And people do believe it. It's crazy.
France is yet to ascertain who commissioned these activities. Listen to this.
As soon as the authorities saw that, from Israeli soil itself, from Israeli soil, these interferences, which of course occurred during the municipal election, were taking place, it goes without saying that we did in fact request explanations and assistance as well. It may be a private group in Israel that has escaped the attention or control of the Israeli governmental or state authorities.
Well, on its part, Israel's embassy in Paris stated that it was waiting to receive details from France's probe in order to conduct its own. It also affirmed that Israel has no intention to interfere in the political process in France. While no motive has been ascribed to the alleged action of Black Court.
Opportunity on Castana where they guess at Avi, like really awful stuff, like the thumbnails, the titles, the content that's in them. But there's so many of them. Potential One Nation supporter goes into a room where 10 people are talking about how great Pauline and Gina are. They start to think, oh, cool, my opinion is correct.
It is also accused of anti-Semitism by political rivals, a claim that it denies.
The Prime Minister assured us that France had responded, particularly regarding the influence operation targeting the France Unbowed Party that originated from an entity known as Black Corps, located in Israel. He told us that the French government had sought explanations and accountability from the Israeli authorities.
While authorities in New York, Togo, Angola and Scotland are yet to react to allegations put forth by France, the mystery deepened as Reuters claimed that Black Corps had scrubbed its online presence. The Israeli-based firm is yet to break its silence on this controversy.
That was awful. That's some sloppy stuff right there. Pauline is still a senator anyway. She can't be PM. She has to resign her seat and win a seat in the lower house. Also, people know Pauline and Barnaby anyway. I don't know. Apparently that's not true. She can be a senator and be a prime minister, apparently. I remember Rukshan not being able to keep up with the cops at the COVID protest thing. Sounds right. I think you can be PM from the Senate It's just unusual, isn't it? Yeah, we researched that. I don't think there's anything stopping it, to be honest. This country is becoming so damn Americanized. People forget that you are voting for the party, not the person. Mystery for PM. If we start now, we can get the same traction as Pauline. I don't know, bro. Like, someone's going to have to give us a jet, and then we can just stream from the jet. We'll just be in a plane. We need to link up with a billionaire. Or a trillionaire, actually. Interesting. There's no law. The PM has to come from the lower house, just party convention. But we want AI slop. We crave AI slop. We need AI slop. We want a law to guarantee AI slop has rights to. 1 AI token is equal to all AI tokens. Give AI a chance. Yes, 1 AI token is equal to a vote. How about that? Got to appeal to 1 billionaire. Yes. Good. See, I got one. I said, hop it. So good. Yes, legally, a senator can become prime minister. There it is. We have asked AI, and it has spoken. It's just unconventional. Let it be known, it is unconventional. Well, that's pretty much it. Like, unless you want to do some further investigation on this, but it's so thin, the amount of information that's out there. Hit up Teal mystery. You know, I reckon I could do that. Like, that's how JD Vance got his position. Like, he basically just cold emailed Peter Thiel and was like, teach me to be like you, Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel took him under his wing. So I guess we could just email him and see if he'll, like, fund us. And, like, we'll just talk about, like, the Antichrist or something. Hey? You know what I mean? Choose your billionaire. Look at these. Free play. So good. Hit up K-Rudd. Hey? Be Rudd's blood boy. Fuck yeah. More Aussie billionaires. Less transnational billionaires. Oh my god, read the rest of the AI argument. There is no strict law. However, by strict political convention, Prime Minister of Representatives must, because the government must command that chamber. Okay. I'm sure Yanis would back you. I guess he's a millionaire. He would have to be with all the book sales he's got. If your soul was for sale, Thiel is your man. Thank you. It works out well too because they're moving to NZ bunkers soon. Like, geographically, it just makes sense. Yeah, I hope their capital flies with them. That'll be the way to do it. Anyway, think about that. Think about what we have just witnessed here. Is that, like, there is open... Oh, they're allegations at this point. There are open allegations with state investigations active by the French state that Israel is openly, an Israeli company is openly meddling in elections. And it's not just like some random country so they can test out their technology. They've done it in France, local elections. They've done it in Scotland at the federal level, at the national level for Scotland. So they've gone after a prime minister and their political party. And they've gone after New York local elections as well. And we know how much, like, attention the whole New York situation got with Mamdani recently. And, like, everybody's hope for the evil socialist mayor. And, like, an Israeli company was hired to, potentially take him out. And smear him just enough so people won't think he's a good candidate despite his awesome social media campaign and his TikToks. And so, like, TikTok took out Israeli corporations' ability to engage in information warfare. And so, like, you have to ask the question, like, how much of everyone's democracy now, thanks to the age of social media and information warfare, is truly being influenced by foreign actors who can just pour money, or people like the capitalist class who pour money into corporations that specialize in changing public opinion through information warfare, just like smearing your opposition and producing AI slop for you to, what was it? Command the narrative, I think it was. How much of our elections really are about commanding the narrative for a certain group of people that may be aligned, I guess, with the foreign interests or your local capitalist class? Like, I know this is nothing new. That's why people used to buy papers and stuff like that. But like, you know, buying papers is one thing. Like, you can look at a paper and be like, yep, this paper is definitely fucking working for a particular interest group. And so everything that you read in that paper, like, you know, is compromised, right? Or potentially compromised. But like, if you find your own sources of AI slop in the great social media landscape, and you think you're watching some independent person, or you're coming along some type of independent news somehow, but it's just, I don't know, AI slop from some corporation that's funded by a special interest group. Like, it's so much harder to know now. So much harder to know than in the age of the mainstream media. And like, for what purpose is this serving? For what purpose? To, like, it seems in the case of the local elections in France, and maybe even with Mamdani, that it was about getting rid of people that had a pro-Palestinian bent. Like, people that had been like, no, I think it's a problem that there is genocide happening in Gaza. And so, like, they deserved to have a foreign state or a foreign actor or foreign corporation come in and try to meddle in some of that democracy. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. The allegation has links to 50 countries, apparently, not just France. Can the PM only show up half the time? Feel like ScoMo got in trouble for that. Pauline doesn't even show up half the time. It's like 20% attendance. She would have to up that to 50%. Basically, it's possible, but it would come under larger scrutiny for not being a leader of the people if you're in the country as a senator. Being a senator, PM, is highly rare. Captain Bucket has spoken. Let it be known. It is highly rare. It is very unconventional. Crazy times. Crazy times that we live in. Don't get your politics from social media. That's the lesson. That's the real lesson here. Just, if you're listening to anyone speak about politics on social media, just stop listening immediately. That's the real lesson here. You don't know who's actually paid off and like who is real. Like, you guys have said it before, but like, I'm not real. Remember that. I'm AI. I'm AI slop. Like, this change in haircut today was a test. Just a test to see if you guys would still listen to me. I'm actually not even real. I'm a bot with a new haircut today. And you guys are still listening to me anyway. Joke's on you. Gotcha. All right, let's change gears now. We're going to go on to... Look, there's a couple of things that we could cover here. Australia isn't actually real, so that tracks. Timing. Sam Smith, everything I learned about politics, I learned watching social media. Well, none of it's real. I'm actually having a breakdown, and none of you are real. I had you muted for like 20 minutes because of a call, and now you come onto that. I swear I'm real. I was just joking. Don't listen to that. All right, so I'm going to go after something that's kind of a little bit juicy. Like, it's actually something that I wanted to do in Far Right Fridays the other day. Come back to a rant about us not listening because of your hair. Whoops. Yeah, I wanted to cover this on Far Right Friday and I couldn't. So, like, I want to watch this segment because I actually want to know people's opinions on this. But this is incredibly divisive content, can I just say? Incredibly divisive content. So strap yourself in. I've been out on having a smoke break for like 15 minutes. I'm scared to go back to the UFC. Don't be scared. It'll be fun. There'll be sweaty men touching each other. This is what I wanted to cover in Far Right Fridays, but I didn't have a chance. There's this case called Carmelo versus Metcalfe or something like that. I can't remember what they're called, the two people. But there was a case last week that was popularized. I think it was Wookie that came into the chat probably mid last week. It was like, hey, we're going to cover the Carmelo incident. And so like that was raging on last week and I wanted to cover it in Far Right Fridays, but I didn't get a chance. And so like we're going to look at this case from a right-wing perspective. But like there was an incident here. So the dude on the left there stabs dude on the right. And girl in the middle, don't worry about it. Oh, that's Rita from Sky News. And this is a segment from Lefties Losing It. So that's why you get to see her fucking annoying face in the middle there. But yeah, this guy over here stabbed ye old dude over here at some like sports meeting or something like that. I think they call it like track meet or something like that in the US. So like basically there was like people meeting it and like it was like a sports carnival basically. A track meet? I want to say a track meet. Since the invention of the printing press, ideas of mass influence was born. The godfather of spruiking your message. AI is just a distant relative of the so-called reason for the community landscape. It's a fair point. Like since the printing press, really, have we had this age of information warfare? And like what was the first casualty of the printing press, right? Was like the breakup of the Catholic Church, really. And like the rule of unified rule of religion over Europe, basically high school Olympics. Okay, so like yeah, so we got a track meet or something. Anyway, we got dude over here, who's like a twin or something like that, and like he was hanging out, and like he has like an altercation with this dude. And supposedly they're telling each other to fuck off, basically. You go, no, you go, you go. And they start like maybe scuffling. And then this guy pulls out a knife and like stabs this guy multiple times. Now that is as objective as you can get on that situation. But like this seems to be like deeply ingrained in the American culture wars now. Like deeply, deeply ingrained. Like again, if you really wanted to look at this as objectively as possible, like you would be like, two dudes, like two teenagers, right? Like young men full of testosterone, exchange words, potentially change hands as well, right? And then one's got a knife and stabs the other one. Like it's pretty fucking open shut kind of stuff. Do you stab someone? No. Like should you stab someone? No. Like the defense on this one from this guy and his family, I think it was like, or his defense team anyway, it was like it was self-defense, and it would appear that like the court decided pretty fast that self-defense wasn't really it was a non-starter, and there wasn't much evidence to suggest that. And it seems to be like this has turned into an O.J. Simpson style case. It's just another amazing insight into how fucking fractured America is at the moment. But like that's pretty much the long and the short of it. But like the American culture war on this one is huge, and it's become like another one of those episodes in American history where it's like, you know, kind of black versus white. Again, as someone who's not American, I really can't buy into this discussion too much. If you stab someone, you fucking stab someone. Like, if you can prove that it's self-defense, then fucking good on you. But like, you know, again, you have to have pretty fucking good grounds for like stabbing someone. Like, because this kid died. This one here, it was not like stabbed in self-defense. This kid's now suing this one or something like that. It's the state. The state, I think it's in. Where is it? was it Texas, or I can't remember what location we're in here. But like, yeah, the state has charged this guy with murder, and he was checking up the case of self-defense, and like it failed by the look of it. It failed massively. But like communities out there are like, this seems to be just another account where the system is geared against, like the decision was already made. The fact they gang, yeah, okay, is that what happened? Because like the defense seemed pretty shit, to be honest. And I wasn't sure if that was just they were a shit lawyer or something like that. But yeah, go heat failure, go. The monopoly over information and education Catholics didn't want no heathens reading. I was watching this story in real time when it happened. They're trying to turn it into a thing, like into a culture war thing. Like it's been very like crazy to watch that like in the background over a few days last week. They look like two normal teenagers. Yeah, pretty much. They look like fucking kids. And like that's what, like, as sad as it is to say, like this is what kids do. And like, you know, don't bring a fucking knife to a sporting event. Like what? Like they're kids, man. Kids are fucking nuts. First victim of the printing press was the hemp industry. The bigger deal was that the jury was all white. Yes, I've heard that. He got 35 years. It seems reasonable. I see. I don't even know why that's a thing. Like, this is the thing. Like, I've talked about this before, but I'm not American, so I would never really understand this. But like, people are like, oh, but the jury was all white. And it's like, yes, and like, does that really matter? Like, aren't they deciding on whether a person stabbed another person and whether that was a reasonable grounds to stab somebody or take a life? It doesn't matter if you have black, white people, purple people, fucking men, women, children, like on the jury. Like, should it matter? But like, I know it does in the US apparently. But like, you know, normally, should it matter? It was shitty all the way around. I follow true crime over here pretty close. Okay. The white guy looks like clavicular. Yeah. Pre-surgery. Has he been sentenced or just convicted so far? I thought he was sentenced, and I thought he got like 20 years or something like that. He got 35. There it is. Typical Sky News talking about things that happen in America. Yeah, and it's the frame of lefties losing it as well. Oh my God. Like, they're lefties, like, by default, because they're complaining about this guy not getting off on his defense, which was self-defense. And so, like, they must instantly are lefties, apparently. Did the young black man shout out, I'm going to kill you, you fucking white cracker? If not, how is it racism? I'm not sure. Just boys being boys? Well, like, you know, without saying it so, yeah, black and white, like, pretty much, right? I don't think this kind of journalism here is totally bullshit though, right? One guy stabbed the other guy and the result from Sky News is to politicize it and demonize the left. Yeah, like, what the fuck has this got to do with lefties losing it? Like, she's just like, oh, there's like all these people crying for a killer, lefties losing it. It's like, hello, most of these people are from his community. What the fuck? Why are they default lefties? What's that got to do? It's supposed to be a jury of your peers. But like, what are peers? Like people that are also like 19 years old or something like that? What does peers even mean in this case? What did the left do collectively? I don't know. And that's why I thought this would be interesting for Far Right Fridays, but we never got there. Like, a few people argued it was probably racist. What did the left do? I don't know. 35 years, sorry. Yes, got it. There we go. We found dozens of Twitter posts, and that's basically the collective left. Why does skin color matter? Really? Isn't integrity needed to be on a jury? Yeah, that's my default position. But like, again, this is US history right here, and I don't think any of this type of logic really makes sense to them. Oh, old guy in glasses says, the lefty loonies are back at it again this time. Black guy stabbed white guy. Damn lefties. Yeah, that's pretty much the narrative. Anyway, this is going to infuriate some people. So like, strap yourself in, because we're listening to Rita explain these events. Like, again, this was for Far Right Fridays, but like, I think it's still interesting to see what these culture war matters are like, should this even be a culture war? But like, I'm assuming people can't help themselves, and like, there's so many grifters out there on social media that made so much bank on this one. So many. All right, let's have a look.
At a track meet. The crime was horrific. A beautiful young life cut short. But also shocking has been the number of people barracking for a killer. It's like O.J. Simpson 2.0, with scores of people who should know better treating Carmelo Anthony like a victim. Watch this mum who doesn't know what she's going to say to her sons.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
I don't know, lady. Maybe tell them not to go around stabbing people to death. Maybe don't take a knife to a track meet. Maybe don't instigate a clash and then commit murder. All valuable lessons. Look, there is too much depressing footage of lefties losing it today after
Why
this
are they
verdict.
lefties?
I'm just going to play.
So they've just like, this is Sky News at its finest. It's just like, we've got all these black people who are upset about a black guy being like poorly represented and then sentenced to murder, sentenced on a conviction of murder or a charge of murder. And they're just like, they're instantly lefties. What, because they're black or something like that? Like, that's the fucking logic here. Seriously. Why are they lefties? Murder. OJ was a lefty? Holy cow.
A few examples.
Black sisters and brothers, black kings and queens, we gotta stick together. This makes no goddamn sense. That young boy
Woman plus black plus mad equals left. So good. Sky News finest is a low bar.
he was defending his goddamn.
I thought the murder got 25, not 35. I bet she won't even explain the situation. We've got a contention here. It's not 35, it's 25. Han would be having a field day. Yeah, I didn't get to Far Right Fridays on this one. Han would have loved this. Oh my god. But you Americans, you got to like fill us out here. Like, how do we feel about this in the US? Like, how do people bring it down to like, or like, are there heaps of people in America? I bet you're just like, not touching this one, not touching this one at all. Fuck this. We also have this weird thing about people who are minors being charged as adults. I don't fully understand how that's decided. Seems the government wants to charge as much as possible. I mean, it's supposed to be 25 years. Okay, right.
I'm not lost for words too often, but that is just mortifying.
Mortifying. Get fucked. You're not lost for words. Fuck off.
Now let's inject some intelligence and perspective into proceedings. Here is friend of the program, CJ Pearson.
Not interested in this one. Culture wars. Interesting. There you go. Fair enough. So this is as deep as you get into culture wars in a US situation, right? Like, this is foreign. It was like when we were watching Pauline Hanson do the whole fucking reveal thing in the Senate, and all the Australians that were watching that were like, this is so wrong. How could she do that? How could she wear a burqa into the Senate and like take it off? So disrespectful. And all the Americans were just like, what's wrong with that? That's just like freedom of speech. Like, who cares? Is this not a democracy? Like, if she wants to wear a fucking burqa in there and look like an idiot, let her do it. Who gives a shit? And we were just like, at that point, I was just like, holy shit, this is just the Australian culture wars. Like, no one gives a shit who's not Australian about Pauline Hanson wearing a fucking burqa in there and pretending it's like a travesty. It's not a fucking travesty. Like, if she wants to look like an idiot, let her look like an idiot. Who cares? This is Australians' culture wars, and this is America's culture wars massively. I am lost for words. Here's 50 more at rapid fire pace. So good. This is a bit Charlie Kirk-ish. Yes. Yes, actually. Culture war is all they have left. Pauline in a burqa is democracy manifest.
I am so tired as a black man of being expected to defend black wrongs. As a black man, it's news to me that I'm obligated to defend a black man who decided to murder a child in cold blood. Someone's son, someone's loved one, someone's sibling. Like, the idea that being black comes with having to defend every single black indiscretion, every black evil doing is absolutely ridiculous, absurd, and I'm not going along with it. I believe in accountability, whether or not you're white, yellow, blue, green, turquoise, or even with a hint of teal. I don't care. If you do the crime, you ought to do the time. And if you want to act like an animal, don't be mad when society treats you like one.
Now, the Carmelo Anthony...
A succulent halal meal. We get something like this with Trayvon Martin on rotation. No one asked him to.
Case was always crystal clear. It involved a young thug with poor impulse control murdering a good kid who didn't want to fight. A good
I'm blacker than that dude.
kid with a bright future who died in his twin brother's arms. Even the defense witness was clear that it was Carmelo Anthony who instigated the clash. The victim, Austin Metcalf, had no...
The thing I hate about the culture war is they never put in a context. They just say, this guy stabbed that guy, now pick your side. Like, that's the long and the short of it, though, isn't it? And then they implant the culture war, like, on top of that. Like, shouldn't it just be about this guy stabbing this guy and whether or not it was a case of self-defense or not? Like, it's not like all of society's past grievances about, like, the issues between black and white population need to be factored into this one decision. Like, that's the culture wars. Like, what is the thing that you're talking about? Like, what's missing? Like, I've tried really hard to actually understand what the fuck happened, but, like, no one actually wants to talk about what actually happened. All I can see is, like, the dude Carmelo came over to the Metcalf guy, and then, like, they were sitting under a tent together, and they had, like, an exchange of words, and they both told each other fuck off, and then neither of them fucked off, and then there was, like, more people that were friends of the victim that were there. And so, like, the Carmelo was, like, potentially outnumbered. And so then, like, they had a scuffle and then the guy got stabbed. Like, that's as far as I can... Like, is that accurate? Is that what happened? Like, they were both telling each other to fuck off kind of thing. Then there was more of the victim's posse there than Carmelo's posse. And then they somehow got into an altercation. Like, that's what matters. Like, honestly... My guess is the white ball called him an N-word and it escalated. Interesting. That is not what you get from the media. It's built off the victim complex. Interesting. Keep the division fed and the hungry masses will devour. It's definitely hungry. They're fucking hungry, it would say. And scream, please, sir, more. The big problem with Carmelo was banned from coming to... Too many idiots wanting... Carmelo was banned from coming to the track meet. Was in someone else's tent when the fight broke out. Oh, so he shouldn't have been there. I mean, the rolling around at school with a knife part is fucked. We had knife fights to know. Just don't do it. Yeah, well, like, Americans with weapons at schools is just a big problem generally, right? There's a full-on art to journalism deliberately avoiding various talking points. There was definitely words sent to each other, but it's a sort of a tragedy that these two hotheads met. Yes. They argued, one stabbed. Yeah. I'm pretty, like for me, that's really the long and the short of it. But, like, this is seminal piece in the American culture wars. He got invited to that tent. Then the dude didn't like it and started shit. The black guy. That the black guy stabbed him. Yeah, right.
Interest in fighting.
One of the defense's own witnesses during cross-examination said, quote, I think Carmelo was in the wrong. Prosecutors asked, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? Anthony also threatened, touch me. And
for the defense, it's little wonder that the jury didn't take long to determine Carmelo Anthony was guilty as charged, but this killer is likely to serve less than 20 years, and his vile supporters have learned nothing. Indeed, as Fox News correspondent Brooke Taylor explains, Carmelo's fans, yes, he's got fans, are still pouring abuse on Austin's grieving family members.
Jury has sentenced Carmelo Anthony to 35 years behind bars after finding him guilty of murder. I'm told that he is eligible for parole after he serves half his time. The jury had the option to give him as much as 99 years behind bars. But again, they have chosen to give him 35 years. And I do want to mention, we showed you those protests, a bunch of supporters out here. They've erupted again. Pretty shocking. This is a direct quote. I just heard one supporter say, quote, those twins, meaning the victim and his twin brother who were there at the time, are, quote, domestic racist terrorists.
Joining me now is Newsweek senior editor-at-large Josh Hammer. Josh.
No, fuck no, please. Don't do it to us, Rita. I thought this was supposed to be about lefties losing it. I want to say more lefties losing it. Not your shit, bro. All right. Again, try and think of this like it's like we're leftover far-right Fridays here, okay? This seems to be something good for the old far-right Fridays. To all the caterpillars out there, pull the moths out of your wallets. Ah, yes. Bansol Bandit, you fucking legend, yeah? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Straight to the stream, baby. Fuck yeah. Legend. Hope you got some confetti. Unless the goal's gone, you probably didn't. I think the strict Texas laws have something to do with it. 35 years for a 17-year-old is harsh. Okay. Yeah, it looks so young. These two fucking dudes, 17 years old. So harsh. And like, you know, even worse that like one of them's dead, obviously. Maybe the guy who stabbed the other guy was left-handed. I get it. I get it. That's why it's lefty violence. 17 is an adult in Texas? Good. I hope they get to drink then at 17. If they're an adult. I hope they get to drink, vote, and be able to die for their country. All right, let's have a listen. For criminal law. What? It doesn't extend to all things? They don't have rights of an adult outside of that? They just get to be charged as a criminal? Who would have thought?
When they gave Carmelo the verdict, he broke down and
everything else is still 18. Interesting. Okay, so this is the chick.
When they gave Carmelo the verdict, he broke down and cried. He broke down and he cried.
How do you know that?
He broke down. She was in there with him.
Hold on one second.
Be on camera. She broke down and cried.
So explain to me what the woman...
And you can bang 17-year-olds? Yeah, okay, great, lovely. So that's why it's important. Eh? Teens.
He came back with the verdict. He broke down and he cried. Somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy's small. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
When you're out here and you see all these people, you've been here every day. I know.
Like, okay, fine. They've just fucked up his life. But like honestly though, like, is he guilty or not? Did he stab this other kid and kill him? Like, I get why you're upset and his life is destroyed now because he got 35 years. But like, he killed someone. Like, that other kid's life is destroyed as well. Damn, I grew up in McKinney. So like, do you know this area? Like these people? Not these people, but like you... I know these people, man. He fucked up his life. They fucked up his life? Nah, hon, he did. Adult crime, adult time is fine. But what about adult shoes, adult booze? Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I hope this guy gets to drink then and gets the other rights of being an adult. I can't tell anything from this shot. Yeah, fair enough. These are my people. Yeah, why does every US news report look like a segment of Jerry Springer? Oh my God.
When you hear that verdict read, I saw you break down to the ground. What's going through your heart? What's going through your head right now?
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys.
Like, is that the case? Like, who had, like, did they both have knives? I'm under the impression that, like, it was one of them had a knife, and he was the guy that did the killing. And I'm not sure if the other guy had a knife. But, like, again, the self-defense plea was, I thought that there was an overwhelming number of people against him. And so, like, if he, I don't know, was going to get beaten up, then, like, he had to use the knife to get through that situation. My local news is pretty normal. You just watch the hot trash. This is News Nation. Fuck yeah, News Nation. I don't even know what trash is. Like, I just, whatever I find from a search and research, this is what I get. I know what Chud would call this behavior. Oh, fucking Chud, bro. What a fuck. He's a dirtbag.
I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell him no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear the frustration. Are you more angry or more sad as to what just happened?
I'm angry and I'm hurt. I'm angry because you were in there, I was in there too. Those witnesses were lying on him. You got the judge friends with the prosecutor. Let's start there. The judge was falling asleep. Some juries was falling asleep and didn't even have a damn notepad. Y'all didn't take this shit seriously.
All right, Austin, come this way because it looks like the crowd is moving, and we're just gonna, Connell, stay with us.
The hand, I love it. Are we talking about her hand? Those are some crazy nails, man. I wouldn't fuck with her.
As the crowd kind of goes this way, we're just gonna kind of make sure, come this way. So, this, excuse me, sir, is this the Anthony family?
Yeah. We love y'all.
So, Connell,
y'all want to go talk to them? They're going to go over there in the grass.
Okay.
Not out here in the road.
So it looks like family is leaving right now.
You did a damn good job representing him.
So this is the Anthony family representation. Connell, he's been speaking on behalf of the family. I got you, Connell.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to have this conversation now, but if you are going to have it here, I thought it was going to be a different location. Let's just listen live to this. And then Rich McHugh in a moment has a Metcalf family statement that'll put some more context. But this is on the Carmelo Anthony side, just out of the courthouse. All right, go ahead, X.
Sorry, brother.
So that I can be able to.
I'm gonna duck down. I'm gonna duck down.
I think this guy is like representing the family. So he's going to give us his insights on this whole situation. He represents, as in, he represents the accused, the murderer. I guess you can say he was charged. I guess he was convicted. Carmelo Anthony's family.
I will say this one time, and one time only. I speak on behalf of myself, Minister Dominique Alexander. I speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process, to be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network is this process, feared in this process. But what this process did is shown that black lives do not matter in Collin County. It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown emotions. It put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed, not one black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case. They are currently sentencing Carmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. and we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process. But Black America should be very upset about what went on today.
Thank you for watching.
Like, it's just like, as someone who's not American, like this is a culture war that I struggle with. Like, I understand like history. I understand the history of all this stuff. But like to think that this is, you know, like injustice has been served for anything else other than the process. As in, like, they're making accusations about like the judge being like, I don't know, in cahoots with the prosecution. And like the jury was stacked, like that sort of stuff is real. But like the idea that the jury was stacked because there was no black people on the jury, that's wild for Australians, I would say. Because I don't know if we pick our juries based on race. I know we definitely pick them based on gender. I know we have to have like a representation of both men and women. So I can relate in that regard. But I don't know if we're like, we need like a representation from, I don't know, the Indian community, representations from the Indigenous community, representation from the Anglo community. I don't know if they break it down like that. But like, it's very sensitive for these people, it seems. Really sensitive. And so like, this is a good case study outside of Far Right Fridays and just like generally looking into a culture war perspective from the right wing perspective. This is just good to see, like, if you don't understand what's going on because like you don't have any cultural affiliation with something, like this type of stuff can seem completely alien to you, or like you can perceive yourself being so detached from a situation. Like the way that these people are talking is like, whoa. It's like, this, what really matters to you in this situation? It's not like somebody died, or somebody's being censored incorrectly or something like that. It's more about like, this is a travesty for the black population of the US, or this is a travesty for like white people being elevated and privileged above black people in America. It's like, I thought we were talking about like this case or this trial or something like that. No, there is a whole cultural affair going on here, and like you're either in the story or you're out. Like you either understand this stuff like culturally or you don't. And so like, not to say that it's insignificant or like it's not or not consequential, but if you're not part of the culture war on this one, then like you will never get it. You will never really be able to decipher it, let alone have a valid opinion. Like, as if, you know, I talked to one of these people about it and tried to talk about the merits of the case or something like that. They'd be like, you wouldn't understand. You're not American. How the fuck would you know? And so like the culture wars are real. Then they have real objective consequences. They really affect people's lives. But the question is, what's at the bottom of all culture wars? What's at the base of all culture wars? Is the economic struggle, the economic system that allows these culture wars to exist in the first place. And like, what is one thing that we can all understand despite the culture wars? So despite where you've grown up geographically on Earth, despite apparently your skin color, because that seems to be really fucking important. Like the whole thing is just pinning on that. It's got nothing to do with two young men, really, that like really should have been able to control themselves. And I bet you they're both fucking responsible for like the way that situation unfolded. But like, behind all of that, the one thing that like we can all agree on, from McKinney in Texas to Sydney, Australia, or to wherever the fuck you're coming from right now, is like an economic struggle. Like we all have variations of an economic struggle, but like the system itself, the global system itself, the capitalist system, the overreaching economic mode that impacts human life on Earth at the moment, we can all relate to that somehow. You might not be able to understand this properly, and I struggle too. Even knowing history, the history of like the United States and stuff like that. But like, one thing we can all relate to, honestly, because it affects us, is the economic struggle and the class struggle at that. So this is a very interesting piece from that perspective, whether you agree with what's happened or you don't, blah, 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 blah. That's all purely subjective. And you can relate to it. But like, does anyone truly understand what's going on here? But like, we can all understand with a bit of economic struggle. And this was the last piece that I wanted to play. And this was for Far Right Fridays. And this guy is the biggest culture warrior. Like, he's one of the champions of the culture wars. It's this guy here, if you've ever come across him before. Asmongold. If you've ever come across him before. He is one of the ultimate culture warriors. Now watch how he speaks about this. And then try and call him out on his fucking bullshit. He's like, he pretends to be all objective with cases like this. Like, oh, it's just so open and shut. This guy shouldn't have stabbed someone, like, kind of thing. Like, that's his position. But like, you know, let's see if you can call him out on his bullshit on this one. The Roach King himself. I'm surprised you know Asmongold. I do, actually, and by accident. I remember we were covering we did a live stream of the American election. Like the presidential election, and I was looking for people to watch, and like Asmongold's stream came up, and I was like, should we watch this? And it was like me and 4AS and like Jag, I reckon. And 4AS was like, oh dude, this guy's a right-wing content creator, you should be careful watching his stuff. And like that was the first time I got introduced to Asmongold, and we're watching him. Mystery making me watch Asmongold. No. Remember, this is leftovers from Far Right Fridays. But like, watch how this culture warrior was going to spin this one. Watch it. Mr. Assmangold himself.
Carmelo Anthony's defense is completely falling apart in the murder trial of Austin Metcalf. Witnesses are coming up and confirming Anthony was asked 15 times to leave the tent. The witnesses said Anthony provoked Metcalf, and after Anthony was pushed, he pulled out a knife and committed the crime, and then he ran away. It was not self-defense. Yeah, you're gonna have a really hard uphill battle proving that was self-defense. I mean, let's be fucking honest here. I did see actually a post about this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless. I got to think like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? Because then again, if my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly, allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
By the way, this sentiment is disturbingly common. Let me get this straight. This dude goes and kills somebody, and now the family's gonna get paid for it? Keep your head up, keep your faith. Free Carmelo. This baby was bullied and defending himself. They want to paint Carmelo as a gangster. He stabbed somebody in the chest with a knife. What are we doing here? This is a big problem. It's a huge problem.
If Carmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
they wouldn't give a damn.
Nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody, okay? Come on, that's an accident, self-defense.
I love his eyebrows when he's thinking. It's so funny. He's like, yeah. When he's thinking of some smart-ass response to make. Is this even Jesus? Can we put Asmon and Destiny in a cell together already, please?
First-degree murder? Come on.
The amount of this is so common. They did this with O.J. Simpson too.
Justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two guys. I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was two people, 2 against 1. That's self-defense.
That's how bad it is. There's no defense to this. They played the body cam. Oh, did they really? Emotional moment in Carmelo Anthony's murder trial. Tears started flowing as prosecutors played the body cam footage of paramedics trying to save Austin Metcalf from a fatal stab wound.
And also for context, there were multiple witnesses testifying today.
More than 10 of these students and teammates, students testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding, "Touch me and find out." Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." They testified that...
Like, do you reckon, like, Fox News would be objective reporting on this anyway? Like, it's constantly Fox News that I can find on this as well. Like, come on, Fox. Hey, come on. How they did this on, OJ, brah, a little different.
Moments later, Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The witness replied, "I see the hole in his chest and blood." He starts screaming for help.
The thing is that they could literally watch Carmelo Anthony stab this dude to death. And if he said that, you know, he felt nervous or something like that, they would still let him off. They're literally just racist, and they're going to show preferential treatment to people that are their race every single time. It's that simple. Like, they literally say it. They just said it there. And obviously, by the way, this isn't, of course, all black people or all white people that do this, but I think that very clearly one type of this is very more accepted to be said out loud. And it's a huge problem. The OJ trial was the same thing.
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. Okay, you know what? I would be so willing to buy that off this prick. Like, honestly, that, like, you know, these not all these people are racist, but like these guys are racist kind of thing. This is a race thing. And like, you know, murder is never justified. All right. And so, like, let's go down this. Let's think of this objectively, right? Murder is never justified. All right. What was this prick doing when Renee Good got fucking shot at point blank range through the car window by a fucking ICE agent who shouldn't have been on the beat anyway, who had like recently had a scary incident with a car and then reacted quite poorly and shot someone through a fucking window. He was all over that like a rash and was just like, she is at fault here. She shouldn't have been there in the fucking first place. Sucked in. That's what you get, bitch. He was reveling in it. And now he's all like, oh, justice is like, what's it? Violence is never justified. Like, how could you say that stabbing someone is proportional to being like, you know, self-defense or having your back up against the wall or whatever bullshit? Like, if he's going to take the position that violence is not justifiable in these circumstances, and like this was not the way to go, like I've seen his fucking bullshit when it comes to other violent incidents in the US, and when it suits his little culture war position, he is fully supportive of it. Fully. When the thing happened with Alex Preddy, he was all over that like a rash as well. He was like fully justifying why the cops should have shot him 10 times on the floor. He was like, yeah, shouldn't have been there. Stupid lefties. Shouldn't have been there with a gun anyway. Eh? They shouldn't have been there. It's fully justifiable what happened. And in this case, he's just like, no, somebody gets violent and they shouldn't have. No, it's not justifiable. You can't do stuff like this. Like, his like nice little world of like, oh, like, I just want to be objective about this. Violence is never the answer. It's fucking bullshit. This guy is the culture warrior. Like, he's made an entire empire of being a hardcore culture warrior, this guy. Asman called Stavros fat, then talked about getting hair plugs. So fucking funny. He was happy about it. I watched him. He was reveling in what happened to Renee Good, if that's what you're referencing there. He loved it. He loved it. Like, violence is never okay. Like, these people are talking about someone being stabbed and they're making it just about, like, race. Like, you know, they're just racist. Like, kind of thing. You don't care about fucking violence. Get off it, bro. Get off it. Anyway, I wanted to cover this for Far Right Fridays and we never had the opportunity. So here we are covering it now. My brain turned into mush listening to Asmongold. Yes, very well. Please, no more. Like, it's just a short clip. It was perfect for Far Right Fridays. Maybe we should do Asmongold on a Far Right Fridays, actually. Just a little bit of torture for you there, Captain Bucket. But, like, here it is. This is a case in point for the culture wars versus the class war. Here's a situation where you actually have two teenagers, basically. Like, just make it about race. Like, honestly, you have two teenagers. I'm sure they said some offensive things to each other. Does it justify one stabbing the other? Definitely not. Do we know what the circumstances are around that? Was it self-defense or not? Who the fuck knows? Let's say it was self-defense, but like the kid's dead. The kid's dead, for God's sakes. That's fucked. Like, let's say it wasn't self-defense. The kid's dead. My God, that's fucked. But like, it should be like teenager kills teenager in like devastating incident that brings community to tears, but brings community together, mourning together. But that's not how it's going to fucking happen. And so the culture wars explode on this one. As an Australian, I find this really hard to process. Like, I don't understand what it's like to be culturally American, especially in Texas, I guess, on this one. Like, it should be pretty open shut. Like, yes, the man or the child who's been charged should have had a better defense. And like, should the processes or typical processes been followed? If they have blacks and whites on their jury, why did they only have whites this time and not blacks? Is that not normal? If that's not normal and they should have had blacks and whites there, why didn't they do that? That's fucking outrageous. But like, this is culture war stuff. Like, because I don't get it. And like, I will never forget watching the Pauline Hanson video of her in the Senate with the burqa, and like, there were heaps of people like, oh, she's outrageous, and I was like, oh yeah, she is pretty fucking outrageous, and politics is. But like, and I was like, the pin dropped for me at that point. I was like, damn, the only reason we're talking about this in Australia is this is the Australian culture wars. Like, Pauline Hanson is just like, she's like almost like our Asmongold in a way. She's just a brilliant culture warrior. And so like, she's just wearing a burqa, not because she really cares about feminism or something like that. And she wants there to be equal rights for women in Australia that don't have to live under the law of some religion that, like, you know, really, I don't know, deprives the rights of women. Like, she doesn't care about feminism. She doesn't give a fuck. Like, this is Australia's culture wars. She shouldn't have worn a burqa into Parliament, who is and not as a non-Muslim person. And everyone like in Australia is like, oh, can she do that? Can she do that? And Americans, all the Americans were just like, and? Like, what are you guys even talking about? Like, it's kind of funny, actually. Now, unfortunately, this situation, like, as Australians, we can't laugh at because, like, you know, someone died. But like, if we were looking at the Australian version properly, like the burqa incident, like, we could have laughed at that and just been like, oh, Pauline, you're a fucking idiot. But like, everybody had to take a side on that one. Left versus right. Should Pauline do this? And like, then they banned her from the Senate. And so like, just remember how easily we are swayed by the culture wars and how it's used against us. It's very tribal. My group versus yours. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We're such weird creatures. No, like, I think they know. And like, they use it against us. But we, you know, we are weird as social creatures, but like, we've been fucking, it's been weaponized and used against us, like, massively. I couldn't document all the crazy if I tried. Gang, you should wear your hair down more often. You have great hair. Stop it. Hi to the sausage. How you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, I could let the curls out. Curls out for the girls. My God. She's our Asmongold and he's sending me. I'm crying. Like, don't you reckon? Like, she's a culture warrior. She knows how to play it well. Some of us are. I'm perfectly stable. Living in an unstable land. Yeah, no, fair enough. Not everyone. Should Pauline, what's that? Shui off her chicken legs? As a nation, we should show off her chicken legs. As a nation, we should come together with a resounding no on that one. I don't know, man. Have you seen the meme that Ravy made of dilemmas as Pauline, and Pauline with her pins out on that classic car? I don't know, man. She might not have the same pins, but she had it back in the day. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Pauline should have kept the burqa on. I don't want to see her face anymore. Oh, man. Pauline, the queen, the OG influencer. She is the OG influencer, man. Fuck me, dude. She's OG, baby. She OG. All right. Right, we're moving on to other topics here. I would like to take us back. I know it probably feels like we've been doing this topic a lot recently, but something came up in my feed recently of this guy. Stop it! Get the motor running. Yeah, something came up in my feed recently, and it's not my usual shtick, okay, but I think it's potentially pertinent, and maybe even be interesting as well. But there's one of those travel bloggers. I posted a video in the stream chat. Oh, really? Oh. What's this? Oh, scary movie, Shorty's interview. Unfortunately, I am not going to go there. I do apologize. But I kept getting scrapped every time. I get scraped every time I do movie quotes and stuff like that. I do apologize. But it's in there. If you're watching this and you want to know what's going on in the stream chat and you want to see what people put down for references, here's an invite to Discord. Don't say ooh Spandonk. Spandonk's looking fucking. Oh wait. This is about something. Pauline with Vaseline entering your oh my god, with Vaseline. Got it. I thought we were talking about this post here. That's from Ravy. Not Spandonk, sorry. Here it is. Check out that. Same room? I think not. Dilemmas. Look at that. Hey? Dilemmas, you're looking great, brother. Looking great. This long service leave is treating you very nicely. Yeah, okay, so a travel vlogger came up on my stream, on my feed recently, and I was like, why am I getting this? But I think I know why the algorithm picked me for this one. So I'm going to make you watch it. And so this guy I don't know who this guy is. Seems very popular. He's got 2 million subscribers. Harry Jaggard. I don't know if you ever come across him. Seems like a travel guy. And he goes, I visited the world's most hated country. Now I'm assuming there's a lot of crap in here. I had to cut through the first 10 minutes of it because it was awful. It's him on a plane being I'm going to Israel. Oh my God. Kind of thing. But there's parts of here where he interviews Israelis and stuff like that. And so it might be interesting to get opinions from Israelis and Palestinians too that he's met while he's holidaying and stuff. 420 timestamp. Holy shit. I didn't even notice that. Fuck yeah. Healthy living. You look great, Dilemmas. Or you did back in the day anyway. You look great. Yeah, holy shit, it's a 420 timestamp. It was meant to be, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're ready and you've got your bowl in hand, your joint in hand, your whatever you use, it's 420 timestamped here. We're going to have a look at this. I visited the world's most hated country. It's a big call already. Calling Is Not Real the world's most hated country. Come on. What about the United States? Am I right? But yes, the world's most hated country in the current climate. And we're going to watch this guy speak to Israelis and Palestinians, apparently. I haven't watched that far ahead yet. Hey, good eye, Captain Bucket. Great eye. It's 420 somewhere. All right, let's have a watch, shall we? Let's have a listen.
Tel Aviv. Welcome to Tel Aviv beachfront. As you can see, Tel Aviv is completely normal. This is
completely
life.
Normal.
We're in the middle of a war right now, and life goes on. Beach life goes on. It also feels really strange knowing that just 1 hour in that direction is the Gaza Strip. It's 60 kilometers. It's really hard to understand that Tel Aviv is right like this. Everyone's enjoying themselves. And in Gaza, you guys know what the situation is like in Gaza. We've all seen it. 70,000 people have died. As you walk around Tel Aviv, it's hard.
70,000. Now just remember that little factoid there, 70,000. Now 70,000 was what the IDF, or Is Not Real, the Israeli regime, I should say. You've got Pauline with Vaseline and Huang with the Wang. Oh my god. He takes it well, I just say. He takes it like a machine. Yeah, 70,000 is what was agreed to by the Israeli regime. Now, 70,000 doesn't actually mean it's the number. Like we saw a report last year done by like people that their job, they're a research group that estimates, they go around during warfare and estimate civilian casualties which are not counted appropriately given conditions, like the state of warfare, the location, demographics, the geology, or like what's happening in the site itself, and they estimate. And like these people did research, and like last year, before anyone was making the claim about 70,000 being accurate because the IDF said it was okay, like they were claiming there was like 600,000 people plus that had died in Gaza, and they made some wild claims about that. So just remember, 70,000 is accepted as the accepted figure because it's probably way lower than what the actual record is, and it's probably more acceptable to accept something like 70,000. You got to accept something, right? They leveled like an entire city, so you got to accept something. I repeat, how else are you supposed to eat it? Like, come on. Yeah, without like deep throating it. I heard 300,000. Yeah, well, like that's the thing. And like one of the things from the report that we read, which is crazy, is that like there were like people within the Trump administration, like Trump had like put some post out about like how many people need to be housed, or like how many people need to be catered for as a result of Israeli operations. Like I think it was when they were formulating things like the Board of Peace and all that sort of stuff. They were talking about what the cleanup is going to be like. Or potentially how many people are going to be, like if they get pushed out of Gaza into Egypt and like need to go past the Rafah crossing or something, like how many people need to do that? And the official reports that were coming out from the Trump administration was like, 1.2 million people need to be housed, or 1.2 million people will need to be like moved on to another country or something like that. Now, why that's significant is that while the mainstream media was reporting, 60,000 dead or something, with the Trump administration are planning for 1.2 million people needing to be not replaced, but like moved on from Gaza at the end of this situation. They knew that before the war had started, there was 2 million people in Gaza. And if like they're only accounting for 1.2 million people needing to be accommodated, they are accepting, the administration is accepting by numbers, at least 800,000 people would have been expended by that point in time. And so like the administration is using numbers based on a count of like nearly 800,000 people. And so like who knows what the number is, from 300 to 600 to 800,000, but it's definitely not 70,000 by the sounds of it. It's hundreds of thousands, no question. Dog shit content. LOL. World's most hated country. Yeah, exactly, Govard. Like I said before, I'm sure there's other countries that are contenders for that. 100,000 dead in 1 hour. So good. Starship Troopers. Such a good movie. Alright, I'll let this guy finish. I'll stop cutting him off. Make sure to make sweet love to that like button. Yeah, if you are watching this on you're on YouTube, activate the like button. If you haven't already. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more.
Hard not to notice hostage posters, the bunkers built into the streets, people with guns, people wearing army uniforms. It's world renowned for being the LGBTQ capital of the world. And it's got some of the best intelligence services in the world. So if intelligence are following me right now, then that's brilliant. I should very soon be heading to West Bank, and we're going to see what life is like in the two realities. So I've arranged to meet up with someone from the right, around here, the right wing, to kind of get a different perspective, and then we'll head to Jerusalem and meet Palestinians. So we're getting every kind of perspective. How is life in Tel Aviv?
Well, it's great, especially now. We're in the middle of the war, and in the war we couldn't really come here, and people used to protest here in Tel Aviv, so it wasn't always a nice place to be.
Yeah.
But now it's better because I think Israel has changed.
As far as you're aware, the 70,000 people that died in Gaza, that's acceptable for...
Yeah, it's mental, isn't it? People walking around with guns. You know how the first person I heard describe their experience in Israel in great detail was actually fucking Charlie Kirk. And he was like, man, it's crazy over there. Like, people just walking around strapped, soldiers fucking everywhere. It's like, it's dystopian as fuck in Israel. And he's done his fair share of, as Turning Point representative number 1, he's had his fair time over there in Is Not Real.
Well, it's not acceptable for anyone.
Acceptable for, as far as you're aware, the 70,000 people that died in Gaza, that's acceptable for the...
Well, it's not acceptable for anyone to die.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't acceptable for them to come into Israel while we were sleeping and slaughter us and murder us and rape and putting babies, in the oven and, burning people alive. That wasn't all right as well. Mm-hmm. And we need to defend ourselves. And when Hamas did it, okay, they need to understand, when you want to make a point, do you killing people for that?
No, but that's what it sounds like two wrongs don't make a right.
No, no. If someone comes to kill you, okay, do everything you can to protect yourself and your people. And let me tell you that we are all for peace, but we are not stupid. We're not, because we want peace, we're not going to sit here and let us, our enemy come and slaughter us. It doesn't matter who right or wrong. It doesn't matter who right or wrong. Is that okay to do what they did? No. Is that okay for us to protect ourselves? Definitely yes, and we're going to do it again. Every time. No one can come and kill Jews anymore just because they feel like it. It's never going to happen again.
70,000 people have died.
In this attack.
In Gaza.
In this attack.
What do you mean this attack?
From 7th of October. Yeah.
Since.
And you're getting those numbers from... Did you learn those numbers?
I mean, I did a quick fact check.
No, you didn't, because you just,
No, you didn't. Shut up. So good. The official administrative count, Gaza Health Ministry, recorded violent death toll exceeds 72, with over 172,000 injured. Israeli military has also previously acknowledged that the ministry's figures are broadly accurate. Where did you get that from? Hey? The US is building a military base in Gaza. Like, what the fuck? I suppose they are starting with a level building site. Honestly, are they actually already constructing in there? I had no idea. That's crazy. Where did you get that report from? Like, they want to, or they're already building there? World's most hated country, ? Is not Israel or America. Yeah, like, taking all bets here. Is St. Cheese still listening? We're shitting on America again. Do apologize. I thought I'd see you storming into the comment section being like, all right, that's it. Stop hating on America. I'm not going to allow this to happen. All right, back to this woman. She's got some staunch opinions, this one.
It's numbers.
I mean, I did a quick fact check.
No, you didn't. Because you just, it's wrong.
I think that's...
No, it's wrong.
I think that's what the IDF...
No, it's not what the IDF said. And
do you know what they did say?
And no. And
I don't care. So fuck you.
But it's not. And I really do.
I'm not trying to catch you out. I just that's what Google says. So.
Okay, well, people can say whatever they want. I can say
but someone
millions.
has to be right.
I can say millions. Oh, I know who's right.
The IDF is right.
Of course, we are right. Yes, we are right. We have the right, okay, to exist. Let's start from that. The Jewish people have the right to exist. I know some people don't like it, but we will. And we do. All along the history, okay? Everyone's trying to kill Jewish people, and we are here to stay. So first of all, we have the right to exist. Second of all, this is our country, okay? There is a flag of Israel.
It's everywhere, mystery. Money's already committed and the plan's finalized. Bulldozers have started. I had no idea that they're already starting to do construction work. That's fucking crazy. That's mental. Maybe I should look at that. Thanks, Bansor. military base. Like, they need more military bases around the world.
I don't see a flag of Palestine. I don't see any coins that says Palestine, okay? This is Israel. The government is Israeli, okay? We are Jewish. This is a Jewish country. And we live in with peace, with Arabs, with Muslims, with Christians, with everyone, with Buddhists, with everyone here around here in Israel. So we are not the problem. We just want to live. Let us live. Everything will be okay. What do you want?
I'm trying to think more of like the wider thing. But do you think that potentially, as a Israeli citizen and you live in Israel, that you may have been exposed to like pro-Israel content in your life, like generally?
No.
You've seen both sides?
Well, in Israel, if you know and learn.
You live in Israel. Have you been exposed to pro-Israeli content? I don't know, man. I can see why the right think the Israelis are on the left. The victim complex is why. I can see why the right think Israelis are on the left. Can you unpack that a little bit? I'm struggling with that one. The victim complex is wild. All the while dropping flyers on Palestine that say, you are alone, no one cares about you, no one's coming to save you. That's crazy. That's why you bulldoze Christian homes in Jerusalem? Yes. It's funny how we've gotten to a stage that the cis is a slur. Cis is a slur to chugs. TERFs is a slur to transphobes. And Zionists is a slur to genocidists. And Anzac grave sites. Yeah. We live in interesting times. Heidi. And they killed Jesus. So good. Like the South Park episode. But they killed Jesus. Israeli left-wing media spreading Marxist theory to destroy the West and give them more control. Yeah, the victim complex is saying no one but Palestinians get their own refugee fund. No one has generational refugees than them, more aid than any other nation, and it goes on. Just insane. Interesting. Spandonk, eh? Always coming out with the counter arguments.
The map here in Israel until the 7th of October. Well, the map here was very left. Okay? People were really in the dream, in the hope. Even me. There might be a terror, but it's probably a minority. Not all the people are like this. It's not even, you can't even understand. How is it possible?
Yeah.
But after the 7th of October, well, thank you, Hamas, for waking all of the Jewish up, because no one is a dreamer anymore. Even the biggest dreamer is not a dreamer anymore, okay? We are in reality, and the reality says that we have to protect ourselves, okay? And I care...
Nothing like a big incident to wake people up, eh? Nothing like a good incident. And it's like Pearl Harbor.
About my people first. And it will always be like that.
Now let's move on to like one-state solution, two-state solution. I'm guessing...
Just one-state solution. There is no state. You see, they have no state. Look what they're doing. So do you want me to give my enemy the ability to destroy me? Would you do that? Will you do that?
No,
would you give those people, would you give those, you have no enemies, well, that's your luck, That's your luck. We're not that lucky. Okay, the Jewish people are not that lucky.
So obviously, one-state solution. So what do you think will happen or should happen to the people in Palestine and
in Gaza? Well, I think they should grow balls. Okay.
Is she Avi's sister? Yeah, she's going to be on that podcast or whatever that Dilemmas was talking about later tonight with Avi.
Gaza? Well, I think they should grow balls, okay, and decide they want to leave.
Yeah, grow
instead
balls?
of sending
What?
their
What the fuck?
kids to die, all right, and to start building their own country.
Let's just hypothetically say that they don't want to send their kids to die, they were just like normal people, like what?
I wish. Well,
hypothetically, just entertain me. What would they do if they can't be they just live in Israel, like live under Israeli law?
No. Why should they live under Israeli law?
Where should they go?
If they are normal and they can live in peace and have jobs and develop their countries and study and, you know, like Israel, then live and have your own country, build your government like we did, you know. I don't need to teach them how to do it. No one teach Israelis how to do it. No one came to the Jewish people and said, okay, let's see, we're going to teach you how to build your country. No, it never happened. Okay? So
I remember they did get a lot of support though, like heaps and heaps of foreign money coming in to develop Israel into a modern state, like incredible amounts of investment. Unprecedented, you could say. There was a lot of wealthy people around the world that have spent, you know, so much money getting Israel off the ground. I don't know, man. She must know this. I saw some wild right-wing propaganda about Nazis, pretty much claiming that Hitler was burning books about trans because Hitler was trying to prevent the Jews from turning Germans trans. They claim LGBT is Marxist, so therefore Hitler was onto something. The comment section was wild as fuck. Bro, can you link that and copy me? Like honestly, link that for me. It might be a right-wing, Far Right Fridays content.
excuse me, I'm not a teacher of everyone, and I don't give a fuck what they're gonna do in Gaza. Seriously, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, it doesn't sound so nice. I'm not nice anymore.
Before she finished grilling me, I wanted to turn the tables and get her thoughts on the West Bank, because that's exactly where I'm heading later in this trip. Let's talk about the West Bank quickly. So, the Israeli settlers, do you think that they have a right to be there, living there? Like, how do you feel about theirs?
I believe in my government.
No one teaches Izzy. They just steal the secrets. Oh my god. And they can get away with it too, apparently. Complete impunity. I'm out. I can't stand this anymore. Damn, you have a threshold. There it is, Samuel Smith. Good luck to you if you're out. I don't think she goes forever. Let's see, she's almost done. We're like, thanks for hanging today, if you're out.
Okay, and I really believe.
How do you feel about theirs?
I believe in my government, okay, and I really believe in Bibi Netanyahu, all right? And whatever he decides to do, and whatever my government will decide to do, I will support it, because I believe with my whole heart that what Bibi does for the favorite of Israel, okay, first. So if he will decide whatever he decides, I'm up for it, yes, definitely.
Fair enough. Like, I understand that you want to back your country, but under international law,
okay,
the Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal.
Okay.
And so that is something that might annoy or frustrate foreigners who are sitting in the middle, either way, they don't have a side.
Okay.
So
tell me, how many countries have those problems?
Have settler problems?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know of any.
Okay, so I will let you check that, okay? And I will tell you that all Judea and Samaria belong to the Jewish people, okay? So when you say...
Because of the
Torah. Yes, definitely because of the Torah. Yes, definitely because of the Torah, and definitely because it's our country, okay? That's our country. That's the Jewish country. It's not illegal to say the truth, you know? And maybe the truth doesn't feel...
Well, it is in some places, apparently. You can't say the truth, eh? Tell that to Banana Boy. He would like to hear that. Maybe these two could get together, Banana Boy and this one. They'd have a great podcast discussion, wouldn't they? We would spend hours analysing that. Isn't it interested to see the rest of his interviews? She can't be the only Israeli in the video, right? No, I think he actually goes and interviews Palestinians after this. But, like, I don't know. We're going to find out.
Truth, you know? And maybe the truth doesn't feel doesn't taste good to some people. But the truth is the truth, okay?
That was me expecting to have a nice conversation.
Yeah, you expected wrong, didn't you? Alright, so it's just him. Alright, like, yes, he does speak to other people. Let's have a look.
If you choose that.
Fake fan. Yeah,
You guys from America?
Yeah.
What are you doing here? You on holiday?
Birthright.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Were you worried about the safety here, or you're not so worried?
No, not really. Where are you from?
I'm from England. And how's life here?
Great.
Good?
Told me awesome. I'm moving here in
Really? Wow. Amazing. What's the reason for moving here?
a lot. More like what's not the reason. Yeah.
You don't like America?
America's fine, but I mean, there's no country like Israel, especially as a Jew. It's one big family. You come. I mean, I come here. I get a taxi. Never met the person in my life. 10 minutes later, he's given me his phone number. He's invited me to dinner at his house. He's told me he's going to set me up with his niece.
Wow.
Like, you know, everyone here is a family. You don't have to know each other.
That's cool.
It's
Right. Matchmaker. Set me up with your niece, bro. Fuck yeah. And dinner. Alright. I wonder if this guy got the royal treatment, eh? When he got in a taxi.
amazing. It really is.
Do you think about the people in Palestine? Have you been there?
As in, like, have I been to, like...
I was just hitting on you. Yeah. Goes to the house. She's also dressed up as the niece. I would like to introduce you to my niece.
So West Bank?
No.
Would you go?
Yes.
Do you think about the people in Palestine? Have you been there?
As in, like, have I been to, like, Gaza,
West Bank?
No.
Would you go there?
Would I go there?
Yeah.
Not in the current situation.
Okay. And how do you feel about the people there? Do you think about them?
Sometimes. I mean, I think it's a difficult thing because there's really I mean, you have problems with, like, the hilltop youth. Like there's groups of settlers who are
the hilltop youth. It's like Hitler Youth. Sorry, is a loosely organized hardline group of young religious nationalist Jewish extremists. Well, there's so many words there, isn't there? Like, whoa, religious nationalist Jewish extremists who established unauthorized settlement outposts throughout the Israeli-occupied West Bank. I mean, do you know what the border situation is like pre-October 7th? Is this a separate conversation? I'm assuming. Set him up, hell yeah. Hey, yeah. That's why he's moving, yeah. All right. I love the local cuisine. He's an American.
extremely violent.
Israeli settlers.
Yes,
Okay.
who need to be punished. The police needs to take more account of them. But then at the same time, it's not as common that you see it in Western news. But you have stabbings, car rammings, killings by Arabs of Jews, by Arabs of other Arabs. So it's really the problem is it's kind of a lawless place. It's chaos over there, which needs to be fixed, both in terms of what Israelis are doing and what Palestinians are doing.
Amazing. What was your name, sorry?
Yoni.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Have a good trip. One thing I've realized.
Don't give us your thoughts, bro. Give us another interview. All right, here we go.
You're from Israel?
Yeah.
America and Israel. You're from Israel?
Yeah, from Israel.
What's your name?
Amit.
Yeah. You're from Tel Aviv?
Near Tel Aviv.
Near Tel Aviv.
In Givatayim, near Tel Aviv.
How's life in Tel Aviv?
Wow, Tel Aviv, best city.
It's good?
Yeah.
Do you think about the people in Palestine, in Gaza, West Bank?
Yeah. I want to live in peace, but not. I think about them every day. It's not.
I understand.
We work, we do everything. So,
okay.
Yeah, we want to live in peace.
Would you ever go to either of these places? If you could.
If I could. Gaza is impossible.
Yeah.
West Bank, if there'll be.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, if they want to. We want to live in peace.
Do you believe in like a two-state solution, or?
I think yes, two-state.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
Amazing.
But I think the option for Israel is now good because also Arabs who are not Jewish and Muslims and Christian and everything live equally here. So in Palestine is the problem. I think also about what I know, it's like a safe haven for also Palestinians who are like LGBT.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, A lot of LGBT Palestinians I know come to Tel Aviv because this is taboo in in their families. And
interesting. Didn't know that. Okay, cool. Well, anyway, I appreciate you answering, and thank you for watching, bro. I appreciate that. Nice to meet you.
Oh, he's got a fan. Oh, isn't that lovely?
Get recognized by.
Wait, what do we ignore? Sorry. Well, that's why I asked. Or do we just ignore that? I've missed something. I've seen Israelis killing Palestinians ever since I was a teen during the golden era of the early internet. I remember seeing them shooting kids near the border. It was the first time I came across the Gaza wall situation. Yeah. And what were they doing? The kids throwing rocks?
Subscriber. Hey, bro. How are you?
What up, mate?
What's your name?
I'm Daniel. What's your name?
Harry.
Where are you from?
I'm from England.
London?
Near
North London?
Yeah.
North London?
I'm making a YouTube
You're
video.
an Arsenal fan?
No, Aston Villa.
Yes, throwing rocks. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
Where are you guys from?
Up the villa. I'm Israeli.
I'm making a YouTube video.
Oh, you're a YouTuber?
Are you Israeli?
In my heart.
How's life here?
Life's great.
Life's awesome. Beach, beer, good food.
Is it safe though? Because I arrived yesterday and
Safe's an understatement. We have, not only do we have IDF, we have dogs.
Do you think about the Palestinians?
Of course. Nobody wants innocent people to be killed.
Okay, nice.
I don't think that's the thought of any Israeli here. Like, I mean, you could talk to people and they could be like, yeah, like I want them all to die. I don't think that's really what they think. I think that's just after what they did to us, you feel like, all right, like you just want to kill them all, but that's not. I don't think anybody's stamped.
What would be your solution to this?
Honestly, I don't really know. I think in Gaza, the solution is you need to disarm completely Hamas, make sure that they have no way of getting their weapons, and find a governing body that is like against like military action against Israel.
Okay. Last question. Don't want to keep you. What about the Israeli settlers in West Bank? Are you fine with that, or do you?
It's more complicated military-wise because think about the army has to guard them, and they're surrounded by people that want to kill them. I think that if they think that that's their homeland, then that's their homeland. I obviously am against the conflict between the Palestinians and there's obviously the radical Jews that like attack the Palestinians, which I don't agree with, and there's the radical Palestinians that attack them. I think that at the end of the day, they have their home, and we need to find a way to live together.
Fair enough. Thank you, bro. What was your name?
Ari.
Harry. Nice to meet you guys. Have a good day. See you, boys. So you're probably wondering, as we're...
I am wondering, actually. Okay, so he's speaking to lots of Israelis, by the sounds of it then, to answer your question before it's banned on, because you're going to talk to other people, or just that psycho woman before. It was like, yeah, it's war. Fucking kill them all. The more sober friend had to tag in for the interview.
It's overall a unique situation right now. How was life in Israel?
Overall, it's pretty safe. I mean, I like it overall. I think we have only one country, and it's here, and I think it's very rich. I mean, the culture and the food and the people, everything here is super rich, super diverse. I love it here, yeah.
Nice.
The effects of October the 7th are felt until today in everyday stuff. I mean, you talk about specific news, everything also dates to October 7th. I mean, politics, everything involves that.
Right.
I mean, so it's felt in every conversation almost.
Do you think that
he's so important, isn't it? Like one incident, so important for so many things. I don't know, bro. I've seen many videos of them saying to wipe them out. And like we've heard, the politicians say it as well. Enough of them anyway. And they did all of it on their own. Built their riches. That woman was 36. I'm just guessing. What the old settler lady, as Spandog said. Hey, she was like 36. Who's bringing the smokes?
It's possible.
Well, I think that brave people have to be optimistic. They must be optimistic. when you see a leader of a country, how he gets elected in a democratic state is because he says things that are optimistic. So I think we have no other choice but to be optimistic. We've been fighting for 80 years for our existence, and everyone in every single country wants to keep their families safe and their people and friends safe. So
Hey boys.
peace, although it seems so far away right now, we have to believe it's possible for us to live everyday life that is actually decent.
Amazing. What was your name, sorry?
Ofik.
Ofik, Harry. Thank you so much.
Good, yeah,
This is
Ofik.
why I love traveling. This is why I endorse traveling.
Yeah, right, yes. Yeah, because everyone can just afford to travel, right? Fuck me dead, seriously. I wonder if he has an actual timeline here. Because he said he spoke to Palestinians. Exploring Jerusalem, things gotta be tense, exploring the market, speaking to locals. What are we at? 25 in. Exploring Jerusalem, things gotta be tense.
So guys, we are in... Shukran, yeah. Yakhaye. Some of them don't, he's not worried. Crazy.
Do you have a special interest to go inside, okay? She's open from 7 to 11:30 in the afternoon until 1:30 until 2. And the 3 and the entrance is only the western. When you enter inside there, the left side you can see the wedding bridge up. This is the entrance for
Western wall entrance. Okay. I say I've got a special interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
For tourists, because in this place only for Muslims.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's great. That's great news, actually. I wasn't expecting that, and he was also very helpful. How you doing, bro? I knew you were in Israel, but I didn't think I would bump into you. What just happened here?
They just hit with the smoke, and the lady got hit here. The lady is here, and I've been here for 7 days. I have not seen anything like this before.
Wow,
it's crazy.
Who threw the smoke?
There were some Jewish guys going.
Oh,
the whole shop they destroyed, and it was a crazy mess.
Holy shit! Wow, that's crazy. There's a lot of soldiers here.
Yeah, now they're trying to
and guys with guns who are not soldiers as well. So it's very tense. It's a very tense day.
I mean,
but this
a lot of guys with guns who are not soldiers, eh? Open carry paradise. Fuck yeah.
So it's like police and IDF here. English.
The IDF spotted us and kicked us out.
Thank you. Which way? I'm trying to leave. Okay, thank you, brother. I'm not trying to be part of the problem, so I'll get out of it. I don't know if I properly explained what happened there. Looks like someone, Jewish young guy, threw something at a Muslim shop owner. And to be fair, police, army, I don't know who it was, quickly responded to it very seriously. Now we've walked 2 minutes up, and you guys can see now there's a big crowd of Jewish young lads coming, and they're going exactly in the direction where the complication just took place. Now I'm starting to understand. Oh, come on! See it with my own eyes. The complications. And now something else has happened. And the kids are like, the kids are loving it. Like it's like their favorite. It's like Christmas. Honestly, it feels like for these guys. When you have like a crowd mentality, like sheep mentality, you can pretty much get away with anything. So they'll be trying to show off. Right, that's enough entertainment for me. I think it's time to swiftly depart.
Like, what the fuck do you think was happening just then? Like, were we just watching? It's so disgusting. Were we just watching, like, gangs or gangs. I don't know if gangs is even the right words to organize like mobs of like Jewish teenagers, I guess, just like paroling the streets of the Muslim section of Jerusalem and just like intimidating people, I guess. Throwing stuff at shop owners or whatever. Youth Group of Christ. Colonizers. But like they're in Jerusalem though, right? Anyway, I got ahead. Good streaming. Thank you for hanging out for us. Hope you're well. I hope you're not going back to the clutches of capital, that's for sure. Just for context, candid footage. Yeah, can we just have a break from this intense stuff for a second? And just remember why Ravy keeps putting in Little Mermaids emojis.
A siren who refuses to admit she's past her sailor luring days.
Hey, boys. Come on over, boys. Listen, it might be expired, but it doesn't mean it isn't good. I've been working this rock for 45 years. Wee-oo, wee-oo, I'm a siren. Wee-oo. Why get someone over there who's a young siren when you can have an old one who knows how to take that little sailor hat off? Wee-oo, wee-oo. Anyone have a smoke?
Anyone have a smoke? There it is.
Wee-oo.
Wee-oo. Oh man, fucking hell. So like that's what we were watching just then, right? He goes into Muslim territory. And like he's told that he has to be careful in Muslim territory or the Muslim section. And then there's just like roving mobs inside. Wee-oo.
We were just buying some sweets from this Arabic shop. And there's lots of like Jewish families passing. And one of the Jewish kids, like 5 years old, said in Hebrew, like shouted into the shop, like, I spit, what did he say?
I spit on everybody here.
I spit on everybody here. It's so random. And that obviously is only a 5-year-old kid, so like, you know, it is what it is.
So random. That's fucking hell. Oh man.
But that's just me being here for like, I've been here for 1 hour.
Also this one.
What is it?
Sweet. It's not sweet. It's
like
cherry.
I had one in Syria.
Yeah, you want?
Yeah.
You want?
Maybe just one to try. Where are you guys from? Ah, kamusta ka?
Mabuti.
Mabuti?
How did you know?
I'm from Philippines. No,
Wow, so
I've been 3 times. Yeah, everywhere. I've been to Cebu, Mindanao, Palawan, El Nido, Siargao.
What's the best place for you?
Siargao. Yeah.
Because they're less Filipino. Almost have the
It's like very developed and stuff, so it's very cool. But I love all of Philippines. Yeah. Well, how come you're here for just see the tourist sites?
No, we're working here.
You work here. How is it working here?
Just work here.
It's good. Okay, good. Amazing.
You live here or you?
No, I'm making a YouTube video. I'm traveling. I live in Indonesia.
Oh, please include
Yeah.
us into your video.
What do you?
I mean, Filipino also.
You guys are the most Filipino. Exactly, you're everywhere. What do you think of Jerusalem?
Fantastic.
Yeah? You're Christian or Catholic?
Yeah, Christian.
Nice. Amazing. So this is also nice for you to come here as well? Perfect. Okay guys, nice to meet you. Have a good day. It's super sour, but very nice. Thank you so much, Rani.
Check the money inside.
No.
Hurry. You want me to be happy?
Thank you so much. Exploring the 3 most holy sites in the world for the 3 biggest major religions in the most holy city in one of the most contested pieces of land in the world. And then I'm going to rent a bicycle and we're cycling through the West Bank and going deep and exploring and speaking to Palestinians and learning what real life is like in Palestine. If you want to support, you can join.
So it's not in this video. We have to fucking subscribe? Is that what I'm hearing? Boo. He got me. So if we're going to watch the If we want to know what the Palestinian interview is like, or interviews are like, we're gonna have to speak to fucking. We're gonna have to subscribe to this guy and go to Palestine, I guess. Yeah. Wait until he goes to Palestine. Interesting. All right. Well, we might have to save that one for another one then. I would like to see what he has to say if he goes to the West Bank, and like what people he talks to in the West Bank and stuff like that. That would be crazy. Click here to learn more. Oh, you skipped the ritual niece offering. Oh my god. Yeah, I hope that happens to me when I get into next time I get into a taxi. I hope that happens. Taxi driver niece offering. Man. Click here for Mao information. A little bit of Mao information goes a long way. Oh, yeah. Just a little bit of Mao information. It goes a long way. All right. I'm going to have to leave it there. I have to leave it early today. Do apologize. But we started early today, didn't we? 9:30 start today. Damn, I was really hoping to see some of those Palestinian interviews. I guess we're just going to have to keep an eye out for this channel, whoever this guy is. Has anyone ever come across his channel before? This dude? Imagine being a fucking travel blogger. Eh? I really suggested, what did he say? I suggested everyone should just get out and travel. Just do it. Just fucking travel. Eh? Just go for it. Don't worry about your bank account. Just fucking go somewhere. Go interview Israelis. Interview Palestinians. Just go for your life. All right. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same time. Actually, I'm not sure. We might be normal time tomorrow. I have to check. But yeah, thank you everybody who's been hanging out. It's been an interesting one. We covered some very crazy territory today. Yeah, thanks for those who've been hanging out. You know who you are. Voltaire, Spandonk, Heidi the Sausage, Ravy, Hobo Joe, Wookie, 4IS in the house, Jag, Rogue, been hanging out today. Saint She was in here earlier. Say My Name, hanging out too. Bansol Bandit. Samuel Smith was hanging out too. Until that first lady with the black hair, the 36-year-old lady, scared him away. Captain Bucker was hanging out today as well. Dilemmas, it's been in and out. If you've been hanging and I haven't called you, I do apologize. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some more. If you've been lurking, thank you very much. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you as well. To the people that have been giving out, Gumma Cheese Wing, I know you helped out with the super chat today. I think you did as well, Bansol Bandit. But yeah, thank you everybody who's been doing that. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. So please remember, until then, I am, you are, we are a Mr.